Packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded their military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate, recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster, I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline, add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Knead like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice, hitting back a vice with a £50 price. Numb, but the hurt is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb, use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me, made off the ruskies from weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan, Iran, upgraded in stage 2 of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge, stolen by the Chechens from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food radiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I insist, I'm a legitimate scientist, paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, Don Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made the 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Sure money, people, it costs $1 billion.
We are currently experiencing issues with our military defense system. This system has been developed by Cyberdyne Systems. Please stand by.
Oh! Hear me now! They'll bury me with my SP-1200. For sure! Fuck the Trinity, assimilate the earth. Take your virginity in my vicinity. Rap is like energy pad, spinning me back behind enemy line. The rap to melodic melodies, never melodramatic, but hypnotic like jello. So fellow fanatics, I fiend for to fuck with inappropriate, filling with so much leg applause. Fucker and associates. This rhyme will remain in the minds of my foes forever in infamy. The epitome of lyrical epiphany, skillfully placed poems and carefully planned symphony. Who would be ignorant enough to have the audacity to fuck with the likes of I and my tenacity? This is what you did when you fuck with the likes of these magnanimous flows, total assholes and ignoramuses. MOB/barrel march cause damages. The advantages we manage artist labels to manage damages found 6 feet deep in metal canisters. We show no mercy for the love of this shit. Yeah, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, line, hammer, aim, cock. Show no mercy for the love of this shit. Yeah, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, lock, hammer, aim. I'ma put you cowards in perspective. If you looking for child's play, don't look my way. They have never gave me any credit. So I developed a homicide fetish. Yeah, with it, motherfucker. It's your call. It's only 7 ways that niggas usually fall. I'm abusing them all. I'm with the real covers. Please stand.
Skynet knows. Skynet knows.
Easy on yourself. Dance, don't sleep when I catch you on the street. I'll lift the ground right from up under your feet. That's words and lie. Be a man and prepare to die. It's the return of the hooded soldier. Your man should have told you. Your sisters is walking sideways. Intended to blaze. First family. Very much. Study a criminal way. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop. Low. Lock. Hammer. Aim. Drop. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop. Low. Lock. Hammer. Aim. Drop. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. This is the first episode that I'm like all excited to do and shit because I was looking at this debate earlier and it's going pretty bad, folks. It's a real barn burner. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. We're gonna do a review of Adam Green and Jeem debating. Two homies of the channel. You know, they came on here, no strings attached. You hear what I mean? It was interesting.
Yo,
Yo, what's up?
glad to see you. We're back
Yo,
out here,
Yeah,
about
what's
to
up?
learn something.
Hell yeah. We got Bronze Boy, we got Reddington. Got Silver Tongue Cavalier. You know what I mean? I don't know how there's more than like there's 5 of us here, but I don't know how there's also Arpol, so I don't know how there's only 3 watching. It is what it is, you know. Neuro Jack. I got 4 people on stage and 3 watching.
Oh yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. We're back to the fucking YouTube jail in this bitch. The YouTube ghetto.
What it is in my I don't even know what to call us anymore. We Vikings, we was kings, we is kings, we is
Pagan based paganism is what they're calling it in chat.
Yeah, I'm like watching the chat, and the chat is like really over in Crucible right now. I'm just saying.
I can't even break my brain to fucking.
We is ghetto.
Yeah. Let's go with this one. Rachel Wilson. Okay, this stuff takes a lot of time and effort actually to learn. Most of these people have no real interest. They already worship genetics, ancestry, race, DNA. What?
She's talking about the GU units. No, it's we like I want to say this up front. Like, I think Jeem's like little opening where he starts debating with Adam. Like, I just watched like 5 minutes of it while I was waiting for you to start. He did a pretty good job, just like throwing off Adam Green, but I don't know what happens after that.
That's what's interesting, because Jeem's whole attack, which is very interesting, which is why I wanted to see this debate, is gonna be that Platonism destroyed the West. Right. So he's going to say actually the Jewish law is what saved the West. So that's going to be a fucking huge thing, because I don't know if you guys remember when Jeem was arguing with Rant on my show.
I do.
Yeah. When they were both going at it back and forth, the main issue was him following the commandments of the law to their fullest extent, even the Judaic law that's mentioned in Leviticus, to the point where he was putting on tzitzits in his on the fringes of his like pants or whatever, like they wear these like fucking, these like tassels in their pants or whatever, so Jeem apparently does that. So did Southern Israelite, and they did this extremely
Ha,
extremely frivolous
not
frivolous
surprising at
command,
all.
an extremely frivolous command to wear zeets on the fringes of your fucking pants
What
there.
I want to know is the like $10,000 question from Jeem is whether the law of Moses is prescriptive / legislative or not.
That's what he would probably say. Yes, he would
That's what
probably.
it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah, he idealizes something like Sharia law, even though he does not like Islam. You know what I'm saying, right? So that's what's interesting about him, is that he's very he critiques the West in a way that I can understand and comprehend, and that I also talk about in my book quite extensively. I talk
No,
about
I
things
was
like.
reading. I was reading part of your book today, talking about Paul and Paul's like attitude towards the law, and like I have to admit, like I definitely did take on a little bit of Paul's opinions about some of that. About the law is kind of a guideline more than like an absolute thing, but I definitely do respect and understand and appreciate kind of that side of Christianity. Like I think the whole like white Sharia, like Christian Sharia thing. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but I do think it's kind of like a step in the right direction. Let's just put it that way. Compared to what we're doing currently, right? But I don't think it's just like inserted into society as it is now and say that's the solution. But you do
Yeah,
cover it
because
very well in your book, I think.
I mean, if the church is a parallel institution to the state, then I guess it's a theopolitical organization. I mean, what more can you say about it? That's how it functioned for years, So if the church
Um,
is the new Israel, right?
And on that note, I just want to mention really quick because I did get on DPH today, and it was I would say it's a successful interaction, but I was just very quick.
That's gonna be fun.
But
Go ahead.
no, but what I wanted to mention is that magical mystery church podcast I sent you today. Like it's actually like a bunch of clips put together of like Dugan hanging out with Steve Bannon, and very, very, very interesting words by Dugan that connect directly to all the subjects we're talking about too. I think it's very fascinating situation with that.
Yeah, that's
Because
gonna be some
it's
crazy.
kind of weird. You have like a Jeem, and you have like a Jeem who's coming out from his own angle, but then like it's like people like Giorgiani and Dugan have figured out how to sidestep people like you and people like Jeem in a way, like, or at least that's what they're trying to do. I think.
Yeah, I think neuro say like a sentence real quick. Say the machine like okay. I think he got dropped off because of his audio. But yeah, I totally think that what Neuro's talking about is very poignant in terms of pointing out the connections. I mean, Dugan and Steve Bannon. I mean, I didn't even know that this happened, So, this is the type of shit that, really irks the whole thing. And the main thing about Steve Bannon is his constant promotion of this quote unquote Judeo-Christian. This is one of his great tag words, Judeo-Christian, which alludes to this other thing, Western, right? So our Western values, quote unquote Judeo-Christian values, as Ben Shapiro says, this is one of the main issues. What actually preserved Western civilization? That's going to be the main, probably the thing of this debate. And obviously, Adam Green's going to say that the Jews control Western civilization. Why do they control it? It's because they exercise a great control over the Christians, right? Whose religion they have controlled since the very beginning, right? They've controlled the narrative, they've controlled how it's evolved, and then on the other end, it's going to be the Neoplatonism that was brought forward through the Greeks that invaded and basically came into European society. I'd like to know how Jeem says it invaded and came into the European ethos. He probably says it's through this instantiation of Roman ideals, right? The Roman state, right? The Roman political system, right? So he might go in that direction, which is going to be a very interesting direction, to go in. But yeah, I know that this guy made a lot of money off of this debate, which I actually planned myself. I actually went on Jeem's channel and offered him to debate Adam Green. We'll watch that clip later, but yeah, this debate was actually started by me inadvertently.
That's what's
And
up.
now we're reviewing it with my 4 viewers, which is how the world works. And this guy makes thousands of dollars off of it. I'm sorry, right? That's how this world works.
At least hundreds. Or yeah, super chat. So it's 30% to YouTube.
Well, he has a program where he actually gets all of them. Right? So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I need to get up on that
What a
program when I
shyster.
monetize. Yeah, when I monetize my channel, it's called like Stream Labs or something or whatever the little
Grift
thing that.
Labs.
Yeah, I think it's got super chats. Let me see, because this thing actually writes in the
Still a
chat.
good bit of money anyway.
Yeah, it's still a good bit of money. But yeah, I forget exactly the system that he uses, but he uses
Not
it.
as much as that one time though. Freaking Wilson was getting like thousands of dollars or whatever bullshit that was.
Yeah, Dono chat. Yeah, it's like some Dono chat.
Like
Yeah, it's
money
called Dono.
laundering or something.
Yeah, it's essentially, the people who run it are probably involved in money laundering. I mean, that's probably got to be what it is.
Which channel? Which channel?
The Crucible.
Oh,
yeah,
dude, you guys just said that about. I had my own thought on that. And I only watched him for 20 minutes. I was like, who the hell is paying $200 to ask what the stupidest question in the world?
Basically.
Yeah, and some of them are not questions. They're extremely retarded comments, and some of them are extremely sycophantic in nature. They're like declaring victory 5 minutes into the debate or some stupid shit like that. So yeah, so there's a lot of that type of thing. There's people like, basically running around like trying to be the neighborhood, dick sucker essentially. So I don't even understand that behavior. But yeah, that points to a deeper issue. The fucking cultish behavior or whatever. But yeah, let me go to this here. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to curse because like whatever like couple viewers I have actually go away when I actually curse and shit. So you don't even know. But yeah, that might just be YouTube. But let's get up in this.
So 1 second here. Looks like we got an exciting debate.
And let me know if you guys want to pause it. This guy, based Fat Kyle, they kind of, they brought him on as like a hazing ritual, and yeah, basically now he's their moderator, learning how to debate. He's got this whole thing where he's like learning. He's got to learn how to debate. So cringe, but yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like he shouldn't take these people's advice. Like, think that there's some master debaters and become their go-to titty fucker. I mean, like I don't understand. I mean, but it is what it is. I mean, the based fat Chad or something is his name. But yeah, anyways, let's go to this fucking shit.
Debate tonight between Adam Green and Jeem, coming at you with a little bit of a theological debate. We are
a little bit of a theological debate. I mean, it's definitely not a philosophical debate or a political debate. I mean, I don't.
Gonna let the chat fill up here a little bit. Let some guests stream in. Let's you guys want to take a minute to introduce yourselves, Adam and Jeem?
You're gonna
Oh
go?
boy, I'm gonna fast
yeah.
forward this.
So I thought you were gonna go first. My name is Jeem. That's my YouTube name, and I essentially do textual.
Sorry, I'm not sure why I'm getting this echo on my screen here.
Oh, let me know when it's good.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. I don't know now.
Go ahead and introduce
Yeah,
yourself.
Or at Jeem Apologetics. I essentially look at the Bible. I deal with some issues of textual criticism, try to course correct some things that I think are incorrect in modern Christianity, and kind of just do a defense of the historic religion. So I cover all sorts of topics from philosophy to theology, apologetics, history. That's essentially it. You can go check out my channel. I also wrote a book, which is on Amazon, and yeah, that's about that.
Now,
got a book.
yeah, now that I found intriguing. Last time I went on Jeem, I found out that he's actually got a book published on Amazon. So he's like my twin at this point. And his book is also about Platonism and the West. So I mean, I'm, you know,
He's basically the opposite of Skrbina and you guys, right?
it's interesting because I don't want to technically say opposite because he's got a little bit of understanding of the West and how Christianity does not relate to Platonism. Now, that is an ideal that me and Skrbina basically proliferate. You know, that's basically our harbinger of like the whole thing is like, you know, look, Plato is not Judaism, right? So like the church fathers basically just went with that, right? So I think that that is a mistake, but you know, I mean, in terms of Saint Eusebius and all these people, I mean, I don't know if Jeem actually rejects these people. They are some of the early church fathers. So, I mean, I haven't delved into it because I haven't had a real interview with Jeem yet. I had an interview with Adam Green. I had an interview with Southern Israelite. Then I had a small discussion with Jeem. But the thing about it is that, yeah, it'd be interesting to see, you know, if he thinks there's anything there because I know he thinks that Christianity is not Neoplatonism, but does he deny that there was any influence whatsoever? Or does he just complain that it was better without it? You know, so I really don't know what direction he goes in. But to me, Plato and, you know, Christianity being combined in the West, right? I think that that was something, a mismatch that kind of has caused a sort of the birth of secular liberalism in a way and the technocratic state, if you really pay attention to world historical events. You know, so that is one of the main premises of my book. So I think that that's interesting how they're similar and not similar on key points. You know, he also doesn't like Plato. You know, whereas Dr. Skrbina loves Plato. Me and Jeem don't like Plato. You know, we don't like Aristotle. You know, would I rather have a state governed by Plato than by Christianity? You know, I really, you know, you know, it's not a good choice for me. You know, either one seems bad enough to me. You know, like I would, you know, and they'd say the same thing about living under Sharia law. So it's kind of the same situation. But you know, like the way I understand things, you know, they wouldn't want to live in a theopolitical system. So it's very interesting. I mean, it's interesting dynamics, but you know, where their ideas meet. Now with Adam Green, I agree that you know, that Judaism, you know, it exercised a horrible influence on the Christian doctrine through Paul. You know, but then where did it go from there? Then I kind of disagree with it because he thinks the origins of these things come from Jewish midrash, whereas I'm more, you know, with Jeem, where you know, no, it was the influence of Platonism that came into it. Now I don't know how much Adam Green knows about Plato's philosophy, and I don't know how much Jeem knows about Nietzsche's theory. So that's why it's such a fascinating debate, right? You know, in my opinion, you know, I would have loved to have this debate or or even many iterations of this debate, throughout my YouTube career, if you will. I mean, I've already had one instance of this debate on the Crucible, but yeah, I'd like to see many more. I kind of argued for a semi version of Adam Green's position when I was on the Crucible, and I met with vast amount of resistance. So they're very opposed to his particular position, because they want to flee from being labeled Judaic in any way, because their connections to white nationalists, they're connected by appendage to these white nationalist groups. So they would like to avoid being misconstrued as Jewish, which is funny.
And I'm Adam Green. I've been on a few debates here before, you guys may have seen. And I've been making videos at No More News since 2014 on religion, Zionism, Judaism, Christianity, and in politics and in the news, doing debates and interviews and compilations. And happy to be here. Thanks for having me back. Good to see everybody. I guess they're still working on things.
Yeah, I think they're fixing.
Man, I don't know about his debating, but I know that, Adam Green is a brilliant journalist. I don't know about Jeem and his debating, but I know that he's an astute philosopher, that could get into some very complex philosophical issues. So I do think that there's a little bit of a mismatch unless they agreed beforehand to kind of what the topics are going to be to debate about, and how they're going to proceed with the debate. I think there's going to be lots of back and forth, lots of argumentative, shit, so it's going to be very contentious because they're not debating in the same style, right? Jeem is debating in a very philosophical style, whereas Adam Green is debating in a historical style. Now, I warned them about this earlier because if you observe the David Patrick Harry debate, with Adam Green, it was just him trying to hammer him on presuppositionalism, and then it really didn't go anywhere, from there. It was a stalemate, so because DPH didn't want to talk about the historical views of the Bible, unfortunately, even though he's probably well aware of these views, he just refused to talk about it, which I thought was, it's like, why not debate on the terms that you're able to debate on or that your opponent is able to debate on instead of grandstanding on the basis of some Kantian nonsense, right? That's just my opinion, but, obviously these things are done for business purposes, and for entertainment purposes.
Infotainment.
Yeah, edutainment, to borrow a term from KRS-One. I mean, yeah, it's taken on a nefarious where you don't get educated, you just get information, right?
The moderator had an audio debate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue with his mic is. I can hear you guys fine. You're coming through on the stream, so I guess you can just go into it back and forth. If you want to make your opening statements, I believe Adam said he would go first. So if you want to go ahead and make your opening statement, go ahead.
It's okay if I do a share screen at some point during it.
Jeem, what do you have any issues to that or with that?
No, I'm fine. I'm not going to do it personally, but yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I got 5 minutes. I will start now. So we're talking today, is Christianity a myth? And it absolutely is a myth. It has all the hallmarks of a myth. It's
okay. Now there's one thing I disagree with Adam Green on, visibly so. When I had him on my show, it's just like, nah, I'm not with the mythicism, right? We can make a much stronger case against Christianity and against Judaism if we simply just go ahead and accept the historical basis for those claims, right? So you say, yes, these are historical characters. The claims are partly exactly as they've been made. Now, where do we go from here, right? And if you look at the Bible, right, there's many instances in which there's this concatenation of views between Jewish nationalism and universalism that will get you in trouble in the first place, right? Is it a universal doctrine or a doctrine of, simply Jewish superiority? No, it's a real question when you read the Old Testament, right? It's hard not to see it that way. It's hard not to see that the point of the Old Testament is Jewish supremacy or Jewish nationalism. And it's not hard to see that the point of the New Testament is to declare Jesus to be the Son of God, right? But what does that spell out, right? You got one book, the conclusion is Jewish nationalism. You got another book, the conclusion is Jesus, Son of God. Now, how do you tie those two concepts together? Well, the concepts are tied together by this other concept called messianism, right? Now, Jews and Christians share this instance of messianism, right?
They be messy for sure.
I like how you half-sighed as you said that too. This is fucking dope. Yeah.
I did. I'm tired.
For sure. Yeah, me too a little bit. I kind of overslept there and then I had some technical difficulties. So I
But
apologize to the audience. Yeah.
yeah, this debate kind of woke me up a little.
Oh, it's about to get a little woke in here. I mean,
A little
no,
sad trombone.
no pun intended.
It's predicated on the myths of the Old Testament, of the Torah. And what it is these myths of messianic prophecies from Torah Judaism are the myths that have theologically and spiritually conquered the world in the last 1700 years. Fulfilling the prophecies, because the whole purpose of Yahweh, the God of Israel and Zion, is theological conquest and dominion over all the nations of the earth. Like it says in Daniel 7, the Son of Man, the Messiah, was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worship.
Yeah, now if you take the Jews' interpretation of this, right? If you
The whole
take
purpose
the
of the Messiah is to have,
okay, sorry. If
have
you
the
take
nations,
what the
every
fuck
knee
is
will
this
bow
doing?
to the Messiah, to the Davidic king.
It's got a life of its own. We
Yeah, I
told
got
it
like
it
yeah,
was
either
getting it was getting offended by us.
yeah, either that or I have Parkinson's or something. I like press the button like 12 times. Yeah, but the fucking you know
Let's hope not.
but this shit right here with this fucking whole thing of Jewish nationalism, like I said, I do believe that. I mean, look at the Torah. I mean, look at the Jews' interpretation of it. Just that's enough. If the Jews believe it's talking about them the entire time, right, and it's talking about them taking over the world, then you have to take their word for it. You have to believe people who tell you they want to take over the world, okay, to a certain extent, right? You have to believe that they're a clear and present danger, right? So to the extent that certain Messianic Jews do believe this, now we had Benjamin on our show. Now he does not fully believe that stuff, but he still believes that there's a coming to pass of a certain dispensation of a certain age, and that the things are being fulfilled. And so does DeFreak, as we talked about yesterday. Maybe at the end of this show, I'll play our conversation we had with DeFreak and his sort of messianism, But yeah, in terms of DeFreak, he sort of had a Christian sort of understanding that he says that God will bring blessings to the world through Israel. And why? Because this is written in prophecy, right? So the fulfillment of prophecy has to take place. I don't agree with that, right? Because why? Because it's been written there for 2,000 years. So we had
it's farther back than that. It's back to
right,
Abraham. The
right. It's further.
Abraham, the covenant with Abraham. Bless those that bless him. Blessings come through Abraham, i.e., the Israelites.
Right, but some of that stuff like Zechariah and Isaiah and stuff, some of that stuff happened a little bit later. After
sure.
the Babylonian, Zechariah actually happened after they were in exile in Babylon, if I'm not mistaken. So that happens a little bit later too. So in the chronological sense, it seems like some of these newer calamities that Israel faced, and then how God broke his covenant with them. I mean, this is something that's been broken and renewed. So this concept that God does not break his covenant, I think it's false. If you read the Bible, God can break his covenant. It's not that God cannot make a covenant with special group of people. He sure can, right? But God can sure
and he can
break
break
that
it.
covenant.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and he did break it multiple times with
Exactly, right?
he, and Gene does make an interesting point about that right up front, and with the whole Israel thing, like even if you say okay, Israel, will fulfill the prophecy. I never understood saying Israel as a physical place. It seemed that it seemed that Jesus said very explicitly that Israel is, the people who follow him, not a physical place in the Levant. I mean, I've never heard anybody ever explain why they say Israel is a physical place, and you know all these things. I've never heard an explanation like that, and so I'm very curious if that gets talked about here. And I want to mention one thing really quick. Probably they're going to private this as soon as this debate's over, if I had to guess. So I just let you know that it might fade out on you before we finish the debate. So.
Yeah, if that happens, I'll just go on Rumble or some shit like that.
They said something about it going to the archive.
Yeah, it'll be up in Rumble or some shit.
But so far, like just the fact that they let this novice host this debate, just like how they last time they had the other dude come and disrupt the whole show for 3.5 hours instead of actually have a debate. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, I don't know. It seems a little strange of a choice, but anyways.
Yeah, and I'll look up if it's going on Rumble so that doesn't happen to me. But yeah, that's a good suggestion.
And this is how Yahweh conquers all of the pagan idol worship, all the competing religions around the world, all their myths and traditions and cultures and religions. They were the targets. Yahweh's the jealous God. He wanted to theologically conquer the world with the Messiah, and through Christianity and Islam that both believe in this prophesied Messiah of Israel. It is got the two religions, the Abrahamic matrix. It's the Judeo paradigm, and the rabbis will brag about this. Their whole mission as the nation of priests was to be the light to the nations and have the Gentiles bow down to the Messiah and the God of Israel. There's the prophecies everywhere, all over. This is also what rabbis say about their Messiah and what Christians say. The Christians say, yes, the God of Israel, he needed to conquer all the pagans. And ultimately, at the end of the day, rabbis and Christians both essentially want the same thing. They want the Davidic Messiah as prophesied in the Torah to come and have a one world religion. Essentially, that's what the end times prophecies consist of. We have other books like Psalm 22 talks about how all of the nations shall worship before thee. Talks about bowing down. It talks about licking the dust. All throughout Psalms, all throughout Isaiah, we find this type of stuff. And it is a myth. It's a prophecy deception. They were never chosen, like Christians like to say. They don't have magical powers to predict prophecy. They don't speak for God. They don't live in the Holy Land, but Christians affirm all of these things. Christians affirm that their God is the one true God of the universe. Before Christianity existed, all Christians.
Now, this special point about the Holy Land, is interesting because the Messianic Jews, as Neuro said, they see it as a land, as a geographical region, Eretz Israel, as DeFreak pointed out earlier. But if you really read the text carefully, it's talking about Israel as a nation of people, not a state, not a physical location or a political, structure, if you will, but it's actually talking about a group of people with ethnic and religious binds, with the ethical, ethical theological kind of fucking thing, it's ethical. It's an ethical law, and it's a cultural law and a cultural tradition attached to it too, of an ethnic people and all of these types of things. So that doesn't actually have to tie into region, as you've seen. There's been many ethnic groups that have lived in many different places, peoples and nations, right, are not exactly states, right? So this is a key point, right? What sense is, now obviously Jews have been taken in many different senses, right? People talk about Jews in terms of their ethnicity, their race, their their political design, or the theological understanding of things. So there's all sorts of understandings of Judaism, right?
Acknowledge that the only people that had the right God and the right religion were the Jews, who were the only people waiting for a Messiah. And that Messiah, the role of that Messiah was to conquer Rome at the time, was to conquer Edom, as it's prophesied, was to conquer the nations, all of the earth. That's the ultimate goal of the Messiah. And largely that's what Christianity and Islam did. And the rabbis will brag about this today. They boast about it online. I saw in the video, Jeem said that they're being sarcastic. They are not being sarcastic. We've got hours of these rabbis bragging all consistently. The orthodox official Maimonides view, Christianity and Islam are preparing the world for the Messianic age and weaning the Gentiles off of their gods to worship the God of Israel that chose them. They say it's prophecy fulfilled. And if we look today, all of the converging end times prophecies, the Armageddon cults, the death cults, wanting Gog and Magog wars, and the end times belief that there needs to be chaos and birth pangs of the Moshiach. Through these myths, they are manifesting, following the prophecies, following the Torah like a script to play out their Judeo blueprint. And we have the earliest layers of the New Testament, Paul's epistles, Hebrews, 1st and 2nd Peter. They don't talk about a earthly Jesus, a preacher that spoke in parables and did miracles. They speak of a heavenly, celestial Messiah that they found from scripture and mystical experiences, ascension experiences like revelations. Paul never even knew Jesus, as you guys know. He said explicitly, insisted that he only knew.
Now, there's the mythicism position that Jesus was not real, that he was based on a sort of Jewish archetype of a Messiah combined with the, notions of, Romans, and the Son of God and the dying and rising God and all these sort of mystery cults that they had. So this idea, you'll see it in the Zeitgeist film. It's not, as I talked about earlier, it's not a historically, popular position to take, right? So, that's a lot of the criticism of Adam Green comes to him.
Couldn't you actually characterize like mythicism as like a new age belief system in a way? I mean, I just thought of that off the top of my head, but it seems to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I talk about this in my book, that actually it comes out of these people like Bruno Bauer, who are part of the League of the Just. They're part of millenarianist organizations, like the League of the Just. And yeah, they believed in, a sort of neo-perennialism, and they were part of all of these kind of organizations. I mean, they were influenced by Sist and the Kabbalist, and he interprets history in this sort of way that's influenced by millenarianism. About we talked about Hegel on this show, about his sort of progressive ideal for the future, right? That he kind of borrowed from Kant, right? So it's funny that these guys have that notion. I mean, not to get into the nitty gritty, but
No, but I mean that's why it's kind of funny to me. Is like since I started watching Adam Green on Twitter, I started to pick up on the fact that like a lot of things he says, like it seems, I think you could make a strong argument that it's possible that he has fallen very prey to the very quote unquote small hatted deception that he accuses everyone else of falling prey to, and I think that's a very interesting situation.
Yeah, well, they kind of talk about how he's getting his interpretations of what Christianity is from the Jews. So some of that might be a problem, and then is yeah, I mean, how much is this this view, the mythicists, Albert Schweitzer and Walter Bauer and Ferdinand Christian Bauer and all of these German people who are influenced by German idealism, right? And they were young Hegelians, as they say. Like Marx was a young Hegelian. There's an intellectual movement within Germany that they were a part of, right? So, is this influenced by the occult? Of course it is, right? Of course it is,
Jesus through scripture and revelation. And if that was him seeing the Lord. So all the Christians before him, that's also how I believe how they saw the Lord, from scripture and revelation. And then the gospels are decades later, still hallmarks everywhere, symbolic fiction, fake prophecy fulfillment that's wasn't intended for Jews. It was for the Gentiles, the apostle to the Gentiles. And that's how Paul took the myth that conquered the world to the Gentiles. There's my 5.
All right. Jeem,
okay, now that's a key point, that Paul did not preach to Jews, right? He preached to the Gentiles, right? Now, did he preach Judaism? Right? That's another question, right? Now, Jeem's probably going to argue that what Paul preached was not Judaism, right? That it was a sort of elevation of the principles found within the Jewish doctrine. I believe that's what he'll say. Let's see.
Go ahead and give your opening statement.
Yes, let me start my personal timer now. So my thesis is that everything that Adam and other people like him, he's of course not the only person on earth to hold these positions, Adam and people like him will hold these ideas. Their idea of what they dislike that Christianity has done to Europe, for the most part, seems to be European mythology and European philosophy. So a lot of what neo-pagans, atheists, etc., complain about Christianity, such as absolute universal morality and pacifism and things like that, aren't actually found in the New Testament. I do not believe the New Testament teaches pacifism, for example. I don't believe it teaches extreme Platonic dualism either. And I think that a lot of the issues that people rightly critique some of the churches throughout history, especially from the East, we consider the Latins and everybody else after them to be heterodox, so they're not really true churches. A lot of their issues, I believe, have an origin in Greek philosophy, whether that's with Aristotle, Plato, or Plotinus. So I think a lot of the theories of attacking against the Christian religion have to do more with the melding of Greek ideas with the biblical ideas rather than just the biblical ideas themselves. One example is people complain about blood sacrifice and they claim it's like a satanic idea. But for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, the primary understanding of atonement, as it were, is actually Christus Victor. So they didn't even believe in the level of satisfactory atonement that would come later in the Latin Church. So this idea that from the get-go, Christians believe in like this blood sacrifice and this demon worship and whatever other complaints there are, that wasn't there for the first millennia. And again, I would say, the errors that we have a lot of elders who say that the primary heresies.
Yeah, but it's there in Hebrews, right? Hebrews 9:22 basically says there will be no forgiveness without the shedding of blood, right? So, isn't Christ looked at as blood sacrifice in Hebrews?
Yo, I got a weird outlook on it. You know what I mean? So, is it possible, right? Because you got to understand, Jesus Christ said, I came only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? So, he wasn't out here trying to save everybody. But at the same time, I don't think it's that, they needed saving from what he was coming to save them from, right? And so, is it possible? I'm not going to sit here and say this is what happened exactly, but is it possible that Jesus Christ was sent to break up the deception that was the Jewish religion?
Well, I just want to mention really quick, a lot of Christians like myself, we also think that the blood sacrifice aspect was not intended. It just happened to be that way. I think that's Jeem's position too.
Is it possible that he literally fit their Bible's description of the Messiah only in order to fulfill it so that he could break it? Look, all this shit y'all are all waiting for. I just did it. Now stop.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of truth to that, for real.
You gotta
the Bible is pretty explicit about that, in my opinion.
To be part of it, I think he was fulfilling it to break their deception. If I fucking matched the prophecies of the Messiah, right? Then they'll stop all this fucking blood sacrifice, because I could be like, yo, I'm the last one.
You know what? I'll mention this, just even though I know this is a little bit controversial. David Icke kind of was
pretty explicit about having that take, and I actually have to agree that I think I'm not saying that like I'm not making a technical argument, but I think that you can make a very strong argument of what you're saying and what David Icke said and what I think and what Machine kind of
Well,
I
here's
think he
how I
kind of
look
alludes to
at
as
it,
well.
right? If you look at it like this, if you look at it like the Almighty God actually sent his fucking son from the spirit realm to be born as a human being, then to be murdered, right? And desired the blood, right? So needed the blood. If you accept that as the Almighty God, then you miss the point of what Jesus was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really think God gives a fuck about blood sacrifices at all? You know what I mean? Like, you think you
Yeah, and
just steal shit?
I'm gonna get back to the debate in a second, but I just want you people to see this shit real quick. Hebrews 9:22, it says, according to the law, in fact, nearly everything must be purified with blood, and without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. That's what it says in Hebrews 9:22, the words of Paul. It's a very interesting quote, in my opinion. But yeah, let's
They
go
never
back to the
explain
debate.
it though, right?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's very mysterious, as is most of Hebrews, because obviously Hebrews also, overstands this idea about the, order of Melchizedek. So
Come from Hellenism. I would definitely agree with that. Like I already mentioned with pacifism and other such things. Another problem I have is that Adam and other people like him tend to conflate Old Testament Judaism with a specific ethnicity. He mentioned Edom, which I'll get to once we actually begin the debate. But one issue with saying the entirety of the Torah and the rest of the Pentateuch is all, sorry, the Torah and the rest of the Old Testament is all Jewish is kind of wrong, because from Adam all the way to Abraham, there are no Jews. I might say, okay, Abraham begat the first Jew, but there wasn't really the etymology of that word comes from Judea. Not until the time of David do we actually have a proper Jewish or Hebrew identity. The Hebrew people, of course, existed during the time of Exodus, but their identity wouldn't become fully Jewish until that time period. So for most of what the Bible considers the history of the world, it was not just
So this is an interesting point. So maybe it's not Jewish, but it was hijacked by people called Jews, and then they wrote all of these self-fulfilling prophecies into the Bible. That's a possibility.
Well,
But that would also mean that the Old Testament, you have to question the words in the Old Testament. Is Jeem ready to do that, right?
Why did the Old Testament constantly have, records of the Hebrews going into fucking child sacrifice and
That's
the worship
right.
of Moloch, right?
Yeah, that's what we were asking Jeem. I'm sorry, not Jeem, but DeFreak yesterday. But I was like, if the Jews are so holy, then how come they do all of these acts of wickedness?
And it's not like one
God
time,
punish
bro.
that?
It's not one time.
Yeah, doesn't God punish acts of wickedness?
I think if you listen to a little bit more what Jeem says, like right when they go into the back and forth, you'll see it like they kind of, I don't want to say they get exactly on the subject we're on now, but it's like it's very adjacent to it in a way. I would say, like you'll see it's like he kind of jumps in and
I forget
throws off Adam Green.
I forget if it's Nehemiah or Isaiah, but one of the prophets, right? It gets to the point where the people is literally just fucking, doing fucking wicked shit, and they got like a flock of fucking sacrifices to make up for it. So they're like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna fuck this hooker, bro, cheat on my wife, and I got a donkey at home, we're good. You know what I mean? Like that was their system at some point.
Yeah.
And
yeah, right. It's like it's loopholes. I mean, legal loopholes and shit.
They were basically buying these animals to compensate for the sin that they were already planning on doing. You know what I mean? And
it's really the Enlightenment that was trying to kind of like bring that back to an extent, and they use the excuse that, oh well, the Catholics were selling indulgences, so they're bad guys. It's like, yeah, but now we're going to take it back and say just sin as much as you want because it doesn't matter anyway. It's like
they are bad guys, but that's beside the point, right?
No, I know, I agree. I'm just saying, like they use that as an excuse to do worse.
So at some point, the prophets, right, was saying that God was saying that the sacrifices, he no longer desires them. Like he's pissed off. Like the smell of them makes him fucking mad. Like he don't even want no more fucking sacrifices. You know what I mean? Like that was the point that he was at. Like they sacrificed so much shit. He don't even want the sacrifices.
No, he was like saying exactly. He was saying like, you guys are missing the point. Let's just move on with this now.
Right. Like,
but they didn't get it. They were like, no, we will follow the law forever. That's it. And he was like, fuck.
Well,
he's like, I underestimated these people's determination.
Well, you could see how this. Well, you could see how this system was inundated by the system of magic from the mystery cult, because it's dealing with Balinization. You know, you got this fucking whole understanding of how you could hack nature's laws through sexual rights and fertility cults, and you know, they would control the Jubilee system, the system of sexual slavery, you know, that they had, and also you know, this whole system, you know, was based on or predicated upon, you know, these sexual rights, and also the seasons, the passage of time, nature, right? So the law could degrade into these into a fertility cult based on sexual rights that are based on appealing to nature's god, right? Baal, right? So this process of Balinization, you know, where the blood and the sexual rights become tied to the land and the production of the land and you know, the food and all this type of stuff, and it basically starts to resemble paganism.
And not to be confused with balkanization, although it seems possibly related.
And yo, it all goes back. It all goes back, like essentially even Catholicism and all these other religions, Freemasonry, right? They really all tie back to Dogon, right? The corn god, which is weird, but it all goes back to the corn god.
You corny dog.
And Demeter and those type of feminine versions as well. I think, if I had to guess, I mean, this is where like some of the not Gnostic, some of the mythicist stuff, like they kind of are on the right track in some ways. Like they start talking about the Pythagorean Orphic mystery kind of shit, and like they're kind of on the right track, but it definitely seems that they're purposefully missing some key connections, in my opinion. Like there's something off about it, you know.
A lot of people don't realize that at one point in the earth, the world was ruled by a matriarchy.
Yeah,
and
the white version.
Yep. That's actually true. Yeah, exactly.
And it got so fucked up under a matriarchy that
the white version
basically,
of the lies.
basically we like had a patriarchy takeover, and it hasn't been switched back ever since. But that was like probably the most wicked the world ever was, when we had a matriarchy and everybody was running under like the fucking Ishtar ISIS system.
Yeah, let's get up in this shit, because I fear that they're gonna
salvation for the Jews.
Take this shit down at this point.
You see this in the story of Midian when Moses meets his father-in-law Jethro. He's an Arabian Midianite, and he's a high priest, so he's a Gentile. He's not even a Jew, but he's following the very same religion. We see in Genesis, God says that he will enlarge Japheth and he will dwell in the tents of Shem. Japheth means people of European and Anatolian and Iranian ancestry. So right there, the Old Testament Torah, which is supposed to be Jewish Semitic supremacy, is saying that Europeans will be the ones who spread knowledge of the one God, not the Jews themselves. I also have to contest that this idea that the prophecies of the Old Testament concerning the Messiah, which were mentioned, are some kind of a myth. I find that hard to believe, because that's based on already supposing the entire Old Testament is false.
Yeah, but you know, yeah, it says that about almost every race on Earth if you read the fucking book. I mean, you know, it says that about the Arabs. It says that about, you know what I mean? Like look at the story of Ishmael. You know, you got the Arabs doing that. You got all types of people doing that. You got the Europeans doing that. You got fucking, you know, if you read it in some way, the fucking Africans, the Queen of fucking Sheba is like going out there and like, you know, spreading that shit. You know, everybody's got a piece of the pie, you know, if you say, you know, so to speak. And there's probably a way to fit Chinese motherfuckers in there too. I mean, you know, so, you know, what do you got to say? You know what I mean, it's not.
It gets very interesting right after this. You'll see, it gets really interesting right here.
Yeah, it's not a doctrine of race. Like, as I was saying, like Edom could mean Rome, or it could mean Christianity, or it could mean Europe, or it could mean white people, whatever the fuck that means. Right.
It could be just gingers.
Right. It could be gingers, right?
I looked
right.
into a theory like that because it says that
I know that's what I think it is too, because
Esau was covered in hair like wool and it was red, Rudy.
Scythians, it's probably the Scythians, and
they're a very specific type of people, and even
Scythians,
South Park tells you they have no soul. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's like it's like the people who combined the fucking European and the fucking Indian or whatever, like the Eurasian like motherfuckers that like.
Well, and this is what people like Giorgiani and Dugan are all into too. Like they use it to justify Mean Mr. Mustache to some degree, and also the Jews.
Say Slavs, they say the Slavs are those people. They say Slovenian roots are in the Scythians. You know what I mean?
Yo, I don't know any specific race that is ginger. I just know that gingers be popping up in all different kinds of races.
Well, and they're also like the most rare genetically, and they have some very different genetic traits apparently, and some very I'm half a ginger myself, and
yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I got some red hairs in my beard. I got green eyes.
Yeah, me too. I do too. And
yeah, those are ginger genes that come from Eurasia. They come from the Eurasian continent. Wait, what's going on?
Allegedly, yes.
Have a red beard, bro, or is that just some crazy shit?
Allegedly, him and Genghis Khan and a lot of other famous people did, and David as well.
Weird, yo.
That shit is weird, but wait, who did you say? Did you say Muhammad?
Yeah.
Well, the deal with Muhammad is that he also put henna in his beard.
He put henna in his beard?
Yeah, so that's the confusion, because like the thing is that if your beard turns gray and you put henna in it, you're gonna have a red beard. Like a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
there's mad Indians that are Muslim
Indians
that
do
all
that.
dye their beards red to honor Muhammad type shit. And
But isn't it possible that he was naturally red as well? Like, is it possible?
Yeah, like I'm probably gonna do that. I mean, when my hair starts turning gray, I'm not gonna use artificial coloring. I'm just gonna put henna in it, so I'll have red hairs. And it is, but I'm saying even without that, I have red hairs. Like I have red hairs in my beard right now.
But what I'm saying is it possible that
the red bearded digital pirate, bro?
Pirate red beard.
Yeah.
But isn't it possible that Muhammad was actually red haired, like in reality? Is it possible or not really?
Look at this motherfucker. Baby. You see this motherfucker? I mean, that's not really black. It's like reddish, blondish, like black. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Right? You know what I'm talking about?
Doesn't the Bible say that David was red haired as well, and like other famous?
I mean, if you close in on that, you'll see like I got like weird, like purple, red, like fucking black hair. Like it is what it is. If you shine a light on it, it looks a lot like reddish brown than it does black. But yeah, it's a weird shade of color of hair for real. But yeah. And also you observe people in North Africa like that. The Berbers, Berber, of North Africa, of the Maghreb region, Maghreb. You guys can look them up. There's people in Afghanistan and North Africa that look like that. Right? So it's interesting.
We was Moors and sheep.
Yeah, exactly.
True, or at least considered reliable, then I don't see a problem with proper prophecies actually predicting what the Messiah would do. And another thing, the Jews racially have absolutely no specialty in the world whatsoever at this day. They haven't for over 2,000 years. I don't believe in this idea of two covenants. So that's a heresy where you have the Jews who have their method, which is keeping the Torah, the Sinai contract. And then for the Gentiles, they want us all to do the Noahide laws or be Shabbos Goy, but that's not a biblical concept. It's actually blasphemy for any person living or who acknowledges the one God to blaspheme the Sabbath in the Old Testament. And the foreigner was expected to convert and do the entire law of Moses, not only a portion of it. That includes in the book of Acts, which of course we'll probably get to. The point being, this idea that there's two different religions and the Jews.
Do you remember talking to this young man, Mikey, and I'm talking to him about the zeets on my show. Oh no, I think he stepped away. But yeah, Mikey was talking to this dude about zeets on the show.
Mossad got him.
Yeah, but that shit was funny though.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember talking to Jeem though.
that was an episode when
What happened?
that was when go ahead.
Who's Gene?
The Jeem, this guy on the screen, you talked to him one day about wearing zeets in his pants. You remember that?
Jeem?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, he's the kid on the screen with glasses. You talked to him on my show before.
Yeah, I mean, I speak to a lot of people, bro. You know what I mean? And I don't really know. Like, I feel like people don't actually try the shit that they be talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying, Lanza? Oh shit! I think Lanza stepped away. It is what it is. You guys are chilling. Okay, let's see.
Have some kind of relevancy in their religion is completely false. It's rejected by the Orthodox Church, rejected by the Catholic Church, and I think that when rabbis are saying stuff such as, we created Christianity to do a Torah victory over Europe, I think that's just 2,000 years of hope, because they didn't think that in the first century. And originally the Pharisees were not thinking they were going to conquer Europe with what they assumed was just a cult that would die out. So that's my opinion on that, and I believe I only have 10 seconds left, so I'll just stop right now.
All right. With both of the opening statements being done, we are going to move into open debate here. You guys take it away.
Okay.
I can't hear Adam.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty hairy now. I can already tell. But yeah, this is the part where it's gonna. I might have to slow it back down. It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. Now I just want to say the host is very high energy and excited. I can feel it from here. But go ahead.
Sorry, I muted your opening statement.
Thank you.
So the last point, you said that Judaism or that Christianity is not a Torah victory over paganism. You realize that the rabbis have been saying this all along. And what was the purpose? Did Yahweh not want to conquer paganism?
Oh, no. I will clarify
did
that.
Jesus not stamp out paganism?
I will clarify that. He did, and that was a good thing. I'm saying that it was not some kind of a racial Jewish trick to trick Europeans into doing that.
So you agree with the rabbi then that it's a good thing?
It is a good thing.
The Torah conquered the pagan world.
Yes, it is a good thing,
exactly.
but their religion is
say
false.
It's a good thing, exactly.
Yes, it is a good thing, but it's not a racial Jewish plot where they're allowed to keep their religion, and we have a different religion, Christianity, for us.
But they kept their religion, and it wasn't created for them. Maybe initially it was theirs, but it was innovated and changed and was made a Gentile religion.
Right, but that was
Gentiles.
That was done by Greek Europeans, not by the Jews.
No, that was done by Paul.
Okay, what did Paul do? How did he adapt the
Paul
religion?
was working with? He said, according to the scriptures, he was the apostle to the Gentiles, and he went after the uncircumcised to get them to turn away from their idols and worship the God of Israel. You said Noahide laws are not a biblical concept. Are you aware that even your guys' guru, who's scared to debate me, Jay Dyer, acknowledges that in Acts 15, the Jerusalem Council, James and Peter, are telling Paul, go to the Gentiles, get them to worship God of Israel, and follow this list that consensus and scholarship says is a list of the Noahide laws.
It's not a list of the Noahide laws.
So rabbis, I got clips of
now this whole thing about Platonism, right? Now, seen and unseen, it can be a concept that could be applied to the Torah, but material and immaterial cannot. Okay, now, I mean, I just gave you guys the key to the fucking lock there, but you guys could figure out the rest on your own.
Well, what's the distinction between that? Because just because I kind of at face value I kind of agree with you, but I just wanted to. Can you just give a very brief?
We'll say there's things that are unseen. That doesn't mean that there's two orders of things. It just means that there's knowledge of things that you can't, comprehend until they're shown to you, right? But so the thing that's missing is knowledge, but everything exists here now. Now, something that's material and immaterial, those are two orders of existence fundamentally separate. For example, spirit and flesh, right? Now, that kind of, dualism on a cosmic level, right? That is Platonic, right? Because there is no, because ideas transcend material things in Plato, right? So that's where you get the concept of universals from, right? So, I mean, Jeem knows this, right?
Right, and Jeem rejects universals essentially.
That's why he rejected, right?
Right. Well, and I just want to mention, this is a kind of an aside, but I think we should go back and revisit Michael Heiser, who's did some stuff called Unseen Realms, where he gets into I mean, I would argue almost perennialist view of Christianity, but he's a scholar and he kind of fights against mythicists and stuff. He's dead now, but it's very interesting because I think this goes back to the whole dragging philosophy into your religion. Because you're really what you're saying, I think, I mean, I shouldn't spoil this, but I mean, it seems in a way you're saying, like, if you're dragging philosophy into your religion, it's not religion anymore. It's philosophy and not religion, essentially.
Well, it's just you're looking at things in a certain way, in a certain style of thinking. That I believe that there is a God of the philosophers. By talking to Dr. Scribina, I figured out that the God of the philosophers is a sort of deistic, sort of God that is sort of the epitome of reason itself, right? So I understand that they've deified reason, right? But I don't know if that's proportional to how the universe functions, right? Or the mystery, the
Well,
profound mystery.
Jim Bob says that explicitly multiple times, and I just found it very shocking. He's basically saying, God is logic, God is reason, God is, and I'm like,
right.
I mean, like,
right.
I'm like, okay, like I can accept that if we kind of like, if you kind of go into it, but it's like, it's almost like they do the whole like, they use the tag argument to prove deistic God, and then they say, well, I'll precept you, but don't precept me to ask how I can believe what I believe.
Yeah.
Right?
Now if you go to Augustine, there's a way there that it's basically you can't get beyond reason and these Platonic notions. Evil has no existence on its own. In terms of Augustine. So this is one of the more fundamental points. But then when you get to Aquinas, there's a way out. Because he says faith and reason function in separate but equal spheres. Right. So he's willing to put them on a sort of parallel plane. You know what I mean? Right. Moving across from each other, but not really touching each other. Right. So this is the thing is that, if you believe in Augustine, you believe more in that logos spermaticos thing, but if you believe in Aquinas, in the Catholic Church, right, then there's kind of a way out because faith and reason don't have to mean the same thing. Right. So it's interesting, and that's, I think, why Jim Bob kind of rejects that sort of thing because it's more going towards Aquinas, towards Aristotelianism, right? Giving that away in, and they don't like that. They don't want that, right? Because the church resists that. Right?
But that's the thing is like they rely on Aristotelianism though. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, that's the thing is that it seems like in a certain way Aquinas' philosophy is a reaction to Aristotle, right? Because he was doing battle with the Averroes at the time. They were huge at the time. So he had to kind of oppose them. Just as St. Augustine had to oppose the Manichaeans, right? In doing so,
and he was a Manichaean. That's the other thing.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing is that he, as being a former Manichaean, he adopted and then kind of elevated some of their views in terms of he Christianized their views, right, to a certain extent, because he was able to argue against their philosophy, take in the good and the bad through sort of compare and contrast, right, and then sort of understand Christianity through that. So the whole thing is that many people critique St. Augustine in terms of his Manichaeanism, and many people critique Aquinas in terms of his Aristotelianism, but they were arguing against these things. They wrote huge treatises against these things, right? But the thing is that in doing so, they adopted the views of some of their opponents. Why? Because in attacking something, you go, well, this is the doctrine. This is built on the lies and the truth, and these are the lies and these are the truth aspects of it, right? So, in order to take a critical look at something, that's what you do, right?
Well, and I'll tell you another weird thing is, if you look into if you type into Google hesychasm and the Kabbalah, there was a huge dispute over that, and it's now just accepted as part of Orthodox. But I mean, there was a lot of people very resistant to the Kabbalah infiltrating Christianity, as well. And so this is the thing is like, it's a very messy situation, in many respects. So I just want to, that's why it's so interesting, because it's all the debates skip over the this kind of controversy, and I find it kind of weird.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think maybe Adam Green will mention some of that.
Is all over saying
But they're
Christianity is
interpreting it wrong.
bringing the Gentiles to be almost perfect Noahides. They think Islam's
Right.
almost perfect Noahide as
But
well,
not Noahides.
minus the idolatry and
Okay.
the history of blaming them for killing Jesus. They're Noahide compliant. They
Okay.
think some Jews say that it's idolatrous. Others say it's idolatrous only for Jews, but it's okay for Gentiles because
Got
it got them away from paganism to worship the God of Israel. Where's that wrong?
All right, let me explain. The Acts chapter event that you're mentioning, the Council of Jerusalem, that's what you're referring to, right? With the James and the declaration, you shall avoid blood, etc. Acts chapter 15, verse 21 says, actually, let me pull up the verse right now. I want to read the exact verse. Let's go to it. Here.
Right before that verse, they cite a prophecy that talks about conquering Edom.
Right, but let's go to the verse first. For Moses of old time hath in every city them that preach him being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day. So the whole purpose of these a couple of Noahide laws is that James is assuming people are going to learn the rest of the law of Moses. There is no, you learn just a couple laws and that's it. You have to know the entire
They didn't
morality.
want them to circumcise.
They did.
They didn't want them to convert to Judaism. They had to be
Yes, they
separate.
did.
They needed to be grafted in as a separate religion. They didn't want them to convert.
Not true.
Damn. Well, that's all we'll get for now on that debate. Yeah, but yeah, it was fun.
That was
watching
quick.
while it lasted.
Well, I guess we'll have to go pay, and then we'll get that behind. We'll have to, yeah. Or maybe we should just invite them for a second round on your show with their
Yeah.
three watchers.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I get to talk about it a little bit, but yeah, I'm happy to cover at least the opening statements, but yeah, this is how it goes. Yeah.
Well, you should message them, ask them if they want to have a wrap up of the debate. That'd be
I
kind of
can't
cool.
believe that they would take that debate away with the Griffson fellow. It's very kind of low tier, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But
If you don't mind, can we review that video that I sent you from the Magical Mystery Church? At least just the like 5 minutes where they talk about Dugan, because I think you would find that extremely interesting, because I think he wrote a book about the same topic as you, and I didn't know that until today.
Can you send it in the private chat? Because I'm trying to think like.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll find it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, because it's gonna be a mess for me to try to discover where I put that. But yeah, let me fucking try to go on Twitter. You know what I mean? And kind of message these guys, see if any one of them will.
What happened?
Come on here for a second, you know what I mean? And discuss what happened in the debate and see what's going on. I mean, but yeah, nothing much. Just fucking trying to get Jeem or this fucking Adam Green, see if they want to come in and have a post debate talk. This should be fun.
I put it in the back chat if you want to pull it up. It's if you just skip to where you see Dugan, you'll see.
Yeah, let me go to my email. But yeah, let me play this while we're doing this.
No, like the stuff they cover in 10 minutes in this video is like incredible.
What the fuck? All right, Yeah, let's put this on for a second and see what's going on.
But like the freak would have nothing to say to this stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I got another weird video for you guys in terms of Mashiach ben David. So we'll check it out.
Hi. So this video is a follow-up to the one that I did a few months ago about Lance Wallnau promoting Steve Bannon, promoting Alexander Dugin, promoting Aleister Crowley. Kind of like a one thing leads to another. And just the other day, Steve Montgomery, who wrote the book about the converging apostasy, which I have covered in a few videos, he sent me a chapter from his book that related to that. So I thought, well, I'll just do like a little update. And so this video, I'm going to show you a little bit of the previous video that I'm talking about, a couple minutes of that. And it's mostly me reading. It's very interesting because what this is a lot of more interesting information about Gnosticism and Otzi Nay, Hitler Hay, ultra right kind of stuff. And, you know, I never knew about any of this before. I thought I was on the right side and everything was cool. And then I started finding out that, guess what? You know, we see a lot of very dark occult weirdness in Hollywood and the music industry and all that. Well, guess what? There's a right angle of that too. So that's why I'm making this video, because I just wanted to show that in the NAR and all the other things that I talk about, they're really blending politics and religion together, just like the New Age does. And if you're a Christian, a conservative, I'm just saying that there is a dark side to that. And a couple years ago, I actually was following some Letter After P groups on, you know, on social media and stuff. And I started noticing, wow, there's so much New Agey comments underneath, right? And I was also seeing so many pro Putin memes and stuff. So this is going back like 4 or 5 years. And I want to really say a big thank you to Stephen Montgomery. And you should also check out the latest podcast or YouTube video with him and John Collins from Leaving the Message. They did a really great video today, which also connects all these things together. So thanks for watching. 2 more things. The word Otzi Nay in Pig Latin was used frequently. I had to cut my words out a little bit. And there is some very adult themes, so this is not for children.
The Tale of Sir Lancelot. The Lance Wallnau Show is coming at you live from the Master himself. From the Master himself. From the Master himself. With a special broadcast taken from one of Lance's most recent appearances. Tune in and get ready for some major revelation.
I pray you take the smell of smoke, the disappointment, the bitterness, the anger, the feeling of betrayal and loss. That it must be a terrible thing, Lord, to actually feel as though you've been stolen an election and that the nation that you love is suffering with it. I pray, Lord, that you'll take the smoke away, but you'll give him a revelation that he is nothing but an instrument of yours, and that as an instrument, you have your hand on him. Seeing something great happen with the fellow whose show is right before mine on Saturday, Steve Bannon.
His porn and meth house. This video is fucking great. But yeah, yeah, what do you say, Neuro? Yeah, I messaged Jeem and Adam Green, try to see if I could get them to come on here, but they're probably pretty tired from their debate. But it'd be pretty funny.
Sorry, I have my hands full. Yeah, this video, it starts off slow, but when it gets to the Dugin in like 2 minutes, well, you can just skip ahead if you want, but it's like it talks directly about what he wrote in his book and how it ties into eschatology and very interesting belief systems, and it's I mean, obviously Dugin knows a lot more about this stuff than like everybody says that he's just a political theorist. I mean, obviously, after watching this video, you cannot say that he's just interested in politics. Like, that's totally bullshit. Obviously, like, obviously he's not. But yeah, you'll see.
I think these dudes are low key gay, but like not homosexual, just gay. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, like they probably drove like lots of like chicks to go get abortions, but they still fuck dudes all the time. Like that's how these guys get down. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like, yo, there's a difference between a knowledgeable dude, right? A scholar, and just a fucking nerd. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference, there's separations. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I don't care how much you fucking read books, right? If you never actually went out in the world and applied any of that shit, you have no point of reference to any of that shit you read in the books. You know what I'm saying? Could read a book about a boat rocking, but until you're on a motherfucking boat, you really don't know what that's like.
Well, that's like Theo, who's trying to like control the entire world and doesn't want you to have a choice. But he's, I guess he's been in the real world by managing, hedge funds and stuff like that. I guess, but
So, what did law really do? Right? What law really did was made weak people able to control strong people. That's what it did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, God is the one who decided who is going to be strong. You know? This might sound crazy, but like really big people tend to be like, less wanting to control everybody around them because they don't have these fucking, Napoleon complexes and shit. Like when you actually have power in your physical, existence, you tend to not crave it so badly. But when you're a weak little fucking sniveling bastard, you tend to want power because you never had it. And so this is kind of the dilemma. You know what I'm saying?
well, and a lot of these people who are trying to control everything, they're actually serving a master, whether they're aware of it or not. And that master is preying on their weakness, I believe.
A lot of it is I found.
I see God doing a work in him. I want you guys to pray for brother Steve, for brother Steve. This guy's like, I mean, he was probably called to be an apostle. I mean, everything that he does, he's a command center, but he's got an apostolic grace on him.
Okay, so here we have Lance Wall now with Steve Bannon taking over the show. And then we have the connection between Steve Bannon and Alexander Dugin. And here's Alexander Dugin with his chaos magic symbol in the background.
Go ahead, Mr. Trump. In Trump, we trust.
And then you'll see there's a connection between Alexander Dugin and Aleister Crowley with his chaos magic stuff. And then, of course, you have Lance Wallnau with God's Chaos Code.
Yeah, we covered a lot of that stuff, and actually, Crowley was reading out of the OTO book. Check this shit out here. I played this video lots of times, where this dude is talking about his Judeo-Christian, like sort of cults.
Sworn affidavit.
Find this shit out. Yeah, here, hold on. Yeah, Judeo-Christian vision. Steve Bannon, the nationalist roots of Trump's Judeo-Christian vision, the leader who revived America first, is sailing under a Judeo-Christian flag used to combat the original America Firsters. And this is interesting.
Controversy.
You know what MAGA means? Make America Great Again on the red hat, bro. MAGA. Do you know what that actually is, bro? It's it's a satanic high priest title for the 5th level. It's the highest level in a satanic hierarchy. Magus or Maga was the feminine title. You know what I mean? That ain't a coincidence. Because everybody's trying to say, oh, well, Trump is, Trump knows all about all this Q shit. He'd be doing all kinds of secret codes and shit. But they didn't pick up on, all right, well, if he's into the hidden knowledge of secrets, why is his motherfucking slogan the high priest of Satanism? I'm just saying.
Well, that's what happened in that's what happened with the Temple of Set, which was an offshoot of a lot of this stuff, and their top person is called Magus or something like that too. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. That's Satanism, Satanism. This is where Crowley gets all his shit from, like Egypt and all this bullshit. And Satan, right? Satan, Kronos, Saturn. You know what I mean? Look, it's all the same shit, bro, right? And at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that Trump is a motherfucking Satanist, right? He's not a motherfucking Christian or a Jew or a Judo-Christian or any of this bullshit. He's a lying cocksucker.
well, when you see if we go back to the other video, it starts getting into what Dugan wrote his book about, and I mean, I'm not saying it's direct evidence, but everything he's talking about in his book apparently, like, directly lines up with the shit that we're talking about Trump and shit. It's really chilling. Dugan's book was writing about, like, all the shit that we're talking about. I mean, it's yeah. Look what this is a Christian pastor writing this book. God's Chaos Code, God's Chaos Candidate, and this guy's like best friends with Bannon. It's pretty weird.
Candidate.
So coming out of this dream, the shaman told me that actually the best thing happened in this planet right now is for Trump to be the president. I said, how is this possible? It's the best thing to happen. He said, yes, because he's so irrational, he's so crazy. That's actually create that awakening that we finally wake up. Because before it would be another guy and everything was similar, but he's so different than anything else. So he's the magician who wakes us up. What do you think? That kind of theory.
We're crazy. We're crazy. We're crazy. People that are contemporary thought leaders that are actually going to be coming into our environment. Many of them are Christian, but I'm calling in a lot of the Catholic leaders that I believe really fear God, and I want to see them all get filled with the Holy Spirit. I think Steve Bannon should speak in tongues. And so with that thought in mind, I think the whole Trump family should be charismatic, come to think of it.
Yo, why doesn't Podium have the horns and
Doesn't get involved.
an
We lose
Ouroboros on it? Like, I don't know, bro. Are people retarded? Like, or am I just looking too deep into everything?
Yeah, it's right there in the middle. I saw it too. Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that. It's like so obvious right there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Really fear God, and I want to see them all get filled with the Holy Spirit. I think Steve Bannon should speak in tongues. And so with that thought in mind, I think the whole Trump family should be charismatic, come to think of it. All of them should be. Doesn't get involved.
13 points of light on the inner ring of the
10,000,
stage lamp.
5,000, 8,000 people voting. Like I said, 82% of evangelicals showed up. So the message to Washington is,
What's he doing?
To Washington is, poor Bannon. Let me give a word to Steve Bannon. Steve Reno, don't you be discouraged. Don't you be discouraged, Steve. He wasn't crazy about Roy Moore after he found out about, the sex allegations. But I'm a
The mudra.
Yeah, rub the hand.
Is the way to go. Be true to your roots. Don't get caught up in negotiating with the establishment. We're going to take on that establishment this year before 2018. They're going to feel the heat, people. Yes, they are. Steve Reno, don't be discouraged. Do your meditation stuff.
Do your meditation stuff.
Stay in the vein you're in, kind of channeling your inner peace, man. We're going to be praying for you. We pray for Steve tonight, Lord. Just cover his head in grace and peace and give him consolation and insight and understanding. We're going to pull together because he still is storming the barricades of the establishment status quo. The truth is, if the establishment hadn't beat so hard on, I'm talking about the Republicans, because after all, we represent 25 million of us out there. We're not always organized. We're not always coherently motivated. But once we get our crosshairs fixed, bam, when we show up, watch out. When we show up, watch out.
The thematic critique of the teachings of Alexander Dugin. Influences. Dugin calls himself, number one, a traditionalist who is in favor of antiquity and against modernity. And number two, a follower of Vladimir Solovyov and Julius Evola. As an influential, mystically inclined, persuasive power behind the throne, he has been referred to as President Vladimir Putin's Rasputin. In addition, Robert Zerbin's Dugin's Evil Theology in the National Review, June 14th, 2014, states that Dugin was involved in proto-Nazi mystical circles and Thule Society-like organizations in the 1980s. To place this in context of the themes of the converging apostasy, the Thule Society, named after a mythical northern country in Greek legend, concerned itself with the origins of the Aryan race. They identified ultimate
In search of dark logos.
They were the Vril Society, yo.
Yeah, weren't you talking about how the Talmud had a
Julius? Yeah, the Kalipat, Julius Evola.
Oh, it drops every name that you drop in this like 5 paragraphs. It's crazy. It's like,
yeah, see, that's what I mean. People aren't writing on like the level, or they're not thinking on the level that the satanic controllers of this realm are even trying to break shit down on. I mean, like that's the thing. I mean, so there's very few instances of that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, dark logos. Yeah, it definitely sounds like something I would write.
No, but this dude publicly has admitted all this for 40 years, and nobody supposedly looked into it. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Valentine.
Well, we gotta
I talk about all that shit. Yeah,
we gotta be aware of one thing. Is that like, the last generation didn't really know what was going on unless they were initiated, because this shit was not all over the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you wanted information when I was a kid, you had to go fucking find a book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, if you just had a library, they didn't have, everything was censored in the library. You know what I mean? Before it even got there, it was censored. Didn't even make it there if it was good.
No, that's a good point. I mean, Google wasn't even around until I was like 19.
You could go to Barnes and Noble, but that was also censored. You understand? So like, where the fuck are you getting these occult books? You would have to go to like an antiquity dealer, and the books would be mad bread.
Yeah,
so the only people who had access to the occult knowledge were the rich elites.
Yeah, I remember, like, I saw a copy of Items Unveiled one day at the Barnes and Nobles, and then right then, like, one of the chicks who worked there walked past, and I swear to God, this bitch had black fishnet stockings on, and like those thick black glasses, and I was like, man, that's a witch right there. like I swear to God, I was like, yo, like on some shit, like, but yeah, I don't even know, man. I was tripping, but yeah.
But they used to control the information. You understand? And what we're seeing on the internet, right, is what was actually going on behind the scenes the whole time, except it's mad hard for them now because we have the internet. That's why we were under such a spell up until this point.
Well, and I think that
they needed the internet to control us, but it also can work against them.
Well, I think a big part of it is also
uses it to wake up to what's happening and breaks away from the system and fights it. Not likely.
Well, I think that's a big part of it is like they're kind of initiating everybody into it because they kind of figure they have enough of a
I'll drink to that
hold on things that it's it's kind of worth the risk to them to some degree. Like I definitely get the sense like they don't mind people like us knowing about it because we're not able to popularize the knowledge, right? And even if people knew, it's not going to motivate them just by knowing. So that's the other side of it. They've kind of got this monopoly on motivation for people, mostly money, but other things as well, and that's why I kept talking about Teal the past couple of days, because Teal's whole thing and a lot of these guys, like, they're trying to gamify, like, Eros, what Hank talks about all the time, which is desire, motivation. Like, they're trying to gamify how to get people to want to be.
Here's what I have to say to
slave.
that. Cheers.
I might go drink some tequila myself. I'm just joking. The worm.
Thule as an ancient lost landmass in the extreme north, which is said by non-mystics to be the capital of the ancient mythical Hyperborea. Yes, it's true. Nazism is rife with many esoterically based, undeniable insanities beyond those that are more widely known. In Search of the Dark Logos, Philosophico-Theological Outlines by Dugan, 2013, the chapter titles themselves give us some insight into.
Oh shit, I'm gonna copy this book, man. This fucking shit looks awesome. The Dark Logos? What the fuck, yo? All right. I mean, I usually read like classical works in philosophy, but yeah, I think I'll take a break from that just to look at this shit.
Yeah,
Look at the flick of the wrist.
Check out what he mentions right here. It's crazy, the shit that he mentions right here. You'll definitely want to read it.
What if this guy?
Topics that drive his.
What if this guy was just practicing occult magic and went into the future and read TML's book and then went back in time and wrote this book?
Yeah, on some shit like, yeah, I mean, like logos dethroned, like dark logos. it's almost like a challenge. Like, it's fucking weird. Like, it is.
And the ancient translation of the Hebrew was Christ protagonist.
Yo, I was tripping balls when old dude went on to Adam Green, Christopher John Bjerknes, and he started saying that the fucking Christ is based on Phanes Protagonist, and he literally said protagonist, and I was like, there's no way that the word protagonist doesn't come from fucking protagonist. Like, this is fucking crazy. I mean, so I was like so tripped out by that. Like, I didn't even know that. Until like I was watching Adam Green and this fucking Christopher John Bjerknes fellow came on there way like almost a year after I'm like done writing my shit, and is like talking about Phanes Protagonist of the Orphic Pythagoreans and all this shit, and how he thinks that that's what Judaism is about. And I'm like, that's kind of to me, that was a leap and a jump. But I guess there's a little bit of ways there from the Orphic Pythagoreanism of Plato, how it infected that shit.
TML. The reason why all this shit seems to be connected is because it is connected through the occult mysteries.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then that occult mystery, what you're seeing on the surface level, right, is essentially the ripples coming from what's occulted. So like all the surface level is just a new flavor of what they're showing the public, but they're all practicing the same occult system underneath the cloak.
And that's,
you know what I mean? Like, if you really look at it, right, pantheism, right, comes from Pan, right? What is Pan? Pan is the goat, plays the flute. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
that's pretty much what Giorgiani says. Not explicitly, but I would say almost what he's saying, kind of like in code, in my opinion.
You just got to look into Pan, bro. You've got Saturnalia, right? Which is a festival of like fertility in ancient Rome. And it was to Saturn, right? But Pan like ruled over this holiday, and motherfuckers would run around and whip bitches, you know what I mean? And just have orgies in a fucking street. So I'm just saying, you know what I mean? This is what it is.
And not the good kind.
For example,
yeah, it's the whole Saturnalia thing.
They include
shit was wild in Rome, right?
Of the converging apostasy, such as can be seen in Chapter 9, The Challenge of Valentinus, Chapter 12, Kabbalah and Neoplatonism, in Chapter 13, Traditionalism as a Theory, Sophia and Plato.
In chapter 13, Dugan tells us that the traditionalist movement of Rene Guénon and others like Julius Evola believed, as did Helena Blavatsky, that there is basic universal truth present in all religions, and that these universal truths, number one, elevate the figure of Sophia, and two, promote a primordial theology which can be boiled down to Platonism and Neoplatonism. Elsewhere, we learn that for Dugan, Platonism was the universal wisdom. Dugan rightly asserts that we can trace the line of what he calls the dark logos through the mystics of occultism, Kabbalah, Neoplatonists, and Satanists like Eliphas Levi. As a reminder, it was Levi who first depicted the devil as the goat man woman Baphomet, ubiquitous in Satanist-oriented occultism, and two, influenced Blavatsky's positive views about Satan and fallen angels. Under the subheading, The Dark Logos of Neoplatonism, Dugan says that Neoplatonism contains the main ideas of Plato in a synthesis with other Hellenistic and Middle Eastern religious and mystical systems. Likewise, he asserts that the thread of the Dark Logos can be found in Kabbalah, alchemy, the teachings of the Gnostic sects, and the millenarian doctrines of the three kingdoms espoused by Joachim of Fior. As is stated elsewhere, the three kingdoms of Joachim of Fior are similar to the Gnostic Valentinus conception of three levels of spirituality, the third being the perfection of union with one's personal angel, are comparable to the manifest.
Yeah, and it's funny, the earlier shows we did, like I was talking a lot about Joachim of Fior, its relations to Hegel, Julius Evola, Rene Guénon, and the whole thing about the Sufis and its links to all of the Discordianism and accelerationism type of stuff. And yeah, it's actually very interesting. And also Evola and his rejection of the modern world, and his rejection of modernism and the kind of quasi kind of romanticism that comes out of there, that ties into Carlyle and how this neo-reactionary movement and the accelerationists are styling this kind of new right. So Dugan is essential in that. He's kind of trying to style a new form of conservatism, right?
Well, I'm definitely sure that the Christian nationalists are not falling prey to this. Okay, I know that 100%. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Yo, you ever read Into the Hashashins, bro?
Yeah. We talked about it.
There's a book on the Hashashins, bro, and that shit gets really deep. Fucking, if you look into like the storyline of like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I seen that shit because
it's mad Masonic.
Yeah, the Brethren of Sincerity. That's where they draw a lot of their shit from, because the shit is from a type of the Sufism that's linked to Shia Islam instead of the Sufism that's linked to Sunni Islam that you see in the Ottoman Empire. So and also in India, and in Pakistan and shit. So it's interesting. In Turkey and in India, you have a sort of a Sunni Sufism, but over there, starting in the 11th century with the Brethren of Sincerity, you got this whole other type of Sufism that's kind of mixes itself with Neoplatonism. And that's in this guy, Hassan Sabah, the man who lived on the mountain, on Kalamat,
the old man in the mountain, right?
Yeah, the old man in the mountain, Hassan Sabah is his name. So you could go and study his writings. He actually wrote philosophical treatises, and he was an Aga Khan of the Ismailis, right? And the Ismailis, they had a system where they had a hidden imam, right? But most of the writings about the Hashashins are from the writings of Marco Polo. So they're complete nonsense, because they're just a bunch of made up stories that fucking Marco Polo invented, right? Like he invented stories of Genghis Khan and shit like that. So there's a lot of confusion there too.
So wait, you think Genghis Khan wasn't real? More maybe.
Well, it's just when Marco Polo says he was in the court of Kublai Khan in China, there's no historical proof that he ever was in China, because he makes all sorts of geographical errors about shit that's going on in China. He misplaces historical events.
So do we have another source on Genghis Khan? I'm asking because like there's something very specific about that I'm
Well, we'll just go on. Go on.
I mean, yeah, there's probably historical inaccuracies. I'm just saying, like, there's all kinds of connections between the assassins and then the fucking, you know, it goes into like the Templars and all kinds of different crazy shit.
Well,
you know what I mean? And like you would assume that a group that's a secret guild, right, of organized assassins, they would probably be involved in some kind of political fucking world power struggle, you know what I mean? Some kind of infiltration of the system. They were probably trying to do a good thing, right? Originally. You know what I mean? Like, if you really look at it, what was the world they were in? What were they trying to fucking, you know, overthrow? Probably a wicked ass system. You know what I mean? Like, so it's this weird, you know, divine comedy, this dance of fucking, you know, this balance of trying to do good things, you know what I mean, being willing to do fucked up shit for the right reason, and then, you know, trying not to become that monster that you set out to stop in the first place. It's a weird, you know what I mean?
What were you gonna say about the Mongols, Neural?
Well, I'm just curious, like, to what degree that story can be trusted, because it's kind of parallels a lot of stuff that was going on, because it was not long after Islam started, right? But you know, the whole weird history of that northern part of Mongolia, and you know, also out of Georgia, Ukraine, like a lot of the stuff that Giorgiani alludes to sounds like he's either talking about the Hashashins or some other group of Scythians or something in that area, because he says that Islam fucked it up, because he said that before Islam came along, that really it was the Iranian secret societies that were really running the show out there in the middle of Europe, and Islam fucked it all up. You know, he was basically saying like they were out there having their orgies, and they're living like a paradise on earth, and then Islam fucked it up, and that's why he has such a personal vendetta against Islam. He sees them as really the only thing between whatever his connection with the Jews are, you know, really taken over. And I mean, he said that pretty explicitly if you really listen to what he's saying. So I just want to mention that, because I think there's something about that little area and time between around the time of Islam and the 1100s that you're talking about. And I think in between there is the Mongolian Empire that kind of swept all the way from, you know, borderline Western Europe all the way through that region. So I'm not sure how all that fits together, but I just think that there's something very interesting about that time period from like 700 to 1100 in that area. So, and like you said many times, like that's what the you know, the whole Hashashin, and like the what do you call it, the 1001 Arabian Nights or whatever the fuck it is, you know, and then a lot of the stories that Disney tell about Aladdin and all that shit is like, you know, related to that. And I don't think it's an accident that they kind of bring all that out. And also, like, it links to the Phoenicians. Like, I watched a movie about Aladdin, and or maybe not Aladdin, but it was one of those it might have been, it was something very, very similar to Aladdin. And the whole story had Lou Ferrigno in it. I can't remember, but if you really pay attention, um they're displaying it as if it's a bunch of Persian people, but they're really
Yeah, the Ismailis are basically they're the ones who write Aladdin. Aladdin was like the fourth Aga Khan of the Ismailis, and he basically became like the Aga Khan when he was like a kid. So that's what the story of Aladdin is about. It's about the tales of the Ismailis, and they have jinns do crazy shit. They got a lot of stuff about the jinns in their stories.
Yeah,
right? Because
exactly.
they're talking about apotropaic magic, right?
No, and again, this is where, like, I think a lot of the occultist, you know, that are, you know, Dugan is probably included in this, but I mean, for a long time, when they're talking about connecting with entities, you know, it may as well be a jinn or something similar, because if you really pay attention what they're building with, I mean, he said it right there. He said it's tied into millenarianism, alchemy, and, you know, whatever the fuck else he said. But I mean, it's like, it's right there in plain sight if you really listen to what these people are saying. They're saying these outside entities are giving them directions on how, who, what, why, and where to build and do these things. So, I mean, not to quote Alex Jones, but I'm not saying I believe this. This is what they are basically telling you if you listen, right? So, that's kind of the weird part about this whole like new Christian stuff, because like they totally ignore that science and alchemy and all this shit is coming out of this stuff. Like, without a doubt, it's coming directly out of this stuff. So, anyways.
Enjoy the silence, everyone. Talking my ass off for like 2 hours here. Even my throat's getting sore. I just got a message from Adam Green, said his throat is sore. So I can understand that, because he just debated for 3 hours. Then they had those stupid fucking questions. So yeah, we'll have him on soon. We'll do some things. And Jeem, I haven't heard back from. We'll figure out what's going on with Jeem. Get him up on here. I'm gonna play a song real quick. Take a little break here. Smoke a little bit. And I got some fucking samosas and shit. I'm fucking eat this shit. But yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. You know what I mean? And we're gonna do some more breakdowns of this video with Dugan, and also another breakdown of another video that I have that I think Neuro Jack's gonna get a kick out of if he's got time. But
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off now, spend a little time with the kid, and I'll be listening.
Yeah.
I'll jump back on in a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean,
I'm listening. I just got to do a couple things. I don't want to.
Yeah, bless you guys.
Kill
Yeah.
my full battery. I got to charge it up.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, of course. Fuck this online shit. And I wish I had a kid. Honestly, this shit is bullshit. I mean, it is what it is. I got to struggle in life. But yeah, man. Thank you for being here for me, brother Neuro. And yeah, when you come back, I'll play the videos and shit. There's no sense in playing them without you.
No, just pop it for me. Just keep playing it. Well, I want to hear your breakdown. I'm gonna jump back on. I just want to charge up for like 15-20 minutes because my stuff.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
All right, cool. Bye.
Yeah, and yeah, same with Adam Green. They got the kids. You know what I mean? So blessings to them for having these kids and teaching them about what they know about what's going on in the world. We're gonna need it in the future. You know what I'm saying? I mean, imagine people who have the type of knowledge that an Adam Green or Jeem has, versus just regular people. I mean, they're gonna be more equipped, like for the world. It doesn't matter what you know, as long as you got some knowledge. There's to compare what the fuck is going on. You could do a little something with it. But yeah, 20K in 9 months. Yeah, really. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, hilarious.
K, you in the blue suit in the front. What's the purpose of this gathering you're having here today? I mean, well, I'm just here representing the hip-hop community, man, the southern region. Actually all the hoods, all the poor folks on the planet. Who've been murdered, raped, pillaged, beat, hung, economically oppressed, improperly educated, And basically just to say that the United States is responsible for all this. So as an artist, I feel it's my responsibility to teach people and tell them what y'all chose to hide from us, and tell you how this country really came to power. So that's why we're here. Let's go. Wherever he lived, he left faces streaming with tears. If the truth hurts, you about to be screaming for years. Where you been? Every day he's revealing his hand. It starts with killing the man, then stealing the land. So who the real thief? Who the real worldwide thug? Watch God rip a hole up in this country you love. Every storm that he can form was sent from above. Every page of your history was written in blood. They went in and slew natives till their remnants were through. Your homie George Washington, he killed Indians too. Let me shout out to the government, they use us, man. The police and the trashy ass Ku Klux Klan. Over time, they proved to have the greediest minds. These serial killers broke every treaty they signed. Columbus was a slave trader, that's an accurate claim. He took 600 Indian slaves and packed them to Spain. It was straight hell everywhere them savages came. And damn, what about the 100 million Africans, man? From the range of this country's dirt, no one's exempt. See, America's a hoe and Israel is a pimp. See, this thing was organized to deprive me, so I'm going kamikaze on these artificial fake Ashkenazis. Judges, politicians, police, and media. The blood-sucking skunks and false preachers misleading you. I want to see a knife in your throat for trying to cut mine. I pray for destruction of your whole family's bloodline. And that goes for your arrogant seed who love to say if y'all don't like it in this country, then leave. Alright, cool, homie, break us off some land and paper to compensate for hundreds of years of unpaid labor. And that's the only thing that might save you. But we already know that you'll never do it, cause that ain't in your nature. The truth of who you are, we've been blessed to find. Now we got a 401k of justice saved up, collection time.
So you don't believe that the government is sincere in its efforts to spread democracy in the Middle East?
Hell no. Next question.
So what do you think about our homeland security policy?
The real question is who really needs the security? America ain't no threat to be attacked, man. They the ones doing the attacking. And history proves it. Let me show you. They bombed China and Korea during the Korean War. Then they bombed Guatemala back in 1954. Indonesia and Cuba fell victim to the trend. Then in 1960, they hit Guatemala again. The Congo, Vietnam in 1969. Cambodia and Guatemala for a third time. Grenada in 83, yeah, I remember seeing this. Then Gaddafi in Libya back in 1986. Minister Farrakhan saw that one in the vision he would have. Elijah told him Reagan was plotting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. El Salvador, Iran, Nicaragua came in time. Then they blew up the ghettos in Panama in 89. Iraq in 91, the same year they got Kuwait. Somalia, Bosnia, and Sudan in 98. Afghanistan, Yugoslavia, over to Yemen. And they never cared about innocent children and women. In 2001, again Afghanistan. Initiated after the fake 9/11 scam. Then they backdoored Iraq till they took out Saddam. They called everyone terrorists, but who's really dropping bombs? Yeah, history don't lie. Don't get mad at me. These are the facts. This is what you did. This is what the United States of America did. So why they try to play it off like everybody else is the enemy? They've been an enemy to the whole planet. Every country, every continent, every people that was native to the land. They came and caused destruction. These are not lies. These are truths. So take it up with your history teacher. For teaching you that bullshit. Yeah.
That's right. Shit ain't no Kanye West. It ain't time for that shit. Shit ain't no Drake. It's like Lee Scratch Perry said. He said, we don't like Drake because he moved like a snake. That's what it is. Draco.
And according to that ghostwriter, all his lines were fake.
Yeah. Old actors, real life actors. Just
Drake.
like
Drake? The homie in the wheelchair and everybody loves That's So Raven? Drake.
Dark Logos. It's funny because Dugan had a book called Dark Logos. This dude E. Michael Jones wrote a book called Logos Rising, and I wrote a book called Logos Dethroned. So whatever this concept was, this Logos concept, it was blowing the fuck up. You know, like all three of us saw the same thing, that something about Neoplatonism, you know, and the Kabbalah, because when I put two and two together and I thought, oh my God, Neoplatonism is the Kabbalah. I was like, oh my God. I mean, you know, because I had been studying Plato and Aristotle. So, yeah, everything started to make more sense that this shit was a pseudo philosophy, you know, because it doesn't have the quality of philosophy in terms of its logical consistency that some of the other philosophies have. You know, I'm talking about Spinoza or, you know, Kant or some people like that, right? Where, you know, Avicenna, another name, you know, I mean, these guys are hard to read. They're extremely technical. You know, Kierkegaard, right? You know, I mean, we're talking about the tradition of philosophy. You know, you're not just going to sit there and read these things. You know, I mean, it's very difficult to decipher these things. It's like deciphering religious texts or something. You know, or you know, and occult manuscripts. They're combining both. That's what you need to realize. They're combining the religious theological speculations, right, from extra theological sources, right, like the Apocrypha and also those commentaries by religious scholars, but they're also combining the philosophical tracks, arcane philosophies. That's how you birth the occult, right? That the occult is literally these two things, you know, and in the West, that means two things. It means Plato and it means the Kabbalah. So it's not odd for Dugan to become obsessed with these things. Right? These are the main things he's going to speculate on, right? You know, thank you to my 28 viewers for making it over here on this other channel. Blessings to you guys. Right?
Yep.
You know, it's a great honor to have you guys, you know, in terms of that, we just made this channel new. You know, I just started something up just brand new and already 28 people here. What a great blessing. Thank you guys so much. I mean, you know, I'm honored. But yeah.
It's weird that you say that about Neoplatonism and Kabbalah, because right after I found Neoplatonism, that's probably Kabbalah, I believe, is like the next thing that I found. Like, and I didn't want to go like super deep into it. I don't know. I could have studied it and stuff, but I did study parts of it, but I never really felt like putting all those pieces together. And I think maybe that was a good reason for that. I almost looked at it like right brain logic, you know, like religion would be like right brain, and then the Neoplatonic stuff would be like left brain, possibly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you say that because I have this whole let me kind of find this thing because this is such a, you know, oh shit, I have it in my backgrounds, don't I? I made it my virtual background, yo. It's so funny, man. Yeah, because I'm crazy like that. You know? So yeah, man. You know, so here it is. Yeah, I don't even have to find this image. So yeah, look at this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, rationalism, British empiricism, scholasticism, including classical education, idealism, perennial tradition, Greek skepticism. Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like how Plato is math, right? And then
red and the
and
blue.
Aristotle is science, right?
With the red and the blue too.
Yeah. You know. So yeah. So that is
It's
such
like a
a key.
secondary dualism or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like a dualism within dualism, you know. You know. So there's literally four. Right?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Like
So
they're points, they're 4 points almost, but
oh yeah, and if you look at you know uh Kabbalah, right? That's one of their key things is four, right? That aspect of four, right?
mm,
About foundation and
hmm
destruction, right? It
yes.
means both foundation and destruction, right? The four corners, you know, and me and you know, Rant here, we're talking about squaring the circle. That's one of the key occult themes. You know, they always talk about squaring the circle, all right?
hmm
So this whole notion about, you know, four, you know, and also the two, you know, the soul and the spirit, the distinction between the soul and the spirit. And this is exactly the thing that the Zohar starts with.
Mm.
It's like the first line in the Zohar, they start telling you the soul and the spirit are two different things, right? And start telling you the dimensions of each thing. And now, obviously, there's a dualism that exists within each, right? So a higher and a lower aspect, right?
Sons of God teachings about the three levels of salvation, the third being divine manifested sonship. And I'm sorry, I wasn't counting three. Number three, echo the third spiritual initiation of Alice Bailey to some degree, and four are the historical basis for the Third Reich. Oh. Taking dominion, the sacred purge, and angels. In Dugin's Evil Theology, published in the National Review, June 14th, 2014, Robert Zerbin quotes, "The American empire should be destroyed." Alexander Dugin and the Perils of Immanentized Eschatology by James Heiser. As is mentioned elsewhere, to immanentize is to attempt to bring about the utopian conditions of the kingdom/new age through human efforts. According to Heiser, Dugin sees the entire history of the world as a continuous battle between two factions, Russia and Eurasianism, versus Russia and Eurasianism versus the Atlantic Order of the West. The West is exemplified, of no surprise, by the United States.
Yeah, and this whole fourth political theory was actually also proposed by Mitronovic and Gurdjieff, G.I. Gurdjieff, right, who was also influenced by Rene Guénon and traditionalism. You know, so they were all linked into or cued into the same thing, right? And we also talked about Mussolini and his influence, you know, his tie into Evola and how the Italian fascists were more into Evola and the Nazis were more into the Thula society, right? And now we see that Dugin is kind of merging both of those together. See? So
Is he like an ambassador?
well, yeah, it's funny because, you know, you have the whole, you know, Russian German merger of this whole system within this Bohemian sphere of influence. So it's really this Bohemian, a Bohemia and Prague, you know, and this whole kind of, you know, this ancient, the ancient line of Bohemian kings that I was showing the other day, the Order of the Dragon and Vlad Dracul and these types of things. You know, he's kind of going into a more of the merger that existed at the beginning of the whole thing. You know, between the German and the Russian like kind of systems. You know?
Okay.
Accordingly, Dugin bluntly states that the American empire should be destroyed. This, of course, is not a great idea to have, considering the fact that Dugin acts as an influencer of Vladimir Putin. With his mental state and the stockpile of nuclear weapons at their fingertips, war with Dugin and his mouthpiece Putin poses the possibility of an unwinnable war. pause. I would just like to say,
and I talked about this dialectic in terms of the modern world. You know, they have it in the modernism. You know, you have it in terms of, you know, Hegel and Nietzsche that transform into Marx and Freud, right? Basically. But yeah, you have this whole understanding where they even try to do this kind of like two-headed, you know, thing. And you
It's
know,
how they get what they want, bro.
Yeah.
It's like if they want you to be like completely in control, they force society to go out of control, so the people demand like more rules, and then they impose all the rules, you vote them in, and you know what I mean, you think they're only going to stop the madness, but then they take over you. You know what I mean? It's like black white, you know what I mean? Left right. It's incremental process of achieving what you want, even appearing as if you're supporting what you don't. You know what I mean? It's like you support your enemy so that you could topple them over. That's the Hegelian dialectic. You know what I mean? It's like you propose essentially the problem that you want the solution outcome to be. You know, it's like Israel wants to fucking blow up Dome of the Rock, right? So they create fucking, you know what I mean, like a terrorist organization. They attack themselves, right? And then they're like, oh, we got attacked by terrorists. Looks like we got to go to war. And then they go and they fucking kill innocent people. You see? Now they're justified in doing what they wanted to do, which is kill innocent people. And how did they achieve justification? They basically feigned terrorists against themselves. Right? So they supported their enemy just so that they could control the narrative and do what they want at the end of the day. You know?
I see it.
It's like, they wanted to pass all the Patriot Act shit. They wanted to go to war in Afghanistan. They wanted to go to war in Iraq. So they blew up the towers, blamed it on terrorists somewhere in the Middle East, and just started fucking bombing away. That's how it works, you know? Pearl Harbor. All these things. False flags. What do you think a false flag is? It's the fucking pinnacle of the Hegelian dialect. You know what I mean? It works in other ways too. It's not just false flags, but that's the most fucking, that's the most demonstrable example of it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's apparent. I mean, I think the Catholic Church operates on the same principle. It's like they give you a version of God that's bullshit, drives you away from God, thus they achieve their goal. You don't believe in God. You know what I mean? They don't care if you believe in anything as long as it's not the real God. So if they can get you to turn away from God because that you don't believe in their false version of it, mission accomplished for the devil, right?
Tricky.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like, you know, like the occult is really creating, you know, the mafia. So that's really what it is. You know, they create the mafia as a controlled opposition in order to get the government in on the whole shit. So that's the way they get
It's like
the state in on it. Yep.
If you got a society of people, right, and everybody's good people, then you don't need police walking around with badges and guns and handcuffs. So what you do is you get a bunch of thugs to go around, beat people up and rob people. Now they're like, we need cops. Now you elect cops, and now you have a control system that you never needed.
That's pretty much what it is. It's pretty much the modern state in a summary, So yeah, uh, or modern, contract theory in a fucking or whatever it is in a fucking summary. But yeah.
I have seen for years a lot of people who really like Donald Trump also really think Putin is cool because he says things that sound like a conservative is saying about morality or stuff like that, or that he's against the alphabet people, and so Christians think, oh, he's one of us, he's on our side. Nope. Heiser tells us that Dugin's eschatological view is a dualistic form of Gnosticism, expressing a battleground of the forces of good and evil, in which he sees the West as the realm of Antichrist. Heiser says that Dugin's fusion of traditionalism and Eurasianism has become a Gnostic mass movement and an activist mysticism. To explain this form of activism in the fourth political theory, Dugin lets his readers know something that, number one, Alice Bailey influenced New Agers with hands-on eschatology, and number two, Jane Lead influenced Manifest Sons of God believers both affirm. For example, he tells those under his influence that their involvement is required to bring in the kingdom. The end times and the eschatological meaning of politics will not realize themselves on their own. Wow. In his version of Hands-on Eschatology, Dugin connects the themes of taking dominion, the sacred purge, deification based on the big lie, and angels. For example, in the Metaphysics of National Bolshevism, he says that this greatest revolution of history, a universal one, will include the angel's return and the hero's resurrection. What? In addition, sounding something like a Valentinian text and Russian President Putin, Dugin says that the Russian people will cause the end of the world, since death is the way to immortality. Mo Bedard, aka Mo, and self-proclaimed expert in Gnosticism, the occult, and esotericism, posted an article about Dugin at GnosticWarrior.com, which sheds more light on Dugin via Putin's path toward omnicide, world destruction. In relation to the nature and direction of this path, Bedard refers to Dugin as Putin's left-hand Gnostic man, who separates the wheat from the tares. Bedard, like Alice Bailey and Savitri Devi, and strangely similar to Jane Lead-inspired Manifest Sons of God teacher J. Preston Eby, does not refer to Hitler as an evil man. Instead, he says that Hitler was an example of one who became overwhelmed by a deeper, more ancient, more absolute aspiration in the...
Yeah, the writings of Savitri Devi and the thoughts of Miguel Serrano are very interesting, in terms of the Black Sun and the expansion of the Thula Society teachings. So they kind of expand on it. She's a follower of Kali. She lived in India. This Greek lady, Savitri Devi. Very weird lady. And very highly considered in the occult. She's like a secondary source to like Blavatsky and stuff, And not too many people know about her. Yeah, maybe I could play a video about Savitri Devi after this. It would be very useful for people.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, she's fucking weird.
Gnostic spirit. He was, in essence, filled with the secret and terrible light of the left-hand path. Is this what we are dealing with when attempting to enact foreign policy with Russia? If so, this deeper and more terrible left-hand path is illuminated via Valentinus, via Kabbalah, via Solovyov, via Dugin, via Putin. Anti-Semitism and race and the sacred purge. Speaking in typical neo-tropes, Dugin says that the flame of Hyperborea will transform geopolitical reality into a new global ideology, like those influenced by the precedents Jane Lead set for hands-on eschatology, this new reality will bring the final restoration, but not in the way that globalist spokesmen have theorized. According to Dugan, globalist spokesmen are predominantly to be found in the West, the USA in particular, and are identified as the Antichrist, people from the Bible land, people from the Holy Land. I'm going to be careful. I'm going to use that. That's my code word. Who control international banking. Okay. Wow. In the chapter titled Alexander Dugan Between Eschatology, Esotericism, and Conspiracy Theory in the Handbook of Conspiracy Theory and Contemporary Religion, Victor Schnirelman explains Dugan's position further. For example, Schnirelman says,
Yeah, I mean, this piano shit is a disaster. I mean, I don't know what she was thinking with this fucking piano music, but this shit is a fucking catastrophe. I mean, we need something more, less like, I've been fucking, graped and thrown away here. You know what I'm saying, right? Or some type of, this is the kind of music,
It's kind of creepy. It's like dun dun dun, and then it just repeats for like 4 minutes.
Yeah, like it's like, geez, we could have used like maybe spy music or some shit, like fucking James Bond or some shit. Let's go with that type of shit. Fucking, GoldenEye N64 or some fucking shit. Like, come on, man, what is this fucking shit? So I apologize for that, but yeah, but fucking, the fucking voices in my head do not like this music.
that Dugan joins the long list of those who vilify the Holy Land people as a corollary to their esoteric-based worldview. Dugan does this in his writings about the world plot of the eternal enemy, which he relates to the narrative of the Antichrist. This mindset is preoccupied with conspiratorial anti-Semitism, where history unfolds as an eternal occult war between true Christianity and Judaism, intimating the sacred purge and the coming of a world leader considered to be the Christ, according to Dugan. This version of the end will ultimately give way to, number one, the final victory of the sacred avatar, i.e., a Christ-like world leader, and two, the coming of the great judgment. The Devil Reborn. On page 11 and 12 of Dugan's Search of the Dark Logos, Philosophico-Theological Outlines, 2013, under the subtitle of The New Gnosis, we learn more about the Dark Logos, aka Chaos. Pause. Like the Chaos Candidate by Lance Wallnau. Just saying. For example, the Dark Logos is said to be like the invisible sun that Blavatsky spoke of, and which Kabbalistic theosophers refer to as the black.
I mean, chaos is basically what he's referring to as Sophia. Okay, and order is what he's referring to as Plato. So these two poles of this whole experience, the god and the goddess, kind of hearkening back to what we were talking about earlier on the Promethean special, on the Machine Lives channel. The Friday show we did. We will not be doing a Friday show tomorrow. That's why we're here. But tonight. But yeah, in terms of the Friday show, last time we did a show on the Promethean Colossus, that they're going to symbolize Prometheus, sorry, and liberty. And I was talking about Epimetheus, and Prometheus and the whole story.
And yo, what is the great work of alchemy? What is the Star of the Rephaim, right? What is the Star of David? What is that, right? What is the masculine combined with the feminine? What exactly does that mean, right? What are they combining? You get what I'm saying? Like, you've got the Statue of Liberty. So what are they doing adding the masculine to it? So we have the Statue of Liberty. That's a receiving, like a funnel. You know what I mean? It's water or earth. It's the upside down triangle. It's a receiver. You know what I mean? It's got a wide reception and it focuses it down to a point. But then you've got the masculine, right? Which is the producer, right? Like, which is the generation. It's collecting a bunch of energy and focusing it into one point, giving, like, positive, right? And so what are they doing when they combine the receiving with the giving? I don't understand. You know, what is it about the hermaphroditic God that they wish to obtain? Like, why is it that they worship, you know, androgyny, the divine androgyne? What exactly is it, right? You with me on this one, yo?
Yep, I'm listening. I'm just trying to think about what it could be.
We've got a shill in the chat. I'm not sure what they're shilling for, but
Oh, yeah.
look within. Who's look within?
Okay, hold on. Let me try to pull this up on a file so that everybody can see it. Cause yeah, this is what Mikey was talking about here. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, I need to pull it up as a slide. Let me see this shit. From your computer.
Mom. She's sleeping over there. So essentially we got the alchemical process where you got the masculine and the feminine, right, being drawn into one. If you look at like all the alchemical woodcuts and shit, the images that they had produced by carving into the wood, you know what I mean? A lot of them are going to show you like the moon and the sun, and they're drawing this shit into one. You know, they're showing the chalice filling up from the moon and the chalice filling up from the sun. And there's a whole lot of shit going on here. You know what I mean? I don't claim to understand all of it. I don't even claim that my understanding is true, but there's a lot going on here with the masculine, the feminine, the moon, the sun, the positive, the negative, the Jachin, the Boaz, the white, the black, the left, the right. You know what I mean? It's like they're trying to bring the Hegelian into the human itself, right? They're trying to incrementally not only move society, but they want to move every human being incrementally into the image of their God, which is an androgyne. You know what I mean? Baphomet, Lucifer. Now you know. That's why it's all in degrees. They got to get you to accept this before you accept that. You'll never accept that until you accept this. You see?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having a real problem pulling this fucking shit up. Fucking.
This is all the same shit, like, you know what I mean? I've been talking about this shit for a long time. It's all the same.
Annapurna needs to join at some point, sometime in the future.
Yeah, if you're operating a 3,300 ton press, you should probably be focused on that instead of talking shit in the chat.
No, who's talking shit?
Some 33-ton-pound press operator.
Annapurna. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Blessings. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Punjab.
She's a homie, man. She's a
The
homie.
Jut. Yeah,
She's
we are
slick. She's
Jut.
smart.
Yeah, we're from Punjab there. Yeah, exactly. Northern Pakistan. Yeah. Yeah, blessings, Annapurna. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed your drawings yesterday. And also, your friend, in a thought experiment, he's a great companion of mine. I mean, on this journey. You know what I mean?
He's a friend of Watch the Collapse too, which is a friend of.
Yeah, Watch the Collapse has been here too, watching this show. So yeah. So I appreciate the support of Watch the Collapse as well. He was
Good
talking
dude.
about Adam Green too. I think he follows the Adam Green.
Yeah, he did a talk for like what was it, about an hour and a half or 2 hours with Eric Dubay a few months ago.
Oh, okay.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, Eric Dubay knows a lot about that stuff too. The Rothschilds. Eric Dubay is all about Rothschilds and how they're controlling a lot of things. You know, so yeah, Austin is great. Yeah, Austin's a very intelligent man. From what I've seen. So I've had lots of good conversations with him. Robots too. Yeah. Look within. Oh, okay. You guys are going at each other. Look within and look within. Join up. But yeah, everyone's welcome. Yeah, I'm very much connected to my, Desi roots. I love being Desi. I love the whole aspect of it. I love the food. I love the dress. You know what I mean? I wear that. Obviously I wear the kameez and shalvar kameez. It's kind of like how I dress. I mean, but yeah, I was born there, so it is what it is. I have the whole, the Indian. You know what I mean, so we got the whole style here. But yeah, I also got a virtual background here. We got Ganesha, the homie. Yeah, man. I like the Shiva, the whole thing with Shiva and Ganesha. You know what I mean?
Something all three of us, Machine, myself, and Malika and Aperna have in common is that CBO hates us.
Oh yeah. Oh, does he? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I really got on his bad side. Yeah, I really got on his bad side. If we got this whole interaction. With obviously I'm being the environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that.
Did you guys see him pull his gun out right now on me?
Why would he do that?
like little scare tactics. It's triggered. I call it being triggered.
I mean,
he was triggered. So, quite literally.
Why would he aim at the camera? I don't
know. I don't know. He stopped streaming a little while after that. So maybe he just didn't like his webcam. So he was
he was just bugging out, like maybe he just went through some shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be. It could be he went through some shit and he was trying to express his whole thing. But yeah, I think they were thinking that I went through some shit. So they were trying to trigger me, I think, or something like that.
I've been analyzing a lot of people that, I thought were agents, right? And I mean, come to realize, it's more likely that they're just lost people, searching for an answer that they're never going to get. And so like their determinism and their methods and their mythology. It appears to be like systematic and for an agenda, but the agenda is that they're trying to prove that they know what they're talking about to themselves because they're not comfortable in what they believe.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. Let's see this. Yeah, but I can still speak Urdu, so I'm one of the few. I'm one of the few Pakistanis that can still speak Urdu. So it is what it is. I mean, so I'm actually bilingual. I can't really speak Punjabi, but I can understand it. I mean, so I'm happy to at least be able to understand. I want to learn how to speak and like write, and all of that type of stuff, so I could read the poetry. Man, there's so much Urdu poetry. You know what I mean? In terms of Allama Iqbal and all those types of stuff. Muhammad Iqbal. He wrote Nietzschean style poetry. But he wrote it about biblical topics. Like he wrote one called Moses. He wrote one about Moses in the Nietzschean sort of meter, poetic composition. Let me go to this. I don't know. I keep trying to pull up this image, but I can't. So I don't know what to do. But
Don't matter.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any other stuff Annapurna talks about? Have you seen her present anything?
Who?
Oh, here it comes. No, I have not seen Annapurna present. The
Oh
first
man,
thing
see, like,
the only thing I've seen of her is the drawing is the
that's
beautiful
it.
drawing that she did yesterday, and I was very happy to just catch that. But yeah, I didn't know that she's also a presenter.
Oh yeah,
That's fascinating. Yeah.
very very sweet, very patient, full of knowledge, and like just knows how to stay upbeat all the time.
Yeah, here it is, Mikey. So this is what you were talking about, the Simonian analogy. This image by G.R.S. Mead about the top triangle and the bottom triangle, about how they represent the male and the feminine poles. And on the top, it says it's mind, voice, and reason, and on the bottom, it's reflection, name, and thought. Now, see the secondary principles on the bottom thing, the feminine principles facing downwards, right? They represent the negative material impulse, whereas the higher order, right, represent the one that's pointed upwards to heaven, right, and the one that's pointed downwards to earth, right? The one pointed upwards to heaven, right, represents the ethereal, right? So that is interesting, but the one pointed downwards represents the ether, right? The actual physical substrate of the spiritual stuff, right? So it's interesting, and that's why
That's what they say, though. The problem is that when you deal with all these alchemical or occulted texts, what you're reading is not what they're trying to convey to you.
Exactly, right.
So let's ignore all the words and let's look at what we're looking at. It's the Kabbalistic tree of life expanded. If you were to compact all these symbols, you'd get the tree of life.
Right. And you can already see it like in this. You see like the head and then the thing above the head, the empty circle above the head, representing the Ein Sof, and then you got the actual giant the big circle, representing like whatever it says right there, it says mind, and then on the other end it says voice. So it's got the throat chakra. You know what I mean? So it's got all of that shit right in there.
You
And
have the first circle with the dot on it is supposed to be God, right? And basically, right, if you look at it and double it, it equals the diameter of the third circle. And then the third circle doubled equals the diameter of the fourth circle. You see? If you were to double these circles, lay them on top of each other, you're going to see that the diameter of the larger circle is equal to twice the diameter of the smaller circle proceeding downward. Right? And so that's also important. How the circles 3 and 4 are also connected in a figure 8 is also important. The characters around the symbols and the dots are also important. The words are not. That's the weird thing about the occult. You know what I mean? Like, all the shit they're showing you is not important.
That's an interesting way of putting it. That's true though. Let's get up in this shit that we were looking at earlier. But yeah, exactly as he said it, the upwards and the downwards triangles. Yeah, Vedic topics. Yeah, that's very interesting, Annapurna. I'll have to check that out. I have my copy of the Gita there. I've read the Gita and I've read some of the Upanishads and, the story of Shveta-Ketu and some of the other things there. But yeah, very interesting text. I love the stories of Arjuna. I love how he's floating up on the chariot and fucking shooting lasers out, and killing demons. That is cool. I really like that stuff instead of superheroes. When I was a kid, my mom got mad at me, but I like to do that.
All the superhero shit comes from the occult, ancient stories remixed, honestly. Like, the idea of superheroes was to get mankind desensitized to the idea of gods walking among men. Lowercase g, fallen gods. You feel me?
Yeah, welcome, Annapurna. How you doing? I think I think our sis is trying to join here, but yeah, we'll give her a second here. But yeah, sometimes we get the audio and all that type of stuff, issues and stuff. But yeah, speak up when you get the chance. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. We got Annapurna and present on Vedic topics. Hell yeah, that's cool.
Yo, you ever break up all the weed and then realize you got no more fucking papers, bro? That shit sucks.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly my position. I wish I could just roll up a fucking, whatever it is, but I can't do it. Not at this stage.
Yo, studying knowledge is like breaking up all the weed and then realizing that you ain't got no fucking papers, dog.
Yeah, but thank you for joining, Annapurna.
Thank you. I don't think my mic was unmuted last time. Thanks for having me.
That's okay. Yeah,
appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Vedic topics, huh? Yeah. I got my Gita here. It's one of the greatest philosophical tracks, I think. Because of this one statement, because they have dualism. And I was actually gonna present a entire whole thing on the classifications of Advaita and Dvaita and the dualistic principles and the monistic principles, and then present a whole thing on the development of Buddhism, how a Buddha kind of rejected reincarnation and then it morphed into the Zen, and how Zen Buddhism combined it with Taoism, and then it morphed into the Mahayana sect, and then that morphed into the Messianic sect of the Kala Chakra, which actually brings us to today with Savitri Devi, where she was part of the sect of Kali, and she was taking this crazy interpretation, and some of these interpretations of Kali.
Death cult?
Oh yeah. They got death cult interpretations,
Yeah, but so is it number 2? Is that how I say that? The presenter's name, the one who was presenting.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Who does number 2 work for?
or the second. I don't know.
Well, it's actually I for intelligent imbecile. But yeah.
I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, well, so well, there's so much you said there, but the first part, he rejected reincarnation because at that time, you already know. Am I just saying something you already know?
No, please proceed. You know,
I
go
don't
ahead.
want
You
to
already know that pimping.
but they were essentially doing like you know how the Catholic Church at some point they were saying basically if you pay a certain fee or amount, then that would constitute as your remorse and repentance, and then you could go to heaven. So
Yeah.
basically they were
Yeah,
advocating.
indulgences. They call them indulgences, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But in this case, it was rites and rituals that were being sold to the masses in the name of, like annulling your karma, which is a thing that's done. But the point of commercializing it kind of, it nullifies the effect, any effect that would have on your karma. But another thing is that people were the ruling class was justifying poverty by means of reincarnation, as in like, oh well, you're born poor and you're a slave because in your last life you effed up and you just have to live through it in this life. And so I think that that's important, because if you just say reject reincarnation, then I think people they don't tend to think about this nuance. They think about like, oh yeah, that means that you reject reincarnation as a concept in and of itself, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In the Rig Vedas, they have the whole system,
Right.
of
Right.
the
And
god.
then
Yeah.
the death cult, I'm interested in I's opinion because he seems to have some nuance about this. But I don't think worshiping Kali is the same as worshiping death, because she's the goddess of time. Kal means time in
I mean, I
Sanskrit.
wrote this song a long time ago, a real long time ago. I wrote the song in '94. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Holla if you feel me.
Let me go to this Kali Rage. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it's from 18 Days. Kali Rage. We're gonna
What
have
is
Kali.
it like? Is it like an American thing?
No, no, it's it's kind of like a British guy made it, but it's still paid for by the government of India or whatever like that. I think it's got like some tie into that. But yeah, let's see. Like I always thought this video
Oh,
was interesting.
correct. But that is only to kill demons. That rage is unleashed.
Right, yeah. And also Savitri Devi and her tie-ins to the whole thing. It's kind of interesting because they take the swastika, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know about the mocking tongue of Satan?
Go ahead
No,
and tell us.
what are you talking about?
Yo, TML, Google the mocking tongue.
I know that Jim Carrey went on a bunch of shows and did that.
When
Well,
is
that's
that when they like when people say in your face what they're doing as mockery? Is that what
it's
that means?
that. All right, so the death cult operates like this. They take the part of Kali where it's like, okay, this is the goddess of chaos and destruction that
Correct.
clears a way for a golden age to be created, right? And in their understanding, we're in the period of destruction. So instead of trying to make the world better, they lean into the destruction.
Right.
Yeah, and it's I mean it's interesting that they called the Iron Age, and they have a whole a very beautiful illustration of that at the beginning of the show, and the image they have in the comic book is of a bird falling to the ground because it's poisoned by the air, and then a rat eating it. That's all infested and shit and
In the
all
Bible,
mutated.
you also got the prophecy of the 4 ages, and you've got the age of iron mixed with miry clay. You know,
And
so that's
isn't
the
that
age of
represented
technology.
by some kind of entity that is made up of different elements or metals?
What?
The ages.
So in the feet, in the end of the ages, you have essentially right a civilization of people that have been merged with technology, because it explains the different yokes, the different levels of technology, but the last and final level is iron mixed with miry clay. And if you understand biblical language, then you understand that man was formed out of the clay of the earth. And
Well,
so
and a couple things I want to mention before we get too far off into this. One thing I noticed is like the New Age is trying to get a lot of women to hate men as part of this Kali thing. I'm not saying it's real
It's
Buddhism.
absolutely true. I notice it in the New Age circles, not the yoga circles from India, but in the New Age
In
sort of,
America for sure. Yeah.
but also
that's what
in
the tongue is
Canada,
about, kiss and
UK.
all that. You know,
say that
the
again.
mocking tongue.
I just noticed that it's not just in the US, it's for better or for worse in my experience. These people export themselves to all parts of the world, and they start retreat centers, and they
Yeah,
have
it's
a
true.
network. Yeah, and that it's just like anyone that goes to a yoga class that's like semi-mainstream is somehow connected to that, and
No,
is
exactly.
receiving
Like
that.
when I was abroad, I met a lot of people into New Age and yoga, and like I realized very quickly that anything mainstream, like you said, has been cultivated into something very dark, and I never took it as real Hinduism or Buddhism, but even in like a
Well,
place like Thailand, you see that like it's crept into a lot of their Thai beliefs
here's the
too.
thing, Neurojack. It's not that it's crept in. I have homies that are deeply rooted in India, you know, and have like all of the understanding and can communicate it greatly. Basically, it's always been like that. There's always been a hidden side of Hinduism and Buddhism where they
I
always
know, but
practiced
I
dark
know, but my
occult
point is,
rituals and magic, black magic to be specific.
no, I know that. Like I'm that's kind of what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is like Westerners are getting this enlightenment thing, but they think that it's a good thing, but they're getting inducted into the occult black magic shit without their knowledge, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go as so far as to say they know what they're doing. Because I've seen this black magic he's talking about being performed. And I saw a bunch of foreigners. I think they were American or Canadian. I couldn't tell. But they were there. I mean, they were there for it.
No,
So
exactly, yeah,
this is why it's very useful for the Masons and the occultists. And I actually
Yeah.
think a majority of the belief systems in the earth were remixed by ancient occultists. And so that's why they all kind of line up and fit.
Well,
I don't think anything we have today is the original belief system that it was. I think it's all been changed.
I just want to mention this really quick because you guys mentioned Buddha. Because when I have very limited understanding, but like when you go to places like Angkor Wat or the places I've been in like Thailand or Cambodia, and you start learning about the history, it's like Buddha seemed to kind of come and like do a kind of Jesus thing where he's like, hey, you guys are kind of going the wrong direction, we need to redirect. And people obviously took that and ran in a totally different direction, and it reminded me of Paul too, because and also of Jesus as well, because like they're trying to correct where we've gone off, and I think that goes directly into what
There was all kinds of Hindu and Buddhist emissaries sent out around the time of Jesus all over the whole world.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, and that's kind of like an underlying thing that Christians don't want to talk about, because there's definitely some interaction. But I mean,
Definitely. There is a temple for Jesus in India. There is a cave where he meditated. You can go and take a pilgrimage. And he is supposed to have studied with Paramahansa Yogananda, the man who wrote Autobiography of a Yogi, his like guru's guru. So it must have been, 3,000 years before that the guru was on earth. But there's also like Thomas, I believe. I believe he was an apostle. Forgive me if I'm wrong about that, but there is an original church. Like there is the church that came with the British to India, like that, which is
Yeah,
mostly Jesuit.
that's actually accepted by the church. They actually accept that that Thomas the Apostle, that he traveled to India.
Kerala, yeah, South
Yeah.
India.
And like
Yeah.
this is where you get the roots of like Gnosticism. It's the blending of these two different kinds of belief systems, and then the offshoots of that, it turns into basically wicked occultism, Luciferianism. I mean, after the fact. But I can't also remove the possibility that the Hindu and the Buddhist beliefs are rooted in Luciferianism in their core.
I'm like since me and the Machine Lies are from India, I've been struggling like like I can't just give a blanket answer because there's so much. And then there's like a duality concept. But then we're supposed to go beyond that, and within the duality there's entire underworlds and overworlds. And it's not like the gods in the overworlds are always doing everything by the book either. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
like
like demons are always in the wrong either.
yeah,
And
I
then
compare it to the Homeric tales. It's very similar to that, where there's a lot of truth in it about how about humanity and how the origins are constructed. So I see it as like the people's attempt to write something, uh, you know, essentially telling their tales about what the Nephilim were doing in their own time. Because the Chinese have these tales, and the Egyptians have these tales, and so do the Greek people.
And a
but
lot
it's a
and
little
a
bit
lot of
different. I think it's a little bit different with the Greek, and if what we know about Egypt is original even.
I completely agree that basically all of the stuff we have is, people trying to tell us what was going on in those time periods. And ever since it was written down, it has been altered. And so what we have now is so far from the original in every sense that they all appear to be individual belief systems. I believe it all came from one origin. And I believe the reason why we don't have the truth is because of the occult mystery religion that has been, weaponized and implemented in order to deceive the world, which has been accomplished, obviously.
Well, and especially the timelines and geographic positions. I think we take a lot of that stuff for granted. I mean, people don't understand the Hindu and Buddhist, I guess you'd say like stretch like is massive, and we don't even know the timelines stretching from like
You
Indonesia.
know what? I just figured out, like, after studying from age 4, I just figured out it's supposed to be, it's a ridiculous number. Like, they have even said, like, every so many years, entire species will be reset, entire DNA will be reset. And then there's like a timeline for the entire cosmos to be reset. So, seemingly, the universe has been reset 6 times. This is the 7th time. But that is like, it could be billions of years, I don't know. But the reset thing is built in. That's built in. Flat earth is also built in. And it's more of like a hierarchical universe, and there are multiverses, there are other universes. And the way it's explained is basically each universe is an egg in the womb of the cosmic mother. That's how it's shown. And each individual, so this is where it gets interesting to me, because there's the story of the demons and the deities and the gods and the creation of the ocean and so on and so forth. But it says you need to go beyond that, because even all of that is an illusion. That is not the truth of who we are, and that isn't the essence of who we are. But that the essence of who we are is that the soul is the originator of these apparent happenings. The entire universe is an apparent happening. Apparently it's not even real, and the soul is the generator of that. And we need to get to that level. And any individual at that level could make it stop and just, that's it. Like the Maya, the dance, the drama at all levels stops. So we're supposed to have the potential to be at that level, which would be like greater than any God with a small G could have.
Well, from my understanding, that's exactly what Jesus and Buddha were trying to tell everybody, but people got it way out of whack from what they were trying to say, I think.
Yeah. And Angkor Wat is actually a Hindu temple. It's a Vishnu temple. And then later on, that area became Buddhist because of what you're saying, because they come to say, like, yes, no matter what we have, like somehow organized religion always twists it into this doctrine and dogma. And it's just like this enforced morality. It robs us of life, and people start doing weird stuff like saying, oh, pay me so much so that you'll be well off in the afterlife.
Well, like you were saying, what you were saying about how Buddha was trying to go against, the selling off of rites and rituals. That's kind of what Jesus was kind of saying in a different way. But I think that
Exactly.
and it's like,
Here's my problem. Okay. So the foundations and like essentially Buddhism and Hinduism, like they're going to lead you to basically empty yourself. Okay. And I see this as a very easy way to disarm humanity against the war that we've been in for the last few thousand years. And I believe this is one of the main reasons why you'll see India can't progress. They just can't.
We
They've
can't
been
progress
disarmed.
because we sold out. Like,
No, I mean, they just can't
but
progress because
I
they've been
think that
disarmed of their
what you're
desire
saying
to
about
even progress.
it's a misunderstanding. You're talking about spiritual bypassing. Am I correct?
I'm saying that they haven't progressed even spiritually as a whole.
well, I think what she's saying is kind of
Like
if you look
you
at
got to understand, there's people in fucking America that are more moral than a lot of Indians. They're out there just gang raping fucking tourists. It's not
Yeah, but a
the
lot of that is like
loving,
social media.
country people think it is. Like, yes, there's pockets of very spiritual people, but the country as a whole, it's not working out.
Well, look, there's truth in that, but also like you have to understand, like I think this is what she's kind of alluding to, and this is what we always get into, which is that people have mixed the religious with the political to the point where like you can't really separate those things. Like
We need
the
to
Hindu,
stop disarming good people. We need to stop telling good people that they need to just get the shit kicked out of them forever.
no, but of course, but I think that if
That's
you look,
true. That's everything that you're saying is 100% true, and I won't justify dysfunction.
no,
But
but that's
that's
what
not Indian.
You
That's
know what a good person
modern,
is?
postmodern phenomenon.
But
That's
A
not
good person
Indian.
isn't someone who takes a beating. There's someone who beats the shit out of the thief that's
No,
trying to
but look,
rob their
but
wife.
look,
That's
this
a
is
good
the thing that,
person.
like, in those societies and in our own society, it's getting this way where you have caste systems. Some people are in a certain caste; they can do anything, whether they want to do good or bad. And other people, you get, thrown in a gulag if you try to do the right thing. And that's kind of what it's been going on in places like India for a very long time.
Always has been, bro.
Here too.
The whole world is this way. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it happens. I'm saying it's not an exclusively Indian thing. I think there's different carrots and sticks for like the developed world and the underdeveloped world or the developing world. And then we're pit against each other, like my country, my religion, your
Well,
religion.
let's not get it twisted, right? I've been to third world countries that were like Spanish nations that were Christian, and it was a whole different, it was a whole different vibe, so to speak. Because even though these people were poor, right, morally, they were morally sound because they weren't all in kinds of crazy confusion as to their beliefs. They weren't like, there wasn't a million different gods that they could be following. There wasn't a million different paths. You know what I'm saying? So they don't practice
Are you
black
talking about
magic and shit
Europe?
like that. So, generally, your average person had a moral standard. Now, that doesn't go to say that there's no crime, but it's just different. You know what I'm saying? It's just very different because if you truly believe that, like, nothing you do really matters in this world, and it's just karmic, and you'll just be reborn worse, and that this person, they're just going to be reborn as soon as, like, you could just kill people and just do whatever the fuck you want, really. Like, that's what it
not why
really
they're
boils
doing
down
it.
to,
That's not why they're doing
in
it.
a nutshell.
That's not the reasoning. The reason those
The
things are
beliefs
happening is because
negate
we're
purpose.
the size of Texas and California combined, and you cram in 1 billion people in there in the span of what, 30 years? Like it's ridiculous. I
Well,
mean,
do you know that you
have
can
no
fit the world's
perspective.
population in the corner of Texas?
Yeah, it's nuts.
No,
It's
I'm just
like,
saying
it's
you
the
could do
wild,
that.
wild west, like the Hunger Games.
So,
Yeah,
like,
I don't disagree.
the overpopulation stuff, it's all bullshit. It really comes down to
No, it's
mismanagement
not
of resources,
overpopulation. It's
laziness,
pushing people
you know what I
into
mean? And just basically neglect for public interests and fucking the scouring of public resources to suit the wealthy. That's
but
why we're in these conditions,
but it goes down,
honestly.
but it goes down to the moral fiber of the people that inhabit a place, and to some degree, like, people don't understand, like, India has like 1,000 different ethnic groups that don't like each other or some shit like that. I mean, it's like a very diverse
in
place.
Mexico too.
I'm not saying anyone has it perfect, but what I'm saying is that the belief system in India is so loosely strung together. There is no core foundation of morality or anything. It's
Well,
just
yeah,
kind
but
of
that's the
like
thing is, in
But that's
India,
not true. It's just that people don't follow.
you can just do whatever the fuck you want, almost.
well, but
No,
India is
that's
also
not
like
true.
India is also like a political construction that wouldn't exist outside of politics. Like, you know, it
Well,
wouldn't.
yo, if you believe in destiny, right? Like, because I've had my boy tell me, yo, this is just what it is. This is the destiny. You know, Ramu and Brahmu, you know what I mean? This on this
But I
fucking
think
date,
that's
this is what it
trauma
is.
talking. That's not
Right.
culture. That's not like written in the Vedas. That sounds like somebody who's traumatized and desensitized, which is a symptom of my country.
I mean, he's breaking down that there's destiny. There's predestined destiny that no matter what you do, right? Like, if you're born in as a rich man, you're going to be a rich man. Like, that's just what it is, right?
I don't know where he's getting
Based on karma. I mean, this is the
Guys,
belief
what do you
system.
think about that? Come on.
Well, I
It
was just
seems like
reading
you're trying to defend the point, but you're not really
hold
trying to
on.
address it.
I was reading TML's book today, and he was talking about the same thing with Paul, where Paul's like saying, well, you know, the spiritually sick are rich, and so we ought to go and preach to them, but not rock the boat because God put them there in charge of us to, you know, control us. And, but, you know, like there's this problem in Christianity too, right at the root of it.
I'm
So,
just
you know,
saying, I got a friend who doesn't even try, right, to like get a woman to start a family, and he's getting old, right? And he doesn't try because he doesn't believe it's his destiny. So, like, he doesn't even, like,
Yeah, there's ultimately this like you know, Nietzsche talks about this in his Antichrist, where he says that you know, that they have this quality that I guess that in terms of Buddhism and Christianity, he takes note that they kind of drive towards this notion of like false humility. So they have this notion that, you know, you're flawed in a sense. You know, so everyone's flawed. So everything's flawed. Even nature in the material sense is flawed. So they have this kind of notion of this,
you called it
know,
fatalism in your book. You called it fatalism.
yeah, fatalism versus
Nihilism.
yeah,
look
fatalism
at
versus destiny. Like I say, destiny includes purpose. You know, whereas
what is the
fatalism
ultimate
is
goal,
about yeah,
right, of these
yeah, you know,
religions?
fatalism is about coming to an end of and
Don't they
things,
want to
and that's why they
ascend
have well,
the
no,
physical nature into nirvana?
well,
Don't
they
they want
have
to ascend?
In that
yeah,
world,
well, they have a
like
yeah.
you don't seek to like cut out life experience and relationships.
But
Like
that's
that,
exactly what the
explains
ascended
completely
masters
that you
do,
can't-
is they go and they isolate themselves in meditation in a temple, and they cut themselves off for many
Yeah,
years
that's what
in vows of silence
and that's what I
and
wanted to talk
abstinence.
about. Yeah, and
So
that's what I
that's
wanted to
exactly
talk
what they
about.
do.
That in terms of they have this whole thing of dualism on the one end, you know, so they have you know, the Advaita on the one end. So you have this transcendental mode, but then on the other end you have this but, I mean, I mean, you have the Dvaita, which means difference, and then you have Advaita, which means no difference. And in that kind of mode, the experience does matter because the individual is just a drop of consciousness in the ocean of consciousness. So they have this kind of mode where the consciousness is primordial, and in that sense, and this kind of way comes later than the dualistic mode. So they have
Well,
the
that's a
dualistic.
problem,
Yeah.
because you get, so if you embrace that, right, then you essentially have to respect, right, Satanism.
No, you don't.
Why not? It's just another drop in the consciousness bucket, and it's required. It's necessary. It's part of the recipe, right?
Ridiculous. But I will say that almost every quote unquote Westerner or like woke / liberal person that is exposed to Advaita, what he's talking about, non-dualism, they start to respect Satanism and they take that point of view that you're saying. But I've never seen an
The path
Indian
to God, you can't be leaving open doors like
any of
that. That's
Westerners
the
do.
problem. You know what I
What?
mean?
What?
Like the path to God, you can't have open doors like that because the enemy is always trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, any system that has open doors is broken.
And years of study. You can't just become a Buddhist overnight or a yogi overnight, which seems to be the norm. It's like, oh well, I did my yoga teacher training. I'm a yoga teacher now, and I'm the authority on.
Well, I never claimed that you could. I'm just saying like you could become a good person overnight. So I mean, that's my only aim is to create good people.
People that take
Not
it to
create
that
good people,
level.
but I want to convince people to choose to be good people. That's all. That's the only thing that I believe is required to make, all things possible.
Right. But within that, you're also admitting that there's no system because, as you said, like there's no system on Earth that actually doesn't have holes in it. So that's
There
the thing
isn't.
is that,
We
yeah.
actually don't know that because I know elementary Sanskrit and I've only explored 1% of what there is to explore within my heritage, but then there's so much out there that that's not written down, that's passed down through word of mouth. They're indigenous.
Like I get it, but there's also so much computer code that you haven't read written on hard drives all over the world, and it's
but that's
honestly
not
irrelevant to
natural.
you
That
being a
does
good
come from
person.
human, like
You know what I mean? So like the sheer number of information doesn't make it more valuable.
but this
Or
isn't just information, it's
just because you don't know what it says doesn't make it valuable.
it's wisdom. If wisdom and nuance and context are important to information, and that's what I'm saying it's missing.
Like we can't even verify if that information even exists at this point in the discussion, honestly.
Well, I guess we can agree.
We don't even know if it's there. We're talking about potential information.
No, I know what I described to you from my heritage is there, and I'm pretty sure the machine lies knows that it's there. It's just that I haven't sat down and read it in the original Sanskrit.
So
and deciphered it.
I get you. At the end of the day, right? Like I have family and they have very good values that they would consider, Catholic values, but they're not actually from the Catholic religion. You know what I'm saying? And so like they don't actually align with Catholicism. That's why some of them are good. You know what I mean? And like at the end of the day, I think that's kind of what you got going on. But what I'm saying is as a whole, right? We need to try to figure out like a solution, obviously, because we still have a problem. Like if Buddhism and Hinduism were to work, right? We wouldn't be in this situation thousands of years later. And I'm not saying that there's any system that does work, but
it's not going to be a system that comes to work. Like I don't think
that's correct. It has to be a realization on a wide scale that people just need to be good people, and then they need to understand what that is. Like what is good? And then how do we determine that? Well, it's very simple. Can you wrong an inanimate object? Can you wrong it? No, because it's not alive. So to do something wrong, first of all, it has to be against something that's alive. We could establish that, right? Basically, you're alive. So you could understand the thing that you're about to do. If you can't, then you probably shouldn't do it. That's ignorance. So anything you do, if you wouldn't mind it done to you, it's probably okay.
Well, let me read this passage out of the Herman Hesse, the Siddhartha. It's actually a very interesting passage. I think you guys will enjoy. You know what
I
I mean?
like Siddhartha.
Yeah. Check this passage out. He says, yeah. Let me play like music while I do.
I read the
Play music
teachings
while.
of Buddha one time, and it helped me through a whole period of life where I was just completely
Well,
fucking lost.
I think it relates wildly to your point that you're just saying. So I was just like, oh shit, you know what I mean? So I'm just going off of what you're saying at this point because and that's what that with the upside down downside triangle. It's like we on ball today, with this with the topics. But yeah, let me kind of get this. What should I pick here?
Wait,
Let me do.
I want to say one thing. You said that if you hurt an inanimate object, you don't cause harm, right?
Yeah, that's what this is about. Yeah, that's what's so interesting.
But
Yeah, but
you
go ahead, Anna.
actually you do cause harm. So in the Vedic teachings, anything that you do outwardly, you do inwardly. So even if you harm an object, you actually harm yourself.
So what happens if you harm yourself? Do you harm the world?
Essentially, because the world is a projection of the self.
But the body is just a vehicle.
Yeah, see, it's
That's
interesting.
where we had to defer, I think.
Yeah, that's where we had the different because that's true in the Dvaita, because the thing is that the God self and the personal identity are different, and then the person gets merged within the God self when the God wakes up, but in the other form, there's no separation between the God self and the self, right? Because there is no self. So that is an interesting distinction. And actually, within Indian philosophy, this is the main philosophical discussion. So it's
It
caused like
disagrees with my experience of life. I am not interacting with one being.
which one?
And I have to say that
Well, the fact that I'm interacting with different beings controlling different vehicles, they are not one being.
okay,
Clearly.
one sec. When you sleep, when you go to sleep and you dream, there's other people in the dream. There's people interacting with you. They're all in separate bodies. You're in a separate body. But then the next day you wake up and all of that was in your mind and you assimilate that and you go about your day. So that's the best comparison I have to this.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't really dream. I have dreamed. The only dreams I've ever had was straight nightmares, right? But I've also done a lot of psychedelics and I've explored these other realms of consciousness and experience. At the end of the day, what I know is that I am the same in all of these places. Therefore, I am an individual and not one of all these things.
But you generate an entire universe in your mind, be it a nightmare or a good dream.
How could you assume that?
Because we all have that experience of creating a world within our mind.
What if you didn't generate it? What if you entered into a vehicle that was in a reality that was already generated?
Okay, well, then you're saying you have an astral body. Then you have different levels of a body.
I'm not talking about an astral body. Here's what I believe I am, okay? I believe God created us as a soul or a consciousness, whatever you want to consider it. And then I believe that that consciousness or soul has been jacked into a physical body through the central nervous system. I believe when that central nervous system is shut down,
we got the neurojack. Oh wait, that's LW. We got neurojack right here. So yeah.
When the central nervous system is shut down, the consciousness can, or the soul can go to other places.
It's funny that like that when you said all that, that's kind of like been my general working hypothesis as well to some degree. Is like we're kind of like a receiving for whatever is outside of here, but we
I mean,
must have.
bro, I've smoked salvia and literally came out of my body.
Well, I will say
Just
this:
saying.
I've only done salvia once, and I got contacted by some sort of entity that took me to like a jungle thing and showed me like a scene from when I was a kid that I didn't remember, and it was
After a while, the
very weird.
entities realized that I wasn't fucking with them. And they just stopped trying to fuck with me. They already know I'm just going to ignore them.
I see a little similarities here in this chart with the Dogon, maybe.
Hey, but
Because you got to understand, the only entities that are going to try to contact a human being are some really low fucking tier, bottom of the barrel entities. Unless it's divine intervention, which is not going to be common. It's not going to be all the time. It's going to be some very random shit, and probably we ain't important enough to have it. So, if you got an entity dealing with you, it's most likely evil. God is sure in his design. God is certain. He doesn't need to make any edits or modifications. It is done, motherfucker. They just don't understand.
Well, they gave us the ability to connect with things via what do you call it? Psychedelics, etc. For some reason, right?
What is this chart, Inferno?
wait, so this is the Advaita philosophy chart.
Right. You want to break this down?
All right. Okay. So the idea, I'll show another image for a little better context, but the idea is that the entire universe, in fact, multiverse, if I have to be very honest, it's generated from that soul that's in the middle. And then it moves outward. So this is a causal body, as you can see, outside of the soul. So the soul, the soul is indescribable. It's the originator. It's never born. It never dies. And to discover the soul, we're supposed to work inward from the outside in. So the outside is the physical body. So that's what we can smell and see and taste and touch. And everything around us that we can smell and see and taste and touch. So there's like a physical body.
Are these the chakras?
No, I'll come to that next. And then within that is the energy body. So here the chakras are located in that subtle body, the first circle of the subtle body, energy body, which is orange. And then that's the astral realm as well. So the dream realm would be there. Then within that is the mental body and the mind. And the understanding is that the body is inside of the mind. All of our bodies are inside of the mind. The mind is projecting. So as the subtle body is generating the physical body and the causal body is generating the subtle body. So it's a mind bender, but the closest metaphor I have is the dream state where you're in a dream and there's a whole world within your mind. Then above the mental body, or within the mental body, is the wisdom, understanding. This is the realm of higher intuition and inspiration. And then lastly, the causal body, which gives rise to everything outside, is a bliss body. And that's supposed to be the closest layer to the soul. So our true nature is supposed to be unlimited joy. That when they say, when you're with the creator. And this is like supposed to be experienced in deep, deep, deep sleep, or a true sexual, like a true, love experience sexually, not I don't think anyone, on our planet, I don't know. I don't think that's happening on our planet. But that's the
Listen, you don't know that, all right?
what's that?
You don't know that, all right?
Well, it's supposed to be healed. If someone
Look,
is doing that,
be
divine
going deep,
union,
all
the
right? You
planet
don't
will
even
be
know.
healed.
I'm just saying.
What? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah.
What he's saying is a lot of people aren't doing it right. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, no, it's so grand. The impact of a true love experience is so grand. It can heal the entire universe. That's the point of giving the example of divine masculine and divine feminine, Shiva, Vishnu, all of this. The point is to give humans the example of what you can attain, because it's not like love and sex cannot be divorced inside of a union, like a marriage union.
Well, it
And
makes sense why Satan wants to corrupt sex.
correct. Yeah. And
Well,
I'm
that's
just
why
gonna share
so much of the Luciferian evil people put so much effort into doing so, in my opinion.
It's like they turn love into hate, and then they essentially get people to love the hate. You know what I mean? Like that's the trick. It's like they traumatize to become they get them to accept the trauma, right, in order to like protect themselves from the trauma. You know what I mean? It's like it's a mind fuck. But in doing so, they're corrupting the flow of energy through the reality. From love to hate.
It's like what Palpatine said, let the hate flow.
A really messed up thing is if you're abused in childhood to that degree, then as an adult, you will be attracted to what terrorized you as a child. And it's just like you're saying, it's a vicious cycle.
Only if you remain broken.
Correct.
If you address these problems within you, right, you can work through anything. I've had all kinds of different like PTSDs and shit from fucking shit that happened when I was a child, mad violence, right? So I became real violent to like protect myself from like people like fucking beating me up and shit, But then I had to work out of being violent. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a different trauma.
But do you think a Luciferian has a chance at that in this life? Like, do you think they would ever have remorse or?
For what? We're saying a Luciferian. They come in many shapes and sizes and different
essentially,
flavors.
like if you cut a child's body and mutilate it at a young age,
Well, that's not just a general practice of all Luciferians. I would say that's more along
What about
the lines of
circumcision?
Satanism. But at the end of the day, right? I mean, anyone who harms a child, it would be greater if a fucking great millstone were hung for them neck and they were thrown into the ocean. Just saying.
I said, what about circumcision? That was my question.
I'm circumcised, and so are my kids. I mean,
Mutilation, right, of a child.
I mean, is it?
Of course it is.
I don't know. Women like it.
Well, the debate can't come down to that, but it is what it is. Let me read. Let me read this passage by.
Women don't like aardvark dick, and they don't like dick cheese. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's all types out there for sure. But yeah, let me read this passage. It says, Siddhartha stooped down, picked up a stone from the ground, and weighed it in his hand. This, he said effortlessly as if at play, is a stone, and within a certain time it will perhaps be earth. And from earth it will become a plant or an animal or a person. Now in the past I would have said, this stone is merely a stone. It is worthless. It belongs to the world of Maya, but because in the cycle of transformations, it may also become a person and a mind, I assign some value even to it. This is how I might once have reasoned, but today I think this stone is a stone. It is also an animal. It is also a god. It is also Buddha. I do not revere and love it because it may someday become one thing or another, but because it has for a long time always been everything, and is precisely the fact of its being a stone, its appearing to me as a stone now and today, that makes me love it and see value in the meaning of each of its veins and cavities, in the yellow, in the gray, and its hardness, and the ring that emits when I strike it, in the dryness and moistness of its surface. There are stones that feel like oil and soap to the touch, others that like leaves, and others like sand. But each one is special and praise Om. In its own way, each one is Brahman. But at the same time, and just as much, it is a stone. It is oily and soapy, but that is precisely what I like and I find marvelous and worthy of adoration. But do not let me say any more about this. Words do no good to the secret of meaning. Everything always immediately becomes a little different when you express it. A little falsified, a little foolish. I'm perfectly contented that one person's treasure of wisdom always sounds like foolishness to someone else. Govinda listened in silence. Why did you tell me about the stone? He asked hesitantly after a pause. I did it unintentionally, or perhaps it was intended to show that I love the stone. The river and all these things we look at the end and we can learn from. I can love a stone, Govinda, and also a tree or a piece of bark. They are physical things and things can be loved. Govinda said, but that what you call physical things, something real, something substantial, is that not merely a ruse of Maya? Is that not merely a ruse of Maya, merely an image and an illusion? Your stone, your tree, your river, are they realities? Siddhartha said, that does not trouble me very much either. Things may be illusory or not. If they are, I too am illusory, and so they continue to be of the same nature as myself. That is what makes them so dear and worthy of reverence to me. They share my nature, therefore I can love them.
It's poetic, right? But at the end of the day, it's basically idolatry. So, I mean, it's just a fucking stone, right? It's basically idolatry. I wouldn't teach it to my kids. And if some motherfucker tried to tell me this shit, right, and was trying to proclaim it as wisdom, I might just tell him to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? We get it, bro. You like fucking stones. Fuck out of here, you crackhead.
That's not what it was about at all.
Doesn't it have to do more with appreciation?
Look, I get it, bro. But fuck that stone, okay? Because it's a stone. You understand? This dude just said, yo, it could be a god. Dude loves the stone. He's in love with material.
No, he's saying it could be a god because
in love with it.
Talking about the soul outside of reincarnation, it can take any form. It could be a god, it could be a man, it could be anything.
Hey, man, I don't see no stones exhibiting any kind of consciousness. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I mean, even that man had to eat something at some point. So if you want to really get down to it,
you talking about stones?
That dude was a mass murderer of vegetation.
You talking about stone tablets?
No, I'm just saying. In general, the dude
talking about tablets.
The dude who's breaking down this stone, fucking
tables.
Parable. This parable about the stone. You know, he's just too focused on the fucking stone and the soul and all this nonsense. You know what I mean? This rebirth bullshit leads to a fucking imprisonment in a physical reality construct that's being held together by a gravitational field of time-space dilation by Saturn, aka Kronos.
Yes.
Believe whatever.
What about as use as an inspirational story for rebirth?
Stay here forever, reincarnating as all different kinds of shit. I don't care.
Right. Unlimited lives, man.
Right, but if I had to play devil's advocate, then within the argument, you know, they would say that then it's the same nature as yourself, right? Then you're part of the illusion, right? You're part of because you're physical, right?
Well, I'm not physical, though I inhabit a physical body. Feel me? I'm here. I am in the world, but not of it. You feel me? Like, I actually think that I am somewhere else. And I believe that this body is here, and I am, like, basically radio controlling it. I'm a robot made out of flesh and bones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, on the level of where? On the level of spirit, on the level of mind, or on the level of, because it doesn't matter which level you go at. You see?
How do you differentiate between spirit and mind? Tell me.
Well, I would say, in my opinion, that spirit is life, whereas mind is, consciousness, right? So I would say spirit is part of what makes things living, right? So as you distinguish a stone from a living thing, I believe that's spirit. But I think that a stone has consciousness, in a way.
But I mean, in their understanding, everything comes from the mind, which means that the spirit's also the mind.
Yeah, because you can perceive a stone, right?
No, I'm just saying that's what they believe. They believe everything is from the mind. So how do they differentiate the mind from other things?
You don't really know what they believe. You just know what you believe.
I know what you told me.
Well, I think ultimately, spirit, in terms of, where, there's a problem in philosophy about the emergence of mind. So the thing about it is that if you try to distinguish mind from matter, right, then you fall into a trap because basically you have to. I'm sorry, Annapurna, what was that?
Schrodinger's cat, right? The dead cat paradox. If you observe matter, you change the outcome of the experiment. So then how does mind and matter, where's the intersection of that end?
Oh, yeah. First there's the problem of how you would come to such a conclusion, which is a naturalistic fallacy, because your your physical, concatenations that, make up the correlates of your mind, they're not necessarily, but the thing is that if they knew that there were physical correlates, right, they could reproduce them, but they can't reproduce those physical correlates. So then they have the problem of emergence. Where does mind emerge from, in terms of the physical substrate? So then you could posit a spirit, right? But the problem is that spirit is not the same thing as mind, right? Because mind, or consciousness, that belongs to man, and then when you try to apply that to God, you get into anthropocentrism. You're trying to bring God down to man's reason.
So does God have a mind?
I don't think that God has a mind in the same sense that we understand that we have a mind, right? Because God calls things into existence.
So you don't think he thinks about what he's going to do before he does it? He just does things.
But it's not a person. Like, God isn't a person walking around thinking.
God is not a being. Is that
Well,
what you
the mind,
No, it's not
well,
a
the mind
person.
itself is a concept.
So how is if man is made in
say God has a mind,
not a
right?
person?
Right. Say God has a mind, right? Does God have a brain?
Do you believe do you not believe God gave man consciousness to be able to understand God?
I believe God gave
because nothing else has consciousness, and the only purpose of it would be to understand God. To actually be able to sit here and think about shit that's not pertinent to just everyday survival. The only purpose of this would be to understand God, to be acknowledged.
Yeah, I think human beings are unique because they can fall out of understanding,
or into it.
Well, I think everything's already in the understanding of God.
I mean, you have to be able to fall out of it to be able to fall into it. Otherwise, you have no capability of it in the first place. You know, it's like good and evil.
Well,
There
it's like
has to be a potential for
it's like a
evil.
human being is capable of the greatest types of evil because he has consciousness, right?
Right, but human
Okay,
beings are also
so that's what I'm talking
good.
about. I'm talking about the spiritual
Will.
Nothing else is actually
it's a double-edged
capable.
sword, right? Right, it's a
Machine
double-edged
life.
sword, right?
TML, nothing else is actually capable of good, though. It's just nature. Everything else is just nature.
Well,
Nothing is a conscious
I
decision.
believe that things just are good, you know, and then mankind has the capacity to become bad. That's what makes them great.
You know, like,
Machine life.
You know what I'm saying, though?
is it a conscious thought, though, or is it an instinct behavior that's built into the program of that animal? Because human beings do all different kinds of shit. Animals basically do the same shit based on their DNA programming. Spiders make webs. That's what they do. Praying mantises, the woman chops off the male's head after mating. That's what they do. Black widow, that's what they do. They do the same thing.
Those are biological processes.
Cities that look like circuit boards. That's what we do.
They're programs. But no, we're not
So
the
are
same.
we.
We're not the same.
It's just that our program's more complex. We have
No, we're not the
cities
same,
to
you
run
see.
around in,
That's
and a
the difference.
controlled periphery to be in. If you leave the circle, the 66 parallel, they'll shoot
Listen.
you on sight.
We are
This is
able
interesting.
to consciously overcome our biological nature. And that's what separates us from animals. But there are some of us that are animals. Don't forget it. They have the ability to overcome it. They choose not to. I was one of those people. You get what I'm saying? Like, we are the one thing that has the ability to overcome the biological nature through conscious thought. Where does that come from? Why do animals not, quote unquote, have a soul? Why do we have a soul? Because we have conscious thought, the mind.
So the machine lies that Indian texts would say animals do have a soul, right?
I don't believe animals have a soul in the context that we have a soul. I believe they just have life and programming. There's
Well,
nothing that really makes any specific animals unique. I've had many dogs. They are all dogs. They all do the same thing. They have the same built-in responses. None of them ever surprised me. You know?
I'm pretty sure
They-
that's what
they
the
dream,
elites
though.
say
Well,
about
they're
us.
painting
They
a
look
picture.
at us as
Well,
pets,
have-
probably.
Well,
You know?
Rand, did you ever think maybe you never surprised them?
Who?
I'm just fucking around.
Dogs
But
dream. Animals
yeah.
dream.
I mean, my whole thing is I think life is interesting. I think life comes from spirit. You know, I think God animates life. I think life is special in that way. But I think that consciousness, you know, that is kind of a you know, it would seem to me that consciousness is a lower order than life itself. You know, that whatever consciousness is, consciousness emanates from life and not the other way around, so that life is made of a much stronger substance than is consciousness. You know, so I think that consciousness is much more primordial. You know, I don't think that, you know, God has a quote unquote mind, you know, but I do believe that, you know, animals and maybe even nature has consciousness. I don't know if all of the universe has spirit, you know, or life, you know, because it doesn't seem that way. It doesn't seem that it's all built towards, you know, goodness. But I believe that most of the universe tends towards goodness because I think that God is in control of the universe, right?
Hey, even Satan has consciousness. Doesn't, you know, just because we have consciousness doesn't
Right.
make us good.
Right, exactly, right. Right.
I think
but
you guys are
yeah.
confusing consciousness with free will.
Well, that goes into a whole nother
Here, I'll tell you how I was thinking
whole
about it. It's like
free will.
in order for consciousness to exist, you like life would have to exist first from this level.
Like, you could have consciousness and not free will. That's the thing. That would be hell to me. That would be the like if your body were to be hijacked by some nanotech and you lived forever now because it repaired you on a molecular level and kept you alive, but also hijacked your brain physically, you would be conscious but not able to actually control your physical body. And to me, that would be hell.
But wait, I think Annapurna made an interesting distinction here. I want to hear her out. You know, what's this distinction between free will and consciousness?
Because the Vedic texts say that we have to take, I think it's 1 million births before we get to be a human birth. And yes, the human life gives a chance at escaping the birth-death cycle and a returning to the truth of who we are, returning to God. But animals don't have free will, and we have that free will to break the programming, as he's saying, to go against it. And that's what gives us that edge. And you can be born back as an animal after this life, in case, you know. So to be a human is a gift. That's for sure. I'm not going to negate that in any way.
I don't believe we evolved. Like, I don't believe I was a cockroach or a rat or any of that shit at one point. Honestly, I believe that I was created like this, came in like this. You know what I mean? I think God created something amazing.
I think animals love, but they don't know the truth.
Whoops.
Hey, what were you saying? Machine lies.
In regards to what? Because I've said lots,
with
but I'm
the-
sorry because the problem is that you fell out real quick. I don't know if you know that, but you fell out real quick and then came back in. But yeah.
Oh snap! I didn't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, but what did you say?
So consciousness is Shiva. If you catch my drift, like Shiva is like consciousness, and then Shakti, his wife, is life. So he is conscious. It's conscious. It's English. It's hard to explain. So I don't know what that word means to you. If it means like sense of mind, free will, having the higher mind, because apparently the animals, they stop, like they don't have the access to the higher mind, the intuitive body and the bliss body, or they do, but they can't like consciously tap in. They're just kind of like programmed to go about things a certain way. But we can kind of change and learn, and we can break out of the cycle of reincarnation. And
I believe these things exist to show us what we are not.
Okay, what I was trying to get at with the machine lies is like
you look at a pig, right? And it makes you want to take a shower. You're like, I'm not that. You know what I mean? You look at a fucking
But yeah, hold
snake.
on. Hold on. Let her finish her thought there.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so okay. What I'm trying to say is
Hey, can you hold on for 1 second?
that the entire universe, the life itself, nature, all of that is the feminine counterpart, and consciousness is seen as a masculine counterpart. It's not like a state of mind or a free will or any, like, it's seen as like the two forces that make up life itself, you know, like the masculine and feminine. So that's where I wanted to make the distinction about what you're calling consciousness, because I don't know.
But is it two or is it all one?
Yeah, so it's two, but it is actually, that also is an illusion because it's just one. It's just the soul.
So is it?
It's one, to answer your question. But the universe, like our felt experience as we go from life to life, or as we live life here, that all of that, you know, the energy body, the dream state, all of the life experiences, all of everyone's life experiences, universe, nature, all of that, you know, it's what we live, but it's not who we are. Basically who we are is the soul. So that is what is closely related to consciousness, in my understanding. But you might mean something else. I think you mean like the reasoning and thinking mind is what you mean by consciousness, but I might be wrong.
Well, I don't think that that consciousness is different from reasoning. So I don't think that reasoning exists in a alternate realm. So I don't believe in the Platonic realm, right? So I totally reject universals in the Platonic realm. So I believe that,
What? Sorry, like what is a platonic realm?
like for example, like you could say like reasoning exists on its own. Like ideas exist in a world of their own, right? Like there's a world of math,
Yes.
right? And then there's nature, right? Now I'm not equating consciousness with like math or reason, right? Because
Okay.
I don't believe that's actually informing anything, right?
Yeah. It's just interpreting, right? Like they're
Yeah.
just interpreting what is there.
Yeah, I believe that those are tools created by human beings, right? So those are products of our reasoning, and that might be the special sort of consciousness that I believe that Rant was actually referring to. You know, my friend that was just here, and
I
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
So I think, so I think that that he's referring to that as the special sort of consciousness that man has, right? And I do believe there's something to that because man is a symbol making animal, so we have the ability to construct symbols. So that is that is the thing that makes us in the image of God, so to speak, right? Created in the image of the creator, and I kind of believe that, but yeah, so I believe that consciousness is a fundamental aspect of reality. Why? Because God sees everything, right? So how can consciousness be separate from reality, right? But I think life is special. I think life comes from spirit, right? And you can see that, yeah. So in terms of how you were saying about
You define it in that way. I understand now.
yeah, but in the two different ways about the male and the female, that's interesting because you said that life and mind, correspond in that way.
Yes.
Yeah, which I agree, they do correspond in a highly correlative fashion. But yeah.
Right. So and then man, that just set me off on a thing like, okay, let's see if we can explore this. So I've been trying to read that really heavy book called Simulacra and Simulation. Have you heard about it?
This is a
What?
perfect show for that book. Yeah, yeah,
Oh
exactly.
God,
Yeah.
it is like a dense machine to like read. Anyway, and I
Yeah.
think it's supposed to be written in French, so if it's translated in English, I don't know if they did a very great job. It's very technical, but so what you're saying, if man is created in the image of God, then we're a copy, right? We're a
Oh
simulation.
man, you know what? You would really like some of my lectures on my show if you're reading that
Hey,
book.
hey guys,
To be
guys.
honest.
I don't mean to break in right now, but I do because I actually have to get going. But um I did want to say thank you for allowing me to hear a lot of your guys' ideas. It was really interesting to me to hear your guys' perspectives. And
For sure, dude.
Malika, it's really good seeing, hearing you again. I felt like it was a rare treat, because what is it? You took like a huge break, and then I wanted to, yeah, and then Machine just touched on what I wanted to say, which was that I wanted to kind of just introduce you and then say that the channel, like I don't know if you're familiar with what is covered here, but it's very
No,
useful.
I looked it up before. So you invited me, remember? You guys showed up on my drawing
Yeah,
and
randomly.
I'm going by Anna now because I just want to protect my identity online. But thank you. So and then I checked out the Machine Lies, but then he had said he was Punjabi. So I said, "Oh, what? I haven't seen another Indian around these parts." And then I checked out his channel, and you guys are like on what I'm on. So it's, you know, it was refreshing,
Yeah.
and that's why I decided to accept the invitation. So I appreciate that from both of you.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you know what it is. But yeah, both you two people are two people that, in my experiences with you guys, have shown a lot of class, a lot of whatever, just really well thought out, stuff that's been really beneficial for. If it's been it has been beneficial for me, so I know it's been beneficial for others. So yeah, thank you again. That's all I really got to say. Have a great time. I'll see you guys next time.
Later, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's a good friend of mine, Brown's boy, aka Adam Lanza, you know, uh high spirits. And also the thing is that, yeah, that's how we do, the brown people, that's how we are. We're efficient in every way. you know.
I don't know. I think there's other efficients around the world, but I'll take it. I'll take the compliment.
Yeah,
Hey,
we magic.
can I explain this image really quick?
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same thing, the same 5 layers as were in the previous image. It's just on the body, and then it's showing like what makes up the layers. So the first layer, Annamaya Kosha, literally means what is it? A layer or a sheet of food, like a rearrangement of food. But Anna really means seed. So whatever you grow and you consume. And it's all the 5 elements: air, water, fire, earth. And that's not space, that should be ether. That's not a correct translation. But all 5 elements are still inside just the physical layer of not just your body, but the universe. And we'll see the link between the body and the universe in just one more image that I hope you'll let me share. But then after that, you go like deeper into the energy body, and this is like quite popular. The chakras are here. And something interesting, like these are always represented with the rainbow, and I've seen them popularized in the rainbow form. But the colors are actually different. I only know 5 of the colors. It's closer to the colors on the Tibetan prayer flag than what you see there. So I think it's like there's black somewhere. One of the chakras is actually black. So I always think it's interesting how that would change the visualization, because visualization and all that power is located in these two, the pranamaya, the energy body, and the mind body. And pranamaya means arrangement of energy, the sheath of arrangement of energy. So, but not just energy, it's vital life force energy. It would be like chi, that energy specifically. And that's supposed to be what gives you life. Like what's behind the air you're breathing is that energy. And that rearranges itself here. And then that's where the chakras are located. And they're just pools or vortexes of energy. And there's others too, like the kundalini that goes up from the base of the spine. But then there are columns, and there's like the nerves of the body, there's channels that go throughout. All of that is here. So it's very rich. And people will diagnose here, like traditional healers, true traditional healers, Ayurvedic healers will diagnose here. Then, but genuinely they should look at all the layers. And there's only problems will only occur in 1, 2, and 3, like the body layer, energy layer, and the mind layer, basically. So then after that, we come to the mind, and it includes the deep subconscious, subconscious and conscious, and the super conscious mind. So super conscious mind is now going into the realm of intuition and sometimes abilities like clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, the beginning of that, and prescience, and then also the understanding of spiritual concepts, because many years, like I was that student that was like the rock. Like, no, why should we be good? Like, why is good better than evil? Why is positive better than negative? I had to like listen to the same thing again and again until it sunk in. And when it sunk in, that's when the super conscious is activated here in the mental body. But now, like the entire projection of the world, the people, the interactions that we have, the ways that we go about, all of that is coming from this layer as well. So it's pretty powerful layer. Deep dream state is here, all kinds of emotions, any like past experiences, all of that is here. But then all of the memories of all of the lives also is there. So then, yeah. And then at the top of the superconscious, you start getting into Vijnana Kosha in understanding layer, the layer of understanding and wisdom. And this is like pure intuition, divine, like when you get a divine intervention, like it feels like somebody is, God is like putting some like direct line into you. And everyone, I guarantee, has had one moment. Mothers, mostly, they will say like giving birth or something like that, like a revolutionary moment that you feel that everything is aligned. Um, Flow state, healing, deep seated healing, like when you connect with the deep part of yourself. And manifestation, but this is often misunderstood as like getting dollars in the bank, but it actually means to understand the source of your power and to understand like, oh, I'm the creator of my own reality, and also I'm connected to everything. And then last layer, closest to the soul, Anandamaya Kosha, absolute bliss. Um, that is our natural state of being. That is the creator, originating body, the causal body, the originator of all things, the creative body. And I can't begin to even describe that. But everybody has had peak moments of creativity. I think so. And there are moments like when the child is in the mother's womb and feeling very content. There are these moments of like deep seated well being when you just know that everything's going to be okay no matter what. Everything's going to be okay. And it's not a conscious thought, it's a knowing and a state of being. So that, and then after that is the soul, which the whole point of showing those five in the text, they say that the point is to go beyond, like an onion, to go beyond from the physical to the subtle to the causal. And then if you're lucky, you can glimpse the soul from that state, if if you are fortunate. So yeah, that was that. Thank you.
That was great. Great explanation. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for that. I wish Ezra was here of Mindful Exposures. I think have you ever had a conversation with her?
I don't think directly, but I think I have seen or heard her before.
Oh man, we got to get you guys on the stage together because I
So
think
you
you guys
guys,
would be.
she comes over here, and I think she talks a lot about like meditative and like mindful, intuitive subjects. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a like well, what do you call it? A direct line to her, you know what I'm saying, right? So I could like kind of have her on call or on tap. But yeah, she's offered a lot of insight and also offered to do presentations here on this channel here. So I've been thankful for what she has presented, but a lot of it has to do with how radiation is affecting, all of those energetic systems right within our body. And I do think the main
Oh
system exists.
God, yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, so she's got a lot of good information on that, and
What
you know,
was the main system that you were talking about? Is it 5G?
oh no, oh no, I was talking about in terms of the energies. I was talking about the anahata, the heart or the chakra. You know what I mean? I think that is the mind chakra. And that actually the whole super conscious universe that you were describing there, with the purple and the pink, I think that was more, that all of that exists within the heart, and that's actually where we go when we dream. It it makes a lot of sense to me, but yeah, you got another thing here, huh?
Yeah, but that's beautiful what was just said. That made me think a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm
Yeah.
gonna contemplate on what you just said. And the poem before also, that was very touching to me. I resonated a lot with that poem. And again, like I was the student that was like, no, I don't get it. I don't get it. And finally one day they said, well, when you feel good, your body is healthy. And when you feel bad, your body doesn't feel healthy at all. And I was like, okay, well, I get that. And that was like the beginning of my my journey. But I get it, like when you don't get it, like spiritual poems like that, they just kind of sound pretentious. Spirituality sounds pretentious.
Well,
But
it's actually from the anthology of my teacher, Dr. Skrbina, because he's a panpsychist, so he believes everything has mind. So it's interesting because he actually believes that, and he has all these philosophical treatises he wrote to try to
like
explain this
even
stuff.
inanimate objects.
Yep, yeah. So he's an interesting fellow. So
Then if everything has mind, then one mind can tap into another mind as well, right?
I think there may be some aspect to that, although that whether because he believes that atoms are conscious, so it's not so much as one mind as
Right,
so
as the atom. No,
yeah,
Well,
that's
we're
what.
so
So,
doing
are
we're
you?
doing
Do
that
you
in a
believe
way.
in the atom? Y'all all believe in the atom?
he does. I don't believe in atoms personally, but he believes in atomism and naturalism, but I actually don't accept
What
those.
What about evolution? May I ask your views
Yeah,
on that?
yeah, my teacher, he believes in evolution. I totally reject evolution. I think evolution. I
Same.
believe in devolution. you know, which is evident in the Vedic scriptures as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
The consciousness keeps falling. Oh, that way. Yes, consciousness. Mass consciousness keeps falling. Now I
Yeah.
really understand your definition of consciousness. Okay, I'm just gonna explain this picture really
And
quick.
also it relates to my definition of technology, you see, because that has to do with creativity and mind as well, right? But yeah, I'd like to see your image.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a representation of our universe, which is just one egg in many of many in the uterus of the cosmic mother or womb. Who knows where it's at? So, um, and here, yeah, I put Earth, right? Yeah, I put Earth, labeled Earth. So that's where we're at, and we're only restricted to like one circle of, I don't know what section of that really. Um, but you guys know I don't have to. You can't go beyond a certain point as a civilian, and even then, you can only really go where there are roads to the most, for the most part. And then there's these underworlds and there are overworlds, and then here is Brahma Loka. So Brahma, the creator of the universe, is here, and then Vishnu is actually reclining in the ocean. So it's like an amniotic fluid outside, and he's seen to be reclining. And yeah, okay. So that is a universe. I just wanted to show that, and it does support a plain, flat Earth. I don't want to go too deep into that, but it does support that. And the reason this is important to me is this image. Just a moment.
Still inside a toroid, though. It seems like
toroidal field, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, spot on. So those are the planes that were represented in that previous image. They're just labeled here. And then is sort of like a reflection, as you guys were showing earlier, how the underworlds reflect, what's above. But I wanted to show that earlier images because they show a bit of the scale. It's actually like going from low to up, like the lower worlds seem to be much smaller and denser, and the higher worlds seem to be much larger and more luminescent and lighter too, and lighter as in brighter, but also seem to be lighter, less dense. And the whole thing, the whole concept of the universe is important in my eyes because it relates to the chakra system. So we know the 7 chakras starting at Muladhara, starting here at the root, and then the root, sacral, blah blah blah, and then we go to the crown. We know those. They all correspond with the higher world, starting from our world. 7 up. So that means we can go up, but then the lesser known chakras, they don't even have the same Sanskrit symbol. They have a different symbol, which is an animal symbol. So it's like the animal part of the self that we have to overcome. And they correspond with all the demonic worlds underneath. So through the chakra system, inside of that energy body, we have the ability to travel. And that's supposed to make us very special in this universe. We have the ability to ascend and descend at will based on the level of consciousness that we have obtained, like based on the level that we're at. Basically, the closer you get to the soul, the higher you ascend. And the beauty of it is like, even up here, it's Maya. It's all Maya. It's all a simulation of the creator. It's a copy of the creator. It's not the creator. It's not God. But as you go up, it's a test as well because it's so sweet. Like it's so easy to reject the world when everything sucks, but it's going to be so hard to reject the world when it's a paradise. So as you go up, it's paradisical. That's why in some of these lower heavenly planes, the gods act up. Like it's like, oh, well, I got immortality. I got all the wives I want. I have drink. I have entertainment. So what? I'm bored. Let me mess things up. It's everybody is transcending that and learning to move higher, which really means move closer to the soul. And humans, we have a special place in all of this because we don't have the dramas of immortality to deal with. We don't have those kind of challenges, but we have the ability to move up and down. And I don't think that many of the deities can move, but the demons are restricted. They can't move too much. And they're kind of bound by the laws of the universe and the deities above that they can't move too much. But we have the ability to ascend or descend, like you guys were saying earlier. Like we can do great good or great evil. We have this immense capacity, and that also makes us attractive. This is the crux of everything. The whole importance of all of this is because that makes us attractive prey for entities that live much longer than us in these lower planes, trying to move up because their dream is just to conquer everything up here and then maybe even beyond, whatever. But our goal is to be empowered and claim our own power and not allow any other, or the lower base emotions that we have to deal with to get in the way of that, of our mission, which is to become pure and to let go of these tendencies that are not us. And there's so many. It's like comparison. There's so many things that we do from the reptilian mind that we need to let go of, and slowly and steadily, like letting go of lies, deceit, leaving all the masks behind and becoming authentic. and moving upward and so inward towards true enlightenment. And that's it. That's all. I'm gonna keep quiet now. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anna, you're a powerful teacher. I could tell. You have a powerful way of explaining these concepts. So I do thank you for your time and effort. Thank you so much. Because I leave these up for a long time. So it'll be here. If you want to refer back to it as well.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
It's
and if
good
you,
to have the resonance.
yeah, yeah, and if you ever want to present anything in the future, feel free to. I told Ezra and Brown's boy um and also Rant, my friend that was here earlier,
Yeah.
that too, he's an excellent teacher as well. And also to my friend Reddington, Reddington is very astute in terms of philosophy and all of these topics. L Dub, I've only known him for a little while, but he's a deep thinker. You're saying, but yeah.
Look within, I know him.
Yeah, he's a deep thinker. I had a good conversation with him backstage one day after the Pineal Power show. But yeah,
We got a great group. And yeah, I was great as well. And hey, as I think they've passed you the contact information for mindful exposures in the chat. Who did that? Look within gave it.
Yeah,
well,
it's in your back chat.
yeah.
For
Well, I
sure,
think
Brown.
that might be for you because I'm already corresponding with her. But yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I correspond with her, but yeah, it would be great for you guys to have a conversation as well, and then come and converge at this place on my show because I do this on Wednesday and Saturday, and also Friday morning.
So
I won't be here
what
tomorrow morning.
happened to them? Why is your channel on ice? Is
Well,
something going on?
Well, it seemed like there's different restrictions for live streaming content. So I played some of my old videos. I made a compilation of my old videos I was playing, and I got struck for copyright. But I thought that was strange because I've already posted those videos to my channel, so I didn't think that was possible. But apparently, if you're live streaming things, it's different. Then because AIs pick up things while you're live streaming that don't necessarily pop up if you just upload a video. So I was not aware of those restrictions. I've only been doing this for 6
I had
months.
no idea about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So you could have posted something and it doesn't have a copyright in it, and then you play it during the live stream, the same video. That's a reaction to something, and it's third party content. They'll strike you for it. It's crazy.
And is that StreamYard or straight up YouTube?
Well, that was YouTube. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
it was not StreamYard, but I believe they're in conjunction with each other.
Yeah, they are.
Because
They are.
yeah, because as I'm aware of it, there's no StreamYard app. I tried looking for a StreamYard app the other day, and I guess there's no app for it. So it just is Google. It's the self same mechanism as Google. So they must have paid, either YouTube or Google bought it, I'm sure.
It's just that I don't know if they have it built in because it's a browser streamer, right? A stream plugin. That's what it is. It's a YouTube plugin, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I could only think of it as a greater tool for spying. Like, let's allow people abroad to create their own shows. That's not going to go bad at all. I mean, it's gone terrible. I mean, people are acting like the ways they would have never said anything to people in public. They'll say it on these platforms.
So that's why I haven't done this. I actually said I wasn't gonna do another one ever, and yeah, well, here I am. But
lured you
I
in there.
took a break for 6 months, and then I said, okay, well, I'm comfortable if I don't show my face and my name is protected, and I'm just changing up a couple of things.
Well, you're pretty safe here, except for I am quite concerned about the about Lizard Tree being the only person who's now chatting with us, because there is a consistent amount of people who watch my shows and don't engage in my content. So I don't know who these shadow workers are, but I think eventually they'll unveil themselves.
It's just, man, like, I don't even know at this point. Like, are you gonna say, like, needle in the haystack? I mean, like, come on. It's like, it's the entire haystack is needles. Come on.
Yeah, 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 really. Yeah, it seems like
I have one good conversation without cussing and like some kind of weird stuff going down. Um, I'm grateful. That's it, and I'm just gonna expect that because what's your description? It's like the machine lie. I can't remember, but it was basically like telling you that the machine lies on the machine or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I'm really cognizant of this platform, we're engaging in. And I do my best to be empowered about it, the way I engage with it.
It's the palindrome. Talking about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. It's the palindrome.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. I remember that from English class now. But that's a good one. That sticks.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And,
got a
and
lot
hey,
of.
do you think we're
Yeah.
being groomed? Like, have you
Oh
thought
yeah.
of that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what technology is. It's a like a form of cultivation, but I think it really starts with with the symbolic mainframe. So it's just symbols. I think symbols are a way, as they say in Hinduism, the god laughed and then he started dancing and then language flew off of him.
Correct.
The
Yes.
letters, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I know the story. So yeah, yeah, it's interesting. I think that this type of ecstatic, the symbolic world, and that's how we experience the supernatural as well.
So
But
that is a simulacra, correct? A
right,
copy of a copy.
yeah, and I think you'll get a kick out of some of my lectures on Plato because that is really where the concept comes from. This copy of a copy, because he believed that reality was such a
And
thing.
Plato was a flat earther, right?
I think Plato was the only one of them that actually rejected it. So I think Homer was a flat earther, but Plato rejected Homer, and that's why he was considered a heretic, right? So, because he believed in this like sort of like one God and all of this type of stuff, and him and Aristotle kind of diverged from what the Athenians kind of believed, because they believed in this like super cosmic realm, and they believed in math. So because they got it from Orphic Pythagoreanism, so they thought like a circle, and they thought the number 10 was like the greatest number of all time. So not only this I think it's called the dodecahedron or something like that
Yeah.
they thought was like the symbol of majesty, and then the Kabbalah is drawn from this too because they have this number system involved. And that is interesting because it goes to that whole Platonic realm I was talking about, this realm of numbers, which which this whole system, right, of what Plato believes is like, mind has to work in conjunction with this thing called reason, and then it creates the world, and the world is a copy of the copy. That the things are imitations of the forms, right? Which the
Well,
forms are. Yeah.
you know what you guys reminded me of is I read this kid's book about the Hindu creation myth, and it's like I can't remember the exact order, but it's like Brahma, and then Brahma makes
No, Shiva
Vishnu.
Shiva makes Vishnu.
Well, it's like you have the snake riding on the ocean, and then you have the lotus in its coils, and out of the lotus comes who?
Brahma.
And then out of Brahma comes Vishnu, and out of Vishnu
No,
comes.
no, no. It's not the snake. Vishnu is sleeping on the snake. But Vishnu, it's his navel. A lotus sprouts at his navel. And That is the bottom of the universe, and the top of the lotus is the top of the universe, and from the top of the lotus, Brahma sprouts.
Right. So Brahma comes, and then what's after Brahma?
He creates the universe.
And then Shiva starts dancing, and something goes wrong, or something like that.
Yeah, that comes later. That
Well,
comes later because when he starts dancing, that's the time for basically the reset, or the correct word in Sanskrit would be pralay.
but Manu comes and then creates humans, and then like the word human is like means like of Manu, right? In
Correct.
Sanskrit.
Yes. But apparently there were humans before. He's just creating one set. Like we're one crop. I hate to say it that way, but the way things are looking, we're one crop of many.
Well, it kind of makes sense. Have you ever seen those like when in Cambodia they have these paintings on the wall, not only in near Angkor Wat, but in the government buildings they have these giant paintings of like in the king's temples and stuff. They have these
Yes. I know
paintings
what
of
you're
the blue
talking about.
the giants, and they're like eating men, and then you have like green alien guys that are kind of like leading men. Do you know what I'm saying? It's very interesting storytelling. Like I think it's the Ramayana, but that story is
Yes.
so fascinating to me
Ramayana.
because it kind of adds up to I think a lot of what Christians are kind of talking about, but not many of us are really willing to admit that, and I think that's kind of a shame. But I think that there is some overlap, and also like the Brahma, Vishnu, Manu kind of like is kind of a trinity in a way. I mean, I'm not saying it's exact 1-to-1, but I mean it is very, very interesting because I had never read that story before, like a few days ago, and I was just like, and then
And it's called the Trimurti. That is what it's called. Trimurti.
yeah, and then the fact that they use a very specific term in that book, saying "son of man," that son of man, referring to Manu or something like that, and it's very weird because Jesus specifically uses that term, "son of man," many, many times.
Correct.
In the Bible, it's a very specific term that he's using, and I just find it so weird that people don't catch that you guys use almost the exact same term
And
in
then Manu himself, his descendants, everybody came about after that flood, the cataclysmic flood that is mentioned in both our cultures.
I didn't even know that, but that makes a lot of sense. See, that's what I mean. It's like I can't even I've never gotten one Christian to admit that there's like a very similar thing going on. And yeah, it's very interesting to me because everybody talks about Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, but then they always leave out Hinduism and Buddhism and Zoroastrianism and God, what else is it? The Yazidi or whatever it is. There's a few other like minor, I get, quote unquote minor religions, but they all kind of have a very similar creation, uh, thing, I guess.
Yeah, hold on, Lizard Tree, madam. Let me give you the channel here for Annapurna, because I think you would enjoy a lot of her content.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and and I put my video in the back that I made yesterday, and I didn't do that for self promotion, but I had recorded a lot of what you said and mixed it up with what Peter Thiel was saying, which is kind of weird, but like I think that you talking about like the symbolic stuff that you're talking about, like that is kind of the whole point of what a lot of the tech is about. That's why I jumped back on, because what you guys are just talking about, like with the tech being like a copy of a copy, it's like you say that a lot about your book, and also like what you're talking about in your lectures is about how the symbols of like the man is a symbol making and using machine or something, like that's what they're trying to do to humans, is try to like enslave us through symbols, but they use the excuse that they're trying to like make us enlightened or something, but it's obviously like it's a very fine line between abstraction for good and abstraction for deception, right? And I think that's what a lot of the tech is really is trying to mediate us out of our own volition or something like that.
Yeah, and that's where it gets to this Lewis Mumford, definition of man as a symbol-making animal. I think it's, the most fascinating definition. And I do think the level of language, that is how the deception is going on. What is the most fundamental technology that they use? It's language.
Yes, and the
And
written word.
yeah, that is the most profound and deepest and most evil invention. Essentially, there could
Because
be
it is the invention of a lie, I think.
exactly right. It doubles and triples the capacity to tell lies. So
Almost as if a safeguard against the inevitable.
Yeah.
Wow. But
What you guys were talking
we
about?
are a telepathic for naturally. Even if you don't like, okay, I can't read minds. I'm not saying I can read minds.
Body language, yeah.
Yeah, but like so much of communication, when you learn a new language, you can communicate for the most part. You can get your message across. You can survive.
Well, I mean, for me, when I went to a foreign country, I found it remarkably. I mean, I don't think everybody has this experience, but for me, it's like when you have a limitation in verbal language, you find other ways to kind of like get your point across, right?
Exactly. You use your body, you use gestures, you use images. There's like a million ways to communicate.
It's mainly body language and tone.
Well,
The
but
actual words only amounts about 7% of the communication.
Yes,
Right.
90% is that. You're nonverbal.
Well, but also like I mean, I think the internet's kind of a weird thing too because you're kind of telepresent to some degree. But I think also, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, like I walk into like any public space or like in a business or whatever, or any environment where there's more than one person around, even sometimes where I can't see the people that are there. Like there's certain energy that's present, and I know that sounds very weird, like
No, you can pick up but it's also like you're built to do that. Like, how do you live in groups if we can't read? And like, you know what I mean? Like, how do we congregate? We're gregarious beings.
Well, like a lot of times, like I mean, when I talk about the black magic stuff, I can't say that I saw anything directly, but like through my conversations with people and also just kind of getting the vibes, like the Buddhism in Thailand and Cambodia specifically, like I can tell you, like there is a very dark undercurrent that people don't talk about too much publicly. If you talk to them in private, they'll kind of admit to it, but
Yeah, it's the shamanism, bro.
yeah, exactly. There's a
No,
very
you know what it is?
yeah.
Sexual abuse happening inside. And
That as well, yeah, but
human
they
trafficking. That's what's going on inside everything.
they do blood sacrifice and shit.
Well,
A lot of those cultures.
You're definitely right about that. I think that it's definitely a mix of those things. And I think the thing is here in the white people lands, we have the same problems, but it's kind of been mitigated to some degree. But like I think I heard someone say this the other day, and I think that there's truth in it. I think what we're seeing happen to the West in America is actually trying to bring in that dark stuff that's been going on everywhere else back into the kind of like, it's not open, but it's like gray. Like, and when you go to places like, Southeast Asia, like it's not totally hidden, but it's like a gray area, right? It's kind of accepted to some degree, but it's kind of like kept just below the surface. And
yeah,
here,
I know what you're talking about. I'll tell you. Why don't we just talk about it? The Machine Lies knows what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure if he was born there. He's talking about the eunuchs. Do you know about this? The Machine Lies.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you know how they're made?
I mean, not specific, but like go on and explain some of these things.
So like, okay, so traditionally, if somebody is a born
You're
natural
talking about like the kusra, right? Like like the
Hijra people.
yeah.
So
Cause
if
like,
you're
cause like
naturally
over there they
born
have like a
hermaphrodite, it's
derogatory.
different
Yeah, they have a derogatory term where they call them kusras, right? And they have like these like
because these are not natural born hermaphrodites. They're young males that are kidnapped and castrated, and then they're sold into sex slavery, and that's their community. And it just happens, and that happens. I mean, Thailand is just a riot for that. I mean, that's just like you
No,
don't
there's
know if
definitely
you're looking at a man or a woman there.
no, that is definitely a current thing, and that's where a lot of people they get it misconstrued. They think that it's like like a moral dysfunction, which it is to some degree, but I think it's also like they call it the third gender for a long time, and they have a long tradition of it. And I don't know the exact like ways it comes about, but there is a very like most of the ones over there from the stuff that I've seen about it, they say that a lot of it is like single parents, but yeah, there's definitely like a lot of sex abuse, and there is some sort of weird thing with like the priesthood of the Buddhist in Thailand, like where they're into some very strange shit. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, but that priesthood is corrupt worldwide, and it has to. I think it has to be by that same law by which they're operating. Like it has to be corrupted.
Yeah, and actually, like if you understand, like I'm not an expert by any means, but like my this is something I've wanted to talk about, but it's kind of hard because people in the West don't know enough to like really get into it. But like what I sensed, and I can't prove any of this, was my sense. My sense of it is like the corruption in the priesthood, much like happening here in America, undermine people's faith in Buddhism and Hinduism and whatever their folk religion mix in with that is, to the point where now they're susceptible to secularism. So now all these ties are like adopting Chinese secular, Chinese-esque secularism, and also Western like woke
Which is
shit.
communism, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Look, and that exactly right. And then now all these people are like begging for communism, not realizing that they're actually going to get the exact colonial things they're fighting against, quote unquote, by getting when they get rid of their monarchy. They think that it's going to become like quote unquote democracy, but what they don't understand is like the birds of prey, I'll put it that way, are kind of like just waiting for that monarchy to disappear, because when that happens and their society gets liberalized, the communists are just going to eat them alive like they did to Cambodia. And like it's so weird because I would say 50% of the people in Thailand know that, and the other half are like in delusion and they don't want to admit what's going on in their country, because the Cambodians know very well what's happening, right? Like they're very, very aware, right, of what's happening. And you know, Cambodia is a very dangerous place. I'll just put it that way. Like I don't think that they've ever really fully recovered, because they had the Chinese like basically took over their country, right? And I don't know. It's kind of just a weird thing. Like I heard about what happened in Nepal, and really it's only Malaysia and Indonesia that's really uh, avoided a lot of the stuff going on, in my opinion. And again, I'm not speaking from any sort of expertise. It's just
But
like,
it's all by design. You see that. You must see that it's by design.
no, it is, and but it definitely is. But my point is, people are just kind of like unwittingly participating in their own demise, and I see the same thing here in the West. It's like I'm not looking down on them. I see it.
Here I'm worried it'll devolve into that. That's what I'm worried. I'm like, my God, we have something precious. Like, can we do better with what we have? But people are so eager to step on.
Well, that's what the whole demoralization here in the West is all about. Is like people don't appreciate what they got because they keep getting demoralized, saying, "Oh, look how bad this is! Look how bad this is!" And like they don't know, like if you go leave and you see that like the whole world is extremely corrupt, and the thing is like there are good people, but they have stopped taking a proactive role.
It's
And
just
now,
not rewarded. It's a narcissistic world. It rejects any good person.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to. What I'm seeing is here in the West, like it's become the social credit score that people were fearing is not going to be what people think it is. It's going to basically be like you're going to be so incentivized to be a bad person that you'll think you're doing the right thing. That's my opinion, right? Like I think that's or not maybe not think you're doing the right thing, but it'll be so hard to do the right thing that people just stop doing it, right? And I think that's kind of what I'm starting to see.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's been going on.
And this is again like it's flipped because in Kali Yuga it is the how should I say it? Like purity will be punished and how do you say like piggishness like that will be rewarded. And that's like the test of your character. That's the measure by which you're
You know what's
tested.
weird? That sounds so similar to like what Christians say is the apocalypse or the whatever eschatology that most Christians say that they all say the exact almost exact same, like they come and say, "Oh, well, we're going, the Christians we're going to be beheaded in the street because we're trying to do the right thing and blah blah." Like they say almost exactly the same thing. It's really weird.
Right, but it's I guess it gets politicized, right? And then it becomes like my group against their group. And
No, exactly. I
yeah.
mean, that's the weird thing is like the more and more I've talked to Machine Lives and a lot of people like the past 9 months to a year, like you cannot separate the political nature of everything going on. It's like trying to separate the political and the religious at this point is and that's the thing is they say separation of church and state, but they don't understand. It's like I can't remember who quoted it. I think Machine quoted it something, but it's like he said somebody Plato or one of these guys was talking about like man is inherently political. And I think that that's really what Paul was kind of getting at too is like he was basically giving a political solution to spiritual problems to some degree, right? And I just think that that's very. I mean, I have mixed feelings about it. I think that
It's short-sighted, I think.
yeah, for sure.
And I
Well,
also think that the apostles, the way I interpreted it, is like they were waiting for him to kick Rome out. They were like, "Oh, come on, no, be king." Even today, I've seen it romanticized that Jesus as king and things like that. I've seen that written down. So they were waiting for him to topple that oppressive regime, but he was talking about something much more subtle, in my opinion. He didn't come here to be king of an earthly kingdom.
well, no, I agree, and I think that also like a lot of people are looking for, and this is what I'm just getting into this part of Machine's book, but it's very weird how like we're not really like you kind of get a mixed messaging. It's like in some ways we're kind of like told you can kind of influence people, but indirectly like soft power, right? But at the same time, like I also have definitely gotten the message that we're not really supposed to be passive, I would say, or what's the word, pacifist. Like it's more we should be kind of proactive to some degree, but that's the thing is like a political proactive or influence proactive or there's a lot of different ways you can take it, but I see that definitely people are taking advantage of the gray areas that have formed along these lines where people tell each, like you said about the Christ, people say Christ is king. Well, what does that mean? What are we to do while we're here? Are we supposed to just sit down and listen to wicked people who are our leaders just do what we're told? If they tell us to go die in a war, we just do it because they're a leader, or you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I have a problem with that, but a lot of people say that, well, that's just, you got to do your job. It's like, well, I don't know. It's just very bizarre to me, but that seems to be the kind of situation that we're in, I guess.
They're so programmed. They think they have to act that way, man.
Yeah.
See, just by you speaking and saying these things, you'll make them think a different way a lot of the time. I'm sure you've seen that interacting with people. You start saying these things out loud to them, and then you get that look on their face, like, "Huh."
Well, I mean, I'll give
Never
you
thought of it that way.
well, I'll give you a reason. Like, you know, and this is just like an obvious one that I always like to refer to because everybody kind of, anyone our age, anyways, like remembers like when 9/11 happened, and you know, a lot of guys I knew were like, I want to go join the military and go fight the terrorist or whatever. I'm like, do you guys really believe the narrative that we're being put here, right? Like, we're going to quote unquote defend our country, ninth the other side of the world, killing millions of people for what a couple assholes did. It's like, isn't that kind of letting them win to some degree? And then saying, and then believing that they hate our quote unquote freedom. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, obviously this is a narrative, but you know, at 14, 15, 16 years old, you know, I think people did understand what I was saying, but they just didn't care. Like, they're just like, well, I get, you know, people around me expected of me, so I'm going to go do it. Right. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird situation where people do kind of comprehend, but at the same time, they
You
will go.
know, my blood boils about it because I'm like you in my younger days. Like, see, especially when you grow up with yoga and things like that. As a child, when you see hypocrisy, it's like your first like heartbreak, you know, in life. Like when you see the people that you look up to, the adults in your life showing hypocrisy, that's when I think like that's when the world starts becoming black and white and not just rose colored glasses. And the machine lies is probably going to understand this, but in India, it's basically it's changing now, probably because my we're all parents. But when we were growing up, even now to a degree, it's either are you going to be an engineer or are you going to be a doctor? What are you going to be? Neither. Okay, well, you're stupid. Just go home. You're worthless. You're not going to do anything with life. And then I would be like, well, why do you want to be a doctor? Well, because I'm going to make a ton of money and you're going to be broke. And one day I had this newspaper clipping that I brought to like the statewide exam, you know, like it was the exam that determined your future. And I knew I didn't want to be a doctor or an engineer. And it was a newspaper clipping of an article that said that the hospital where all of my classmates would probably want to work, while of course having a private practice on the side to make more money, like everybody would want to work at that government hospital as a doctor. It was an article about like they didn't even have the money to change a light bulb in that big hospital that all these doctors wanted to get into, that people are fighting to get into to be a patient and a doctor. They didn't have money to change a light bulb because of money laundering going on.
Yep. Yep. No, but
And
no, seriously, because
people just yelled at me. They're like, "You're dumb. Like, what the f? That doesn't mean anything. Like, that has no correlation."
no, their
And
greed got to, and that's the thing is like, you know, this is not a racial thing, but again, when you go overseas, I've seen it firsthand where like, you know, the amount of corruption that has been accepted because of people looking out for their own interests, like you said, like why would like I wanted to be a doctor, like I went to go study, you know, pre-med stuff for biochemistry and stuff like that, right? Like, and when I got in there, I was like, this has nothing to do with quote unquote keeping people healthy. It's in fact, you know, trying to gamify how to make people lifelong patients, right? And I was like, I don't want any part of this. But most of the people I knew who were on that path, they didn't give a fuck at all, right? Like they're like, who cares? Like I'm here to get the status and the money and the, you know, whatever. And like your extreme example is people've never been to a place like that where, you know, you have all the money and the status, but then, you know, all that corruption weighs down your society, and then everybody's looking at each other like, well, I might as well get my slice of the corruption pie because I have no other option. I mean, like that's what happens, you know, and it's terrible.
No, or it can be bad. Like you can get killed if you don't comply, and if you don't acquiesce. But it's not just it's different levels. It's like you get outed a little bit out of the social groups. Then progressively it gets steadily more hard, like to keep your integrity. For example, like when I went to get my passport, that was a nightmare. Um, and they were like straight up, like, how much are you planning to pay us as a bribe? Just straight up. And I was like, gonna start yelling at age whatever 16, and my parents had to detain me. I guess they already knew, and they they detained me. Like, I held my hand under the table, like, no, don't rise.
No, that's exact, and that's what I try to tell Americans. I'm like, look, you guys don't know. Like, if we start getting our, if we don't, if a lot of Americans are like they're in denial because that's already kind of starting to kind of creep in here. Like I can tell you, like where I live at, a lot of the, let's just say a lot of the people who run the cities are first generation from, like, let's just say for example the Philippines, right? I don't know if anybody knows much about Philippine politics, but it's extremely cutthroat and corrupt, right? And look, I'm not saying all people are like that, but people who are interested in politics in that country come over here and get involved in our politics. It changes the way business is done, right? And then people wonder, like, well, oh, how come, we have the budget, but stuff doesn't get done? It's like because people are not, they don't care. They're in that position because they want the title. They're not interested in serving, right? They don't,
Yeah, and they want
the,
their cut. It just matters that you keep up the lie. And I'm telling you, this is just all American basic Georgia folks that I worked with at a university level. It's like at that level, everybody has to be part of the scam, if you know what I mean. Like everybody has to be part of the scam. Everybody's got to be like wasting time at work and no one can tell on anyone else. Plus, like
yep.
everyone has to launder the money smartly via grants and scholarships and fellowships and like basically money, tuition hikes. And then, every department gets a like expense card, credit card.
Yep.
And people are doing crazy stuff like renovating their house. It didn't happen at, yeah, it happened at one. I switched universities, but one of them, this happened that they did their personal home things. Like they were putting stuff on the credit card and editing the accounts and stuff. So I mean,
No, I believe it. I totally
that
believe it.
system is designed to do that. And it's almost like it's a big club and we're not in it. And we don't
No,
even
no,
try.
and once you step foot in it, they will. It's like whoever's the most cutthroat gets to the top. And like this is what I saw in different businesses that I was in. It's like you'll get in the front door and they'll let you hang out and they'll even like let you see everything. But as soon as you take like a little piece, that's when they get you. And I would just never take a piece. And they're like, "Well, what's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I just don't want you guys to have anything over me." And eventually, like, they just push you out because they don't want you around. It makes them uncomfortable. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
everybody's taking their slice and you're not, you know what I'm saying? But
Or
then at the same
you
time,
leave.
but that's the thing
They
is like,
push you out or you leave. Or oh yeah, they get cold, right? It's like you love
yep,
bomb first, you love bomb, and then you get cold.
yep. And then the thing is also is like, it's just really weird. I mean, I could get into detail, but it doesn't matter. Like you pretty much described exactly what's going on. And I think that people in America, they don't want to see how deep it really goes, but like, uh, you know, there's just so much
Well,
money.
what is a birth certificate? Like, you think people are willing to talk about that? What the birth certificate is, how it's a bond saying essentially I'm dependent. I'm no, well, the birth certificate declares you dead at birth, basically, and then a bond is created on your fictitious entity, your corporate entity. But the social contract upon which these politicians govern over us is an understanding that we're too stupid to govern ourselves and we couldn't do it. And that's why we need these people to do it for us and tax us for the pleasure of it.
Well, no, and I think and that's the thing is, that's bad enough, but the problem is you have all these mid-level people who are like, well, I'll just take advantage of the situation. And it's really the middle management, because if it was just the rulers and just the people like us who are starting to figure it out, we would quickly like position ourselves in a better position. But it's all the people in the middle that are, taking advantage of the situation, whether it be criminals of a street level or more like the white collar crime that you're talking about. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day,
Right.
it all adds up. And really, here's the thing that people don't want to see is that a lot of the occult and a lot of the gang stuff and a lot of the white collar stuff is directly related, at least in my opinion. Like, I think a lot of those guys
Yeah.
put together to kind of like keep people like us away from middle management or upper management of the society, right? And I think that that's not an accident whatsoever. And that's really where we're getting blocked, right? And that's and a lot of these guys don't want to get their hands dirty. That's why they have these, very dangerous low level people around them, because they're willing to go and do things that those people aren't, I guess, so.
You're on it.
And I think because you're from a country where that's a little bit more obvious, I think.
It's out in the open. It's hanging out.
You mean over there?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely out in the open. But hey, you know what I've noticed? It's out in the it's coming to that level here, like people like that are if people are finding it okay to say like we should be violent at others in this country, like for reasons that are really like dumb, and it reminds me of the communal violence that I think I was talking about. He was like, oh well, all these different groups are fighting and doing this and that. And yeah, like I just and then like people are doing this in the workplace. Like now there's like a not non-binary stuff going on. Like, can we talk about that in the workplace, or like you have to like adhere to that and like toe the line on that? And
No, they take an inch, everywhere. And like I was lucky enough, the last business I was really working in a office environment, like we were not really forced into that, but like the policy still kept creeping in anyways, because the good thing about the business I was in is like people of that type, they just wouldn't last, because you can't be a sensitive person. Like you have to kind of grow like a thick skin to deal with people, because everybody's kind of not very nice to each other, and everybody has fun, but it's not nice fun. It's like smile to your face and like stealing your money out of your pocket kind of thing. But the the thing is like with the last 4 years with the medical stuff, like when I was the only one who said, hey, I don't want to wear a mask on my face, everyone
everyone bullied you probably.
Oh, well, everyone else, like they, even if they didn't like it, they were just like, well, I got to do this to keep my job. And so nothing else matters. And then I was like, so when they come in with a, person of questionable gender and tells you have to call me this to have a job. See what I mean? It's like, and all those people hated that stuff, but they would have just done it because they don't want to lose their job. Right. And I just see that like, even these people who are very, uh, anti that and openly anti that, like when it comes to like their
Bread and butter.
yep, they'll probably cut their own thing off just to get the status and the stuff if it came down to it. I mean, maybe not literally, but I think we're kind of moving in that direction. And I think that like you were saying about the eunuchs, like people don't understand something. Like a lot of history, they've had a managerial class of either women or eunuchs, and that's not incidental, in my opinion, right? Like you cut out the sex drive of these people, like, you know, in the slave
Yeah,
situation,
yeah.
you have a
And
big
something
compound.
unnatural about priesthood as well, like the
Yep,
tradition. Hmm.
yep, yep, exactly. Like if you look,
And I went to Catholic school, and it was all nuns, and yeah. So I get,
and they're
women can be
sexless, joyless.
very cruel
Yeah,
to
they're
children.
sexless, joyless, you know, whatever. And again, like I've never really met nuns or anything, but I've heard the stories, and everybody says the same thing as you. And the thing is, like when I read history, like, you know, you have the eunuch class of, you know, who were extremely brutal in their positions. Like they were like basically assassins. They were, spies. And you look at what our government's doing now, they're putting those people in those positions, and people think, oh, this is crazy. It's like, no, this has been happening for thousands of years. They put eunuchs or, you know, you know, people with severe, uh, you know, nihilism, I'll just put it that way, in positions of power, because they don't care about anything other than that position or status or title that they're carrying. They don't care about right or wrong or whatever, you know.
And they're comfortable with pedophilia. I'm sorry to say it, but
They're
that's
comfortable with what? Sorry.
with pedophilia.
Um,
Majority of
a
it.
lot of people who have strange.
But no, I'm not saying in the modern. I'm saying in those, like what you're talking
Yeah,
about, eunuchs in India, because who is bringing new eunuchs in? You have to go and abduct the little male children and then mutilate their genitalia by castrating them. It's not.
It's
They're
gotta be
doing it.
like those like a gory type of you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
because that's where the whole thuggy culture comes from. I was trying to explain this the other day. That they have the thuggies and how they they have the whole that the occult is related to a criminal element,
yep.
and that's always related to strange sexual rights and
On children.
yeah, exactly. So it
Well,
goes down to the nitty gritty. If we get down to the nitty gritty, they're taking this male and female energies and inverting it in a disastrous way.
I just want to mention this really quick. I subscribe to the Times of India, and the headline that just came across my YouTube feed said Iran
There's
left.
probably a lot of like bad stories about Pakistanis in
No,
there.
no, no. But I just want to mention
No,
this.
they're liberal. They're liberal
Oh
newspaper.
yeah.
No, I just want to mention this really quick. It said Iran left stunned as Hamas signals willingness to lay down arms against Israel. I wonder why Hamas would lay down arms against Israel. Why would that be? I wonder.
Yeah, I tried to explain this to my little brother this morning, and I think he got mad at me, because he's like, you don't support the Palestinians, and he's like, I can't be anti-colonialist without being construed as a leftist. He's like, what are you saying to me? And I'm like, man, it's time to grow up, buddy.
No, no, and like I used to get mad about that kind of stuff, and now like I have so much like empathy for these people, because like they really do think, and for the most part they're kind of right, but like they don't understand that like it's like a double, triple, quadruple false flag back and forth on like on both sides kind of thing, and like Iran is working with Hamas, Hamas is working with Israel. It's like, come on, man, we're so far beyond, like 2,000 years ago when people are out in the desert holding the flag in the, you know what I mean? Like it's not like that
Dude,
anymore.
but these clips that they're putting out, it looks so weird. Like even the migrant clips, okay? How come everybody arrives in the same uniform? How come the camera is there at the exact time that they're arriving?
How
How
come
come
these people? How come these people arrive and got more expensive clothes on and shoes than I got?
Right, and they're all looking so clean. The hostages were all looking so clean.
It's so
Even the dog was delivered. I mean, like that is like
My first thought.
laughing in my face. Even the
My
dog
first
was
thought.
hostaged and delivered.
Sorry, my first and maybe last thought is paid actors, bro.
No, they're serving caviar to the hostages, man. What the hell? They got the Grey Poupon out. Shit. No, no, for real, it's weird. It's no, but on that thing about the Agoris and all that, I want to mention really quick too, because
Yeah, they're actors, says a guy named Adam Lanza.
Sad
I just want to point that out. I'm just kidding, guys. But
no,
yeah.
no, but for real, I want to mention this. We can't really, for whatever reason, you're actually not allowed to talk about gypsies on social media, and so I would just call them Romas. But like, there's a lot of motherfucking Romas out here suddenly, like all over the place, and not only in California, but all over the United States, like popping up. And I don't want to say that they're like child grabbers or something, but like, I kind of get the sense that they're kind of like those type of people. Am I wrong about that, or am I like?
It's,
Am I
I
tripping?
think it's more like the thing that's misleading or meant to mislead us is the ethnic group, which appears to do it. Because sooner or later, like, like they don't care about race. They're everywhere.
No, but that's what I mean. Like the gypsies, they are like a very specific kind of person, right? Like they are part of a certain, like they're not in. I mean, they are very different than anyone else. Like I can spot who they are. They don't look or act anything like anybody else. You know what I mean? Like they have a very specific like way they do things. And there's a lot. I mean, there's like a lot of them around now. So I'm just wondering, like, aren't they kind of from that bandit group that you guys are talking about out of India to some degree?
I don't know. Because I heard, according to my studies, they migrated out of India to Spain and to Egypt.
And to right now, a lot of them are coming out of Romania and not even out of England as well, which is kind of weird. But
And then from there, they have migrated, so they have their own subculture.
well, I'm just asking, like, do you think that are they part of the people that kind of grab kids and stuff? Because like I know
not because I don't even have a place for them inside of India today in the modern, because 500 years ago they left.
the reason I ask is because like the stories that come out in England, it seems that people are telling a lot of stories where people are trying to sell kids or grab kids and stuff. So I don't know if it's the same type of people that's showing up here. Well, I was just curious because I know they came out of
The
India.
only people I that I know that the religion explicitly gives instruction on child abuse, I can't say online.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, and that's another complicated, like, what even are those things, people, thing, you know what I mean? But, I get you. Yeah, it's a very, no, it's weird because you can't really, but that's the thing is like, it really, like here, I can talk about these other things that I found, which is that the modern, what people refer to as Satanism is not only real, but it's very diverse. And like, they kind of run cover as different religions, including certain sects of Christianity. And,
the Jesuits, I think the Jehovah's Witness is probably included in that.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that
Jehovah's Witnesses are Templars.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but the last show I did, somebody actually said the thing that you were afraid to say to a person who lives in Israel. So that might be one of the yeah, so that might be one of the main reasons we're on this alternative channel now. But yeah.
Well,
probably
that's why I was trying to like change that subject because I was like, I knew we're kind of getting into very like ADL listening type of,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it was my buddy Rant and open up that barrel and just
Well,
fucking
because the
just
thing is, even if you're just joking, like, you know, the ADL doesn't care if you're just like having bar banter. They think that even joking about it is not okay unless you're of their tribe and, you know, they got the
Bro,
blood to it, you know. So
is it true the algorithm doesn't pick up sarcasm? Because in that case, like if I was to make some sort of joke about a race, because that wouldn't be ever fun ever. Yeah, I just I don't know.
well, I don't know. It that's the thing is like
I would just be like, yo, these like you can't get mad at me. These are my favorite people to make fun of. They're actually my favorites.
well, I think the truth is, even if it could pick up on sarcasm, it's going to be selectively enforced anyways. So that's the, yeah. Adam obviously won. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'm reading the chat there, but
yeah, I mean it's hard to argue, you know, for the Jewish law. I mean, you know what I mean, and that is superior to Platonism. You know, I mean, it's going to be hard to argue that, you know, and that Platonism is even quote unquote European, you know, or that it, you know, can be separated from quote unquote European. You know, even that, you know, I mean, the whole basket of worms is fucking problematic. I mean, but yeah, the debate, I mean, the issues we presented about the opening statements, that's going to cover the swath of everything that it's possible for them to talk about. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, I mean,
well, I see. Here's
it's
the
a
thing. Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't hear
no,
you.
no, go ahead.
Because there's a delay a little bit. No, no, I was just gonna say on that note, like, I think the stuff we covered right after with like the Dugan and stuff, like, I can't believe that none of the debates ever bring up any of that shit because it's so right there. Like, if I had known about this shit 10 years ago, I would never. I mean, who knows what I would have figured out now? It's like I'm only now figuring that shit out. Like, and it's so out in the open. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? And I'm just like, there's no way that people like Adam Green or you know, these type of guys or like Jeem. I mean, I'm not going to say there's no way they never saw any of this stuff, but like, I just can't understand how they can't make these connections. Like, Adam Green's very close if he hasn't already figured it out already. I mean, he must kind of be like right there on the edge because I've heard him say very similar stuff to what we're kind of getting at. But
yeah, that's why I mentioned the seen
Wait,
and
what do you
unseen
think
thing.
about Vivek Ramaswamy?
I'm sorry, what was that, Inferno?
Oh, so you were
Oh,
saying something, but I
no,
just
it's all
wanted
right.
to
It's
ask
all right.
what y'all thought about Vivek Ramaswamy. That's like a total mind f.
I can definitely tell you what I think, but I'll let somebody else go first.
Manchurian candidate, I guess.
I think he's a very sophisticated psyop. First of all,
Same here.
First of all, he's a Trump supporter, and if you understand what Trump's connected to with like the Kabbalistic kind of weird stuff and the Jewish stuff and the other, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, he has so many weird connections. It's really hard to put it all together in a sentence. But if once you see that, then you see that he's I'm gonna guess he's a part of the Brahma caste of India. Secondly, and then I'll go ahead and guess that. Well, one thing I know is he's very connected to the pharmaceutical industry. And, you know, I can't remember exactly what drugs that he was involved in creating, but I'm pretty sure it was something that's not very good.
Right.
So, you know, if you understand like the pharmaceutical industry, and I guarantee if I go look up what drugs he was involved in developing, that alone
Yeah, it's
pretty much tell you exactly what he's about, you know.
it's the same with that Kamala Harris lady, her mom. She like created like progesterone. It's like so
Yeah,
strange.
which is the birth control stuff that's like devastating women in the West for the
That's
past.
a morning after pill
Yeah, so
as well.
so it's interesting that that's her thing, and then we have the
brown first lady. I mean, who's absolutely nutso, you know. So
Who's that?
the Kamala Harris lady,
She's not the first lady.
or I'm sorry, how do you say
She's a
that? Vice
VP, right?
president. Vice president,
Right,
yeah, not
yeah.
first lady. Yeah, I got those two terms confused there.
Well, you never know. They could do
But
they could do a little swapperino sometimes, you know.
yeah,
I
but
don't
that
even
all
know.
that happens. That happened. Like that's like a no-brainer at this point, right? Or am I crazy for saying that?
No.
Yeah, because it happens. I mean,
Biden definitely likes some brown. We all know that. That's for sure.
yeah, but it just like, man, like it's so open. Like you don't notice it. Like it's happening. It's just so common. I mean, like the Shriners, the Masons, they're in every town, right?
Yeah, it's the police, you know, really at this point.
Right. But the reason I asked about Vivek is because I think they observe like these talks, right? How much it doesn't take anything, like an AI could analyze it, and it's not even the AI we have access to. So, you know, you could gather data and then create sophisticated psyops like that. Like I like the way you put it, that he's a sophisticated psyop. But it's very appealing to my sensibilities, like the way he talks. Sometimes it feels like it's, you know, things I've said in the past that they just, or I'm sure many of you have had this feeling. I think he's like tailor made maybe for like the quote unquote truth community. And saying that, like, truth community, when you say that itself, it's like, okay, well, please come infiltrate this community. But I think it's that he's created tailor made for maybe like people who have conversations like this. Let's put it like that.
Well, I'll just mention really quick because just on that note, like something, you know, every time you really like, we watched a video right after we watched a little bit of the debate earlier, and this channel was talking about how all the QAnon stuff is so related to New Age stuff, and how, you know, really, honestly, a lot of the modern conservative movement is more New Age than the fucking leftist, and a lot of the Christian people are in denial about it. And I don't think it, again, of course, it's not an accident, but it goes directly into the truth community, where a lot of the truth community is basically like a New Age, like theosophy thing, but then they don't even, but a lot of the people don't realize that they're basically getting inducted into like a New Age, like theosophy cult or something. And I have to say, even myself, like watching Alex Jones, I didn't realize that that's what he was driving everybody into. Now, in retrospect, it's so obvious. But I mean, how many people never saw beyond it? I mean, how many people just said, "Oh, he's just a shill for the Jays," or "He's just a this or that"? It's like it's so much more sophisticated than that. You know, it really is. So
Yeah, and you might not even be looking at his real face. Like that could be a mask. They could all be masks. I mean, the skin on Trump and stuff, like, come on, like, you know, even Biden.
For sure.
Well, I'm at the point now, and Reddington's going to laugh at this, but like I really kind of mean it. Like when David Icke was talking about the lizard people, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying it might as well be true given everything that we know about the way this shit operates. I mean, you could make a strong argument that it might as well be something like
Yeah, that's funny. I was gonna say that the AI, that the people transforming their faces with the AI, it matches the Vril, the shapeshifter narrative like 1-to-1. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and no, and they're definitely 115,000%, in my opinion. They've been pushing that narrative into the truth community for a long time. And again, I'm not that gives me reason to say that maybe it's not true, but at the same time, like they've definitely been pushing. Like there's like video. I'm just gonna say this. Like there's a lot of weird video evidence that it looks like people's faces and shit are shifting on TV, and like I've seen it enough times.
Yeah, there's a channel who does stuff on that called Offshoot 100. I don't know if you guys have heard of that channel. Small
Never
channel.
heard of it, but I've seen enough, and I've seen some stuff live where I was like, I don't know what I'm watching, but this does not.
Definitely. And if you have you ever noticed it in people? around you?
I can't say 100% that I've seen something, but I've definitely gotten the sense of like I need to get the fuck out of this room with this person because I don't feel like I'm with a human. So, yeah, I mean I can't say 100% like I know for sure, but yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, we all bleed here. But I'm saying like I don't know, like man, in the new age people, some weird stuff happens, like especially if like what is this, like why is this so okay to be taking psychedelics all the time anyway? But they when that like combination happens, like I seen people that were having a bad trip, and it just like something shifts in their face, and it doesn't, like, it's a real shift. Like I don't know how else
Well,
to describe it.
I've definitely seen people who are, whether they're on drugs or not, they're not like I look at them, I don't see like a human behind the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
to open yourself up to entities and stuff.
yeah, and
Not just drugs, but I mean, that's part of it.
ritual.
Sex, drugs, alcohol.
Yeah, a combination of all that. But and I just want to mention this really quick because my phone's going to die soon. I got to charge it up. But I want to mention this really quick. Like when during the last 4 years when the whole disease thing was going on, right? Some of the groups around here that were trying to supposedly resist it, I'd go to their meetings and I was always like thinking there must be a Fed here somewhere, right? But then I started realizing like that's not even the scariest part. It's really that everybody's getting inducted into like this weird new age stuff. And so like a lot of the people I was hanging out with against the mask, they're now like deep into crystals and all this kind of stuff. And again, like I'm not saying all that stuff's bad or like the Reiki and all that. I'm not saying all that stuff is inherently bad, but it's like a very like it's not like they grew up in
It's paganism. There's a lot of paganism. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
see it too.
there was also like a lot of people who were connected to people such as like RFK, like knew him, and like people who knew Steve Jobs that would show up to these meetings, right? I mean, not obviously he was supposedly dead, but people who had known these people, and I'm like, pretty strange that these people are just like happen to show up and are kind of like guiding the direction of these little tiny groups of people who are like, I don't want to, wear a mask or something, right? It's, just kind of like, it's pretty freaky to be honest with you. Right. And, yeah, I don't know what that means. Of just, and definitely like some of these people you get in the room with them and they're not on the same wavelength as probably the people here in this chat are. Right. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know exactly what that means, but that's kind of my sense that I got, in any case.
I want to say that, like, just a circle back a little bit to like talking about like paganism and Hinduism. So I think that's still a narrow view. So Hinduism doesn't have like in the Vedic text, nowhere does it say like Hinduism. The correct term is Sanatan Dharma, which would mean
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that because I'm pretty sure that Vivekananda created the term, right?
Hinduism.
Right.
Yeah, so the Sanatan Dharma, what it means, Sanatan means universal, everlasting, always. And Dharma means I guess responsibility, but the way, universal way. So it was just the way, as in everybody lived that way in olden times. And then today we call it Hinduism because we are a copy of a copy of a copy of what we once were. So that needs to be understood. And I think that goes the same for what was being practiced in Europe, and the Americas. I think to call it paganism would be very reductionist because I think it just was the way. And Sanatan Dharma, it meant like universal. Everyone was living that way in the universe because we were all connected to the elements, to the truth of who we are. So you know, like there was no like Christianity and Muslims and these people. It just, we all knew that this was the way. And
Right, like Taoism or something. I meant more, I see a wave of Christians, specifically the younger generation, 20s, 30s, rebelling against that and going towards like Norse paganism or Wicca, things
stuff
like
that
that. When he was
allows
talking about
sexual
the crystals,
liberty, right? It's just like anything that justifies sexual liberty and not even liberty. That's the wrong word. Promiscuity is the right word.
right,
And
or just rebellion, just not having to listen to their, you know what I mean?
yeah,
The division of the family. That's kind of
yeah,
what I'm
that
seeing
too.
pushed strongly out of their Christianity. Like I don't support Christianity, but it has its place with the long-standing morals in the United States, you know, in the West, I
You know
guess is
what?
what I
It is
should
the
say.
core. It is the core of the value that most people were raised with, and to reject your own heritage, that would be like if me, like tomorrow, I try to be like a white girl. You know, like I don't know, like if I try to put my hair blonde and
It's inverting the morals. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of these kids don't even know it because I
they're
know
just
people
cosplaying
personally.
these. They're cosplaying as these different religions because how can you be opposed to the institution of family and go to any indigenous culture? They're all based on the institution of family. If you reject that, then you can't. But I seen that they pick and choose and they cosplay. They like to combine and think that they're doing something great.
Oh
But
yeah.
really, it's like a jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, I talked about this on my show one day in response to feminism. You know how there's a techno Gaianism that's created by the intellectual elite, and it's focused on kind of merging the understandings of this archaic revival. You know, you'll hear like Terrence McKenna talk about this archaic revival, and really what he's talking about is neo-tribalism and neo-paganism, right? That's their response to modern technology. They want a quote unquote global village to emerge, you know, and they want it to be
Yeah, people
controlled
have
by
said that to my face, actually. Like
wait, what
people
was
have
that?
said to my face that I want to be an absolutely disgusting person with no morals
Yeah, right.
and
Yeah,
still
yeah, I've
be
heard that. Yeah.
accepted in society and be able to live.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting this conversation. Like, and I was like, well, then don't move here, don't live here. I don't want you as a neighbor, basically. That's what
It's path of destruction.
What's that? Can you repeat that?
It's the path of destruction.
Right.
To have no morals.
Yeah, it's in that work, The Temporary Autonomous Zone, you know, by Hakeem Bey. He says, I'm awake only in what I love to the point of terror. And he said everything else is quotidian, furniture, you know, shit for brain, anesthesia, reptilian, you know, nonsense and all of this type of stuff, you know, to paraphrase his quote. And then
So what does that mean? Like you just
well,
chase like
well,
a high all the
well,
time?
he's part of the NAMBLA organization. So that should tell us what it
What is
means
that?
to him.
What organization is that?
Oh man, it's a kind it's an organization that promotes what do you call it, pederasty. You know,
Oh God.
so you know this is the type of deal, you know, that you get with that. You
So
know
it's
that
do as thou wilt, basically.
yeah, the Discordian religion. And I had a little special on Discordianism and how it relates to witchery of all sorts. But yeah, the that chaos is the mother of order. And we kind of see that a lot of times. That's a lot of what this dark logo thing is about that Dugan was talking about earlier. You know, it's
Right.
manifestation of that, you know. And he'll even use Sophia as the kind of, you know, as a you know, as a parable device. And that's what techno-Gaianism is. It's a perversion of the male and female. You know, the perversion of the
It
male.
can be
Yeah.
absolutely disgusting and abhorrent
Yeah.
and still live, basically. Like where if not for that, then society would like X you out, like just like naturally, like humans would X you out. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I
I would
mean,
kill someone like that harmed children. Like just think about it in a village setting. Like
oh yeah, it would not. Yeah. Yeah. I
but
mean, that's
but
the trick
there's
of what you
another
were saying.
there was all but there's also like brainwash to the degree programming to the degree of institutionalized abuse like within systems too. Like
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's why you were saying earlier about the traditional views of family and how they promote this indigenous kind of lifestyle through this new age religion. But the fact is that they also support technology and the
right,
proliferation of technology, which is destroying nature and traditions. You
right.
know, so how could they be for anything of the past or this great awakening of the past that they're so-called bragging about? You know, this neo-tribalism when they have no traditions. You know, all they have is Mickey
Right.
Mouse and
There's
McDonald's.
no where what is their heritage? Their heritage is to X the past, that it has no value and it was all wrong, and to create the foundation of the future upon technology, which is basically AI, right? Eliminate human error completely.
Yeah, and that's where it goes to this understanding of feminism and the subversion of the male and female sexual relationships because it's essentially a technological project, right? That's been manifested. It's a scientific and medical project, you know, and it has to do with a sort of global medical system in terms of dysgenic measures. You know, so they have that
And
all
the
around the world.
research for it, the research for that 60s and 70s sexual revolution, it comes like a lot of it comes from the Kinsey report. And do you know what that is?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Alfred Kinsey, he was a member of the OTO. You know, so this is the problem. You know that he attended Aleister Crowley's sex parties. You know,
yes.
so
And
there's
his
no
he performed experiments on children,
yeah.
how many orgasms they had per minute. That was like the base data for the sexual revolution, like saying that children are inherently sexual, you know, like we as a society, we're the ones that condition them not to be. Like, how the F do you measure how many orgasms a 2-year-old has in a freaking day? Like, how is that like, how are people like not looking at that and then basing like, you know, there's this really like this manual that every gynecologist will hand you, you know, and it's like this, I can't remember what it's called, but I think it's called like the sexual revolution something something. And it's like basically a manual on male and female relations and all the ways that to obtain an orgasm out of the other person. And it's just like completely opposed to what the Vedic texts say about sexuality. Like it's not to be diced up and compartmentalized and like pleasure seeking a certain like or performative. It's supposed to be a way to connect with God. Like what? And and it's just like it's so perverted. And if you go to like the new age tantra community, they take this stuff and run with it, like the sexual revolution, like it's full of polyamory, like all kinds of, you know, like push the limit in every sense of the word sexually. That's what the new age tantra means. And they pull heavily from this and they justify it saying, oh, it's like Shiva and Shakti, and they just like decorate it with a few Indian words here and there, and just like use it to justify indulgence of every and every in any form. Um,
Yeah, this is like Gandhi sleeping in the bed with his
Right.
nieces because he's trying to overcome his sexual desires. And the thing about it is that he's learning his Gita from the Theosophical Society. So that's where he's getting his Gita from. So yeah.
Already know if he's part of the Theosophical Society that he's not a friend of India, right?
Right, exactly, right. He's a friend of the
The ruling
the
elite, whoever they
yeah,
be.
the UN. You know what I mean? Basically, this is basically who they basically control the meditation room at the UN. And the fact that the prayer room at the UN is called the meditation room. Because they're trying to move things into that segment of understanding. So the whole thing about it is they want to even exchange meditation for mindfulness.
Yeah,
And give you this
yeah.
watered
That's
down
been
version.
happening for like 7 years now, that mindfulness push.
It's a watered down version of even that, where
Right. All of yoga is just to meditate. Like all the postures, all the flexibility, it's to meditate for like thousands of years because that's what our capacity is. And I mean, like, I'm not even scratching the surface, but just like the human capacity, like, what is it to be tapped in? Like, you can be anywhere in the universe from a state like that. Like, you can teleport, you can do whatever you want. I mean, I don't think physically your body leaves, but you can travel, you can access higher realms of understanding, knowledge. I mean, but that's what we were made for. And I think we're settling for such a poor imitation. The last time I was in India, I was on a plane, and they were like, da 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 da, we have such a rich heritage, and it's 75 years or whatever, how many ever years since we've been independent. And then they started listing like these bunch of soldiers, and they're basically their kill lists. And this is on an airplane. I'm just trying to get somewhere, on an airplane. And it's like, oh, well, this year we're celebrating independence. And they list like how many, like all these soldiers and how many people they've killed, basically. And they're like, this is the pride of India, Jai Hind. and then they play like this spiritual music right after it, and I was just like completely like taken aback. It's just such a poor, I just have to stress it, it's such a poor imitation. And then you come like looking at the new age, and it's like an imitation of an imitation. Like, I don't even know how many levels in we are at this point.
yeah,
But
it's spiritual materialism, as they say.
Right.
And all this apotropaic magic, is indicative of the technological scope. And this is how people think. They think of everything in terms of techniques, right? So, you got, it's a great, way that we've become confused. But, if you're bound by desire, you see only the outward container. I mean, knowledge is desire in a lot of ways. So this is the thing that we
It
have to understand.
is. It is also, yes, very true.
Yeah, it's like was it Chankya, he said um the body is the temple, God is not present in idols, and your emotions are your God. If you really think about it, you know
Yes,
what I mean?
they are the way. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
whatever you
and
don't
they
pray
are
to.
my God because basically they rule us as well. We're like 100% of us are ruled by our emotions. I think that's why we're so easy to control.
Yeah, and we also have this capacity in which there's a lot of ways in which we're being altered. Our understanding of who we are is being altered. And yeah, one of the ways that it's happening is through this mediation that's taking place. So one of the ways these people understand things, as I explained to a lot of people, is through um, observance and observing things, and they don't think on the terms of activity. So they're merely caught on the surface of things. So there's a lot of the way the analytical mind kind of works, it gets caught up on the processes of things. So the means become the end. That where efficiency becomes a goal of technique itself. And then you get caught in a circle. So that is a kind of explains the process of spiritual materialism, and also apotropaic magic, and these kind of lesser forms of you know um, understanding, that are not based on like righteousness and community and family, and you know what I mean, right? These more fundamental things that actually bring you true insight, that are the actual work, in this world. But they're actually, people don't actually engage in those things because they're too busy working on a different plane in order to gain attention, and all sorts
But
of things.
the funny thing is when you start to work within or look within, as is so well put above me, that stuff comes like it's superfluous. And one of the things like in yoga they say, first is yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara. So the rules, right? No lying, no stealing, non-stealing, no lying. You have to master that at a level of thought, like at a thought level. And damn, I mean, that is like I'm still working on that. Non-stealing in the level of thoughts, that means you can't demean yourself. You can't be like down on yourself, and you have to be adding to your self-worth with your thoughts, not demeaning. You can't be stealing from your self-worth. Not lying. So how does that work in a social setting where like you'll be outed? Like how does that work when you have this thing like with the mask going on? Non-lying, how does that work? And there's like whole things in the Bhagavad Gita about like lying, not lying, what counts. Even Krishna, there's such a nuance to it, because anyway, that's a story for another day. But once you get past that, then you do the physical poses, the asana, then pranayama, which is basically control of your life force energy, but it's usually done through breathing.
I
And
like the
then
one where you're just laying down. That's my favorite.
the last one, yeah, dead body. And then after that is meditation, pratyahara, and then you cross this bridge. And that's when things like a little bit supernatural type of abilities can awaken, or magnetic personality. You start getting attention, and you can get trapped there. That's why it's even there. Like you start to get this superfluous attention, and you're like, no, 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 I wish it didn't happen. It would be a lot less distracting. So I could just go back to my practice. But then that's the next level of the challenge, that it's almost like, if you're a male, then women are falling head over heels over you, and you have to maintain your sexual and purity and integrity, because you know the value of it. You know that the minute you let it drip, it will devalue, and it will ruin what maybe 2 decades of work, that 2 decades of sexual integrity that you've built up, and therefore like life force energy within you. And it'll take like 2 times 3 times more time to build it back up again, if you stop now. But a lot of people get stuck there. I mean, there were stories even 100 years ago about people that were levitating. Gurus or yogis were at certain level, they were levitating, and people would go and see, and it was a spectacle. And some people were able to teleport small objects and things like that. And you're supposed to use that as a clue to thinking, oh, but this is evidence that I'm creating my own reality, that reality isn't as solid as it appears to be, that this might be an illusion. But instead you could get caught up in the in the positive feedback of it all, and then become like a spiritual materialist, like what he was saying.
Have you heard of rainbow body?
No, I haven't.
No, the Buddhists, it's a form they achieve, kind of similar, where they gain supernatural powers, but they would lose it if they kind of showed it off. A similar type thing. Yeah. Into that, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It's probably achieved the same way through meditation, and they do poses as well. You know, they meditate in poses for long periods of time. Just a different hack.
Yeah, this is such a funny video. I hope I don't get struck down for playing this video. But you know, Reza Aslan asked this fucking Agori a question, and the Agori tells him he'll cut his head off and eat it. It's
Wow.
great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Run it.
Oh, it's CNN, man. You don't think they're gonna strike you?
Yeah, maybe, but it's only 10 seconds of it. He said, should we eat the living? Shall I show you by eating my own flesh? and then he says, that's then call me an Agori.
Why do
And then he says, why do you? And he says, I'll cut off your head if you keep talking so much. So yeah.
That'd be a chill guy to hang out with. Just fucking be quiet.
Is that guy a masochist? Like, does he seek this out because he's a masochist? Like the guy who's interviewing?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah, he's got bloody bones on his head. He's got a bloody bone tiara. Yeah. The blood bone. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. You know. But yeah, I just laugh at the fact that he told Reza Aslan he's gonna cut his head off.
Oh, is the interviewer someone famous? Dang, I didn't.
He's a terrible person. Yeah, he's a terrible person.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. He deserved it probably. Well,
yeah, it's Reza
there
Aslan who
goes
wrote
my
the book.
non-judgment.
Yeah, he wrote a book saying that Jesus Christ was a socialist, so a socialist revolutionary or something like that. It's pretty stupid. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say that was one of the dumbest books I've ever read or listened to. You know, so
Oh, you read it as well. Wow.
yeah, I've had to read many books on theology, unfortunately, even ones that I don't really like. But yeah, I actually wrote a book, and I'm writing a second one now. So I'm actually a writer. I write books. That's really the thing I'm trying to do now.
That's awesome. What's your book called, and where can we find it?
Well, if you email me, I'll just send you a free copy of it. But yeah, let me send you. Yeah, let me send you my email. But yeah, it's available on Amazon for like $20 or something like that. But I have an email, and I just give it out for free. I've given way more copies of it for free than I've sold. But yeah, I mainly just wrote it to track my own ideas. But yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what is it? What is the title of it?
It's called Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. We were talking about it in the beginning because Dugan wrote a book called Dark Logos. So my friend was like, maybe he read, maybe he went in the future.
Does that mean like was he truly enlightened, or was he like a someone sent to pacify humanity?
No, it's centering around this concept of the logos, borrowed from Greek philosophy.
Yeah, so logic, right? Reasoning.
Perhaps, right. That's not what it means in the Christian tradition, but it sometimes does mean that for Christian philosophy. So that's where things get a little bit interesting.
Wow.
Right?
So what does it mean? What does it mean then to mainstream Christianity?
Well, to mainstream Christianity, it means the physical image of the creator, which is Jesus, right? So
That's what they call logos?
yeah, and also because in John 1, John 1:1, you kind of see a very interesting statement. John 1:1 rewrites Genesis. So that's a bit odd. Why would on the last book of the Gospels they have to rewrite the first book,
Right.
right? And basically what it says is that in the beginning there was a logos. Like it doesn't say like and it says in the beginning there was a logos. The logos was with God, and the logos was God. So that's a bit confusing, right?
Yeah, that's see, but like that's my problem with the Bible. Forgive me, is the iterations, the translations, the omissions. Like I want the complete picture. It just feels so manipulated. And then it also like I lean towards the Gnosticism teachings of like it does definitely seem like there's two gods, right? One of the old and one of the new testament. And the God of the Old Testament, I don't know, it seems to be like the demiurge, in my opinion, my humble opinion, without pissing anyone off.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's interesting because there is a guy who had that idea. I talk about it in my book. He came right after, and actually he was the guy who collected the letters of Paul. So that makes things even stranger, right?
yeah.
Like it's like, what is this guy doing with the letters of Paul?
Yeah. And that's when it's like how many sides are we being played from? That's what I wonder and wonder and wonder again and again. Um and I have to lean on like the pure like the purest of what I know basically to be the standard. And I think if each one of us did that, we'd be less played, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check out. I really am interested in your book. That's thank you for sharing that email.
Yeah, it's kind of like a textbook on occultism and philosophy, Western philosophy, and also political science and theology. So I kind of just wrap it all into one subject and give it's kind of lengthy. So it's like 400 pages, and it's kind of very dense in terms of the paragraphs are very extremely packed full of information. And but I just wanted to just get it out there and just so I could move on to some of my philosophical writings, because I have almost hundreds of aphorisms I've written down floating around that I also need to publish, so tons of aphorisms. I mean, so hopefully I'm trying to reduce it to like 100 pages, kind of summarize my ideas and make them more impactful, but yeah, that's what I'm working on now, is a second book just full of aphorisms. But yeah.
You
And
said
they're original. They're like from you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the book I did on Christianity, this book I wrote, it has a lot of footnotes in it because I had to do a lot of research to write it. But this new book I'm writing, this is all just OG. This is just my sayings, so it's just aphorisms original. I have hundreds of them. So I'm trying to put together a philosophical statement, or in terms of those aphorisms, and the main thing is going to be about technology, so it's going to be an interesting work.
I look forward to it. And that's a good exercise, like intellectually as well. Like to make um, to distill your ideas and economy of language, to practice that, to condense it and give more with less. That's an important exercise, like as a writer, but as a philosopher, creative thinker, critical thinker, I think that's an important exercise too.
Yeah, that's why this is such you know, a critical resource in terms of doing that, because the university system is broken to a large
Yeah,
extent. They just sit there.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. They just sit there and watch YouTube videos of, me and Chad Haig and all these kind of people that give lectures on college level material anyways. So it's just, like, what am I going to go give a college lecture for? So I think explaining it to just normal people, as I would in the back alley of, a music show or something like that, where everybody was smoking weed and we'd be having a philosophical conversation for like 45 minutes. You know what I mean? I'd get good at explaining my ideas. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, which is much more natural too than this artificial constructed setting. And then they give you a resolution and you have to debate it with a certain criteria, or you have to write a paper within.
Oh, well, I found those to be drama filled events.
Yeah,
And
they
also, yeah, highly cultivated events. So that's why I wasn't really worried about the debate today. You know, by the way, the debate that we were reviewing was 100% my idea. I went on the guy's platform and offered him to debate Adam Green, and then they stole the idea from me. So it is what it is. But
snap like that. It's so open.
yeah, it was pretty much open. I'm in communication with all of these parties. So the thing is that they put on a shitty show where they could have had a critical discussion about these issues. And it just became a drama-filled grift event.
But you
And
know why, right?
yeah, it's to poison the well.
But it also gets engagement.
Oh yeah,
It's like
You-
rage bait, basically.
yeah, it gets engagement, but the problem is that there's no critical discussions being had along with that engagement. So
No,
this is
not at all. Not at all. It's like it's basically reactions. You get a reaction out of people.
yeah,
And then
and I also want to
but
point out,
that's what a lot of the channels in this side of the YouTube space are running off of.
yeah, because what's a debate between two non-professionals, on a subject, it's literally entertainment, so
Right.
these are internet personalities. Nobody who's ever published a work or done any lifelong research into these topics is gonna take these two men really seriously. So this is the problem: is that if we're not doing this to discuss truth and to come to some conclusion about the issues and to really hash things out, then why are we doing these things, right? So that is one of the problems
The
that I'm
same
having.
reason my classmates want to be doctors, it's their money. Most people are in this
Yeah.
for money.
Yeah.
And it's like I mean like this like people pimp themselves out on here. Right? Like I mean like I'm not bringing some like new breaking news to the table. And
Of course
then
not. Yeah.
and then like some of the people in this corner, some of the bigger channels, like they have OnlyFans. So like what the heck is that about if we're here about truth? And like it's at that level where the norm is just absolute like degeneracy. And I don't know if that's the norm across every corner of the internet / YouTube space, but definitely, it's like walking through SHITE. But yet we have this moment. I'm grateful for that.
Well, I've basically fought hand to fist with like fucking the most egregious types, just to kind of hash out the space that we have and the people in this space. It was very, very a long run of siphoning out lots of parties, and even the debate we were watching today. I was on that platform debating. And like, the thing is that, from these sort of intellectual debate circles, people like me are basically blacklisted. So
Yeah, yeah. But like it also I guess you have more, you're a male as well. So, but you might have like more of a fighting spirit, but it just like, it disillusions me, puts me off. It makes me think like coming on here, like, what am I doing in a sea of prostitutes? Okay, fine. I'm not trying to put myself above everybody else, but like seeing that kind of stuff, it just like I applaud you for building a fire and within you to fight it, but I just get like turned off, and I guess that's also part of the point, right? To turn people off and just kind of like not in the end, like the what however you slice it in that scenario, like the truth isn't getting discussed. So yeah, I applaud you for fighting and moving ahead. It's not my role, but I appreciate that you're doing it.
Well, it's like it says that when Arjuna is he's like, hey, should I like go and kill these people? And he said, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. Then he says, as embodied soul continually passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception. O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress, is steady in both, is certainly eligible for liberation. This is the key part. It says, those who are seers of truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy the imperishable soul. Then he says, therefore fight. You know what I mean? Straight up. You know what I mean, right? Like these people are they committed themselves to evil. They're gonna die anyways. You're lamenting for people who are already dead.
If you don't fight.
Yeah. What are you? You know what I mean? If you let restlessness move you, then who are you? You know what I mean? It's like the Bodhidharma, where he's just like, he's like, I'm going east, and the kings are like, look, somebody follow after him, and the dude says to him, he goes, even if the whole country fucking followed him, he wouldn't turn around. And the king asks him like, who the fuck is standing before me? He says, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go gaze like at a wall for 9 years. Like fuck you guys. Like,
yeah.
And it says I think it's in the this is in Huang Po, Transmission of Mind. He quotes Bodhidharma. It's a beautiful quote. He says the existence of things as separate entities and not as separate entities are both dualistic concepts. and then he says, as Bodhidharma said, these are separate entities and these are not, but at the same time they are neither the one nor the other, for relativity is itself transient. Relativity is transient. You know what I mean? Subjectivity implies relation, and relation implies unity, right?
You can't have one without the other.
Right. It's a paradox. And yeah.
Man,
Which
this
is
has been an amazing conversation. I'm really glad.
for sure, for sure. Thank you for being here for me. There's not a lot of people here since we switched, so I greatly appreciate your time and your spirit.
Same here. So I'm gonna go to bed. It's really late here.
Oh yeah. Feel free. Thank you so much for joining. Blessings to you. Yeah.
Same. And catch you next time. Take care.
Thank you, my dear sis. I'm praying for you. Yeah. Have a blessing.
Same here.
Yeah. Send me an email. Don't be a stranger. Have
I
a
already
blessing.
did. I
Okay.
sent you.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. Blessings.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye, Anna. Catch you
Safe
later.
journey.
Yeah, folks. Kali's mad. She's enraged. It is what it is.
How much of that? $20 do you get when somebody orders one of your books?
Like $4. so that's why I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind giving them for free. That's why you went.
Yeah. All right. Well, shit. I like the hard copy, but gotta get
Yeah,
you fucking.
I hate reading books on screen. I'd rather have a hard copy.
Oh yeah. Even those PDFs, I just print them out, and and
It's like
sometimes
I don't want to print out like a million pages either, though.
yeah, I have printouts of books I already have, so that I can study them. So I just get through because if I could find a PDF of it and then print it out, and I could separate the pages and file them away and cut out the shit that I don't need, and throw that shit away. So I could just have the notes and the book with all the marginal rejoinders, which is really all I need from it, But
You just print me a book and bind it, and I'll just send you $20. That'd be easier.
There we go. There we
Fuck
go.
Amazon.
There we go. Yeah.
Fuck Bezos.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, I handwritten, hand wrote my book, So, the thing is that, yeah, I mean, I was thinking of like, if the internet's gone and shit, I'm happy I have the tapes of the Machine Lies. I quickly download the episode when I'm done with it, But the thing is that, yeah, I would sell that shit out of a trunk. I'd be like, we got tapes. You know what I mean?
You said you have audio kind of recording, like an audiobook version of it too on the main channel?
I have chapters. So if you scroll down the main channel, there'll be readings, and those readings are of the last part. Is I did a few readings. It's hours worth of material, but it's readings on the exegesis of the epistles. So I explain Acts and I explain Paul's epistles. So if you're not familiar with Christian doctrine, it's a very lengthy tour.
Is it in a playlist on there?
Oh yeah,
Right
yes. It's called Readings from Christ's Protagonist. So
okay,
yeah,
I'll scope that.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you get like a little because I did because included in my book is an exegesis of the Pauline epistles. So I kind of explained what's in there because I think it's critical to understanding the New Testament. It's over half of the New Testament is contained within there. So, explaining that and why it's in there in the first place. It's weird to have just fucking letters some guy wrote in a book that's Revelation, right?
Right. Trying to explain why the meaning of it.
Yeah, like what's the deal here? Like
I've been repelled by religion for so long.
Yeah.
The mainstream religions, I should say. I do like, studying about Hinduism and Gnosticism and stuff like that. It's interesting. Just got to find time to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing is like if you open up like one of the chapters of my book, it's just like Gnosticism. It's like here's it in a nutshell. Like there it is. You know what I mean? Like you just read like 30 pages, like you got the download. Like it's like this is what Gnosticism is. Okay, moving on to the next shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like
yeah,
that's why
kind of get a summary of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, like I just go like here's 2nd century, this is what it says in the Nag Hammadi, here's some of the Gnostic text, this is what it says in the Gnostic text. here's when they came out, here's their teachers, here's their relation to mainstream Christianity, blah blah blah, right? And
That's
here's what
awesome.
the various groups like actually believed, you know, in terms of their cosmology, right?
Yeah. And that's in the book you were just talking about?
Yeah, the book I wrote, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I looked it up on Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I got many other things. I do the same thing with the occult groups. I do the same thing with the different religious organizations and how they were formed. You know, Islam, Christianity. I do the same thing with almost all the different brands of Western philosophy as well, right? So I just go, here's this thing, this ism, this ism, this ism. This is what it is. You know what I mean? This is what the ism is. So
Take
there's
out
like,
all
yeah, it's fucking just
take out all the bullshit.
yeah, all the bullshit. You know, there's a lot of bullshit, and like and also who's saying the bullshit? You know, so like you could know it's bullshit because this is who said it. You know what I mean?
Get religion filibustered all the time. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
or philosophy. You know, even philosophy, like Aristotle. You know, if you examine his life and what he did, he's a complete putz, and so is Plato.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like they have no bearing on, like, you know, they were rejected by their societies. You know, they were traitors to their people. You know,
Most people considered intellectuals throughout history in modern day. Yeah.
yeah,
Even Einstein.
yeah, yeah. The philosophical people, and you know, see, Paul and Slave got mad at me for saying that. You know what I mean, right? You know, because I said philosophy is bullshit. You know, a lot of people got mad at me for saying that, right? I said I'm an anti-philosopher, right?
I
You know,
have been in some philosophy groups, and it seems like they pride themselves on being a philosopher. And really,
yeah, yeah, it's
philosophy is
disgusting.
just the study of anything. So it's kind of
Yeah, like everything
fuck.
has a philosophy, you know, just as everything has a theology, you know, or
Right.
everything has a history, you know, or everything has a science. You know, you know, like there's a philosophy of science.
Right.
You know, just I mean, I tell people that like this was like my first episode or like my first like explanation of shit, where I started to tell people about the architectonic. You know, so I mean, archi means the fundamental principle, and tectonic, right, is basically the craft of it, right? So architectonic is like the arts that create all other arts, right? So architectonic knowledge is usually based in religion, philosophy, politics, history. You know what I mean? Like everything has those things. Everything has a science. Everything has a history. Everything has a philosophy. Like these are just as everything has a why and a how and a what. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Right.
you know, when you're functioning on this level, you're not going to be an expert because you're functioning on the level of multidisciplinary knowledge. So you're dealing in adult education, you know, so you're getting critical with things. So that's why that's why you can't go to a university to learn that shit, because universities teach subjects. They don't teach you the architectonic, right?
They certainly do not.
Yeah, otherwise they'd teach you how to be a philosopher. You see, how come there's so many philosophy courses and so less philosophers? And how come every philosopher has his own philosophy? Real
True.
questions. Real fucking questions, folks. Yeah.
It's all a waste of time.
Yeah, you know,
You
there's
said
this
Paul got
real
mad at you for that?
well, no, he just got mad at this one statement that there's no such thing as philosophy. Lots of people did. So did Joe Cool. Joe Cool said that's crazy talk. You know, I said philosophy is evil. You know,
It's
right?
funny that things people get mad about.
Because he plays the philosophy video. He says philosophy in his title of his show. You know, and he has
Or yeah,
philosophy.
I listen to him. Yeah.
You know, he's got the Stoics, you know, and stuff in the beginning of his show. So you
Yeah.
know, he's like, you know, so he prizes philosophy. He says philosophy created the law. I have to disagree with that, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you know that's the opinion of those people, the people who believe in universal rights, right? And universals, right? The concept of universals themselves, right? You know, that's what I'm disputing, right?
I can see that, yeah, because it's
Yeah.
not. Well, there's not a base
Yeah, it's just a different.
starting point to everything. So how could it be universal? You know,
Yeah.
in simple terms. I'm tired. I'm tired, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. But the schemata of it really is that, you know, I think that, you know, if you examine history, you know, art and religion were the same thing in the beginning, you know, and then you know, religion you know, devolved into philosophy, and philosophy devolved into science, you know, and then science devolved again into art, and here we are. You know, at the merger of science and art, where technique and aesthetics are merged into one.
Yeah, it seems like the more advanced technology gets, the more well, more advanced our modern like convenience technology gets, the less we know how to do, which kind of sucks. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
or like where we came from. You know, like it changes the cultural milieu, like it affects the cultural milieu.
Sure, it changes our brain chemistry and everything.
Engineering
Physiology.
total dependency on the system.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's scary. I think about that often. Just like I showed you that big machine I run. I've had uh, that thought before that's so specific. You know, like how the fuck else is that going to help me in life other than running that machine? It's not. I'll learn little things here and there, but that's not applicable to survival in any way to me, other than working for that company. You know, stupid, but gotta grind either way. I'm gonna go practice some. What did Anna call it? Dead body pose. Yeah, I'm gonna do that soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining, L Dubs, man. Blessings, man. Yep. Peace.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate you
Yep,
having me.
Peace out.
Later, Reddington.
See you.
Later.
Well,
That's
there
another
goes.
way of saying sleep, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting to that point. You know, we're 6 hours in. I did a pretty lengthy show yesterday too, folks. So you know, I'll do a little breakdown of a few things, and then I'll cut these people loose with an hour of material that we recorded yesterday. And you know, I'll keep on releasing that at the end of these shows as time goes on. And then we'll also have Talcott. You know, I'll play my little shit from Talcott that we did on Talcott yesterday as a closer to the show. Or was that yesterday? Yeah, I believe I believe it was, yes. But yeah. The Rage of Kali. The Dark Logos. You know about the Dark Logos, bro? Sí, señor.
न तातो न माता न बन्धुर्न दाता न तातो न माता न बन्धुर्न दाता न जाया न वेद्या न वृत्तिर्ममैव गतिस्त्वं
Yeah, that's just like that's a sick drawing for a comic book, honestly. Like, see, that's what I was talking about. This is way cooler than comic book characters right here. You know, like they really did the thing.
Yeah.
It's 18 days. I think it's Mortensen. Yeah. Shit is the shit. Yeah, they got the flying guillotine, the destructo disc from for Dragon Ball Z. Killing the devil, cutting the devil's head off with the destructo disc. And it actually looks like Frieza, yo. You know, you remember Frieza when he grew the horns? It's interesting. You know.
No, I didn't watch
Oh
Dragon Ball
yeah,
Z.
you don't watch Dragon Ball Z. I think we had this convo before. But yeah,
Yes, unfortunately.
yeah, that's a key part that you're missing. Key part of the puzzle. Dragon Ball Z is one of the, in my opinion. I mean, people get mad at the filler. Yes, there's a lot of filler, but it's like, the story. I mean, is just an epic. I mean, it's crazy. The Sun Wukong, isn't that what the Monkey King? In Hanuman, that actually assures victory. When Arjuna went in the battle with the chariot, with Krishna pulling the chariot, it's basically they got the flag of Hanuman. So basically, when you got Hanuman, you ain't gonna lose. When Hanuman shows up, you ain't gonna lose. That's why when Goku shows up, he just doesn't lose, and he's a monkey, tricked by a goddamn monkey. All right. Yeah, for real. Yeah, look within is right. that's crazy stuff, yo. Yo, I really like Naruto too, man. People get mad at me for liking Naruto. Naruto's the shit. Naruto goes almost harder than Dragon Ball Z sometimes, to be real.
Oh, that's like heresy for some people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I understand like Ghost in the Shell and all of these other animes, like Neon Genesis and all these kind of shits that they have way better writing. I understand that. So you know I understand when shit's like written good and then this is like visually spectacular. Yeah, Piccolo was the shit, dude. Piccolo is my real. Yeah, Piccolo is the real homie, man. That's a loyal man. Piccolo actually represents. I think, man, I feel like Namekians actually represent brown people. If you really pay attention, they kind of look like, or they kind of act like brown people. It's kind of funny. Real shit.
That's a pretty good beat.
Yeah, the beat is awesome, but I don't think it's from the original series. I think they put one in there or some shit. But yeah,
Right.
but yeah, it's actually a visually spectacular series attached to that too. But yeah, let me get to this Savitri Devi. Um, you know, Let's see if where did I put this Savitri Devi? Damn. Fucking find where I put this shit. But yeah, Savitri Devi, we're gonna cover some of her thoughts in terms of let's kind of see what this is. Somebody posted this shit. It's pretty interesting.
The Kalighat, Kolkata. On the road to the temple of Kali, cars and auto rickshaws push through crowds of people, between stalls selling sweets and idols and garlands of dried flowers.
The temple of Kali. You know, so Savitri Devi's a member of the temple of Kali. So it's just interesting. They got a temple of Kali out there. And, you know, they got this lady who basically, she calls, you know, she's a Nazi. That's an interesting part of her. You know, so she was adamantly, she thought that actually Hitler was a reincarnation of like Vishnu and stuff. I think some stuff like that. But yeah, it's interesting.
That's some wild stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see the white dome at the top of the temple. We're on the trail of a European woman who came here in the 1930s on a kind of spiritual journey. She learned Indian languages, took an Indian name, married a Brahmin, and made India her home. And here it's all offerings and red and gold scarves and garlands of marigolds. But she wasn't on some hippie quest for enlightenment and good hash. In 1945, Savitri Devi came here to the festival of Kali, the blue-skinned Hindu goddess of destruction and rebirth, to heal a broken heart.
I took part in the festival like a frantic person. The women smeared their hands and faces with red and purple on that occasion. I smeared myself too. I did what they...
So think about that. Smearing your face with red and purple. Like the rage of Kali, like we just seen in the video. You know, the red, and she's also got a skull necklace. Her tongue is dripping with blood. And you see that tongue, you know, like you know, I was pointing out from Rachel Wilson's book, she said that the tongue is seen in the Rolling Stones cover, that it's a symbol of Kali. You know, that the all of these pop stars, starlets sticking their tongue out at you. You know, she has a picture of Nicki Minaj in the book. You know, it's interesting. You know what I mean? But yeah.
did. And I can see myself too in the Kalighat temple in Calcutta, in front of the statue with the drums beating and resounding in me. The Nuremberg trial was on at that time. Mother, dark blue mother, avenge them. Avenge them. Avenge them, the martyrs of Nuremberg.
You heard that?
Oh, brother.
Dark blue mother. Yo. Yeah. Crazy.
Avenge them, the martyrs of Nuremberg.
You heard her right, the martyrs of Nuremberg. Savitri was here to mourn the fall of the Third Reich and fortify her faith that National Socialism would rise again. In her fervid imagination and her many books, she wove an elaborate synthesis of Hinduism and Nazism, a new religion that took Hitler as its messiah. She believed that if her Führer had won the war, he could have ended the Kali Yuga, the dark...
But by the way, I was going to point out that the Dalai Lama, you know, they're taking this. They also had the swastika in the Bon tradition. So the Dalai Lama, you know, and the Nazis, the link to that, and also his link to the left-hand path, you know, that you know, Annapurna was talking about earlier, you know, about the sexual inversion, you know, through the left-hand path. right? So this is actually a key topic of discussion that, these occultists and all these people, dwell on quite severely. But yeah, it goes back to, to the extent that Gandhi and the Dalai Lama and all these people, they do PDF stuff. I mean, this is well known. And so,
Dark age of Hindu mythology, ushering in a golden Aryan future. I first came across Savitri Devi back in 2012, researching the Greek neo-Nazi party Golden Dawn. What was a picture of a woman in a sari gazing at a bust of Hitler doing on the website of an openly racist party which wants to expel all immigrants from Greece?
and I'm very blessed to have the kind of discussions that we have on this show. We had recently a Jew from Israel, and we also had recently or just now, a Hindu. So I'm just amazed at the type of you know critical discussions we have here, and how everybody can realize some fundamental truths about what's going on in the world and the kind of problems that we're facing, the overarching issues that we're all facing. So I'm actually very pleased at that, that even you know somebody, from that critically we're supposed to be fighting toe to toe with, that actually no, it's not like that. Once you actually hash out the issues, and there's a reason why it's these sensible people are at the bottom of the barrel. It's because it's simply by design, right? So you know,
I mean, that's what I've been trying to do is find the whether it's main or if there's multiple overarching narratives.
yeah,
Because
you've
there's
done
so many distractions.
you've done an excellent job. I mean, you got like Reddington here, who's like watching the Machine Lives, watching Davy Crocco before that. So he, his discernment is off the chain. At this point, most people, their discernment quality or their level of discernment is not so high. Like they have to see through literally a cloud of, queefs and farts before they actually get to the real shit, right, of what's going on. Right?
Then I found her name cropping up on American extreme right websites like Iron March, Stormfront, and 4chan. In America and Europe, neo-Nazis
On
and white
4chan?
supremacists have emerged from the web's dark corners onto the public stage.
That's
and
right.
America's net.
Check this shit out again, because like, isn't it funny how she's talking about like she just switches so fast to like neo-Nazi. It's just crazy stuff. I mean, it's wild. This is a wild piece.
I mean, I guess anything can show up on 4chan.
Yeah, but it's just funny that you had these alternative groups, and I mean, you go on BitChute, you go on 4chan, you go on these websites, and it's overwhelmingly alt right. To where it's like you have to like wonder, like, do the people who, do these alt right people, do these QAnon people, are they paying the people who run BitChute? Because it's like their videos have millions of views on BitChute. It seems like BitChute is bolstering QAnon content. I mean, I was seeing this earlier. It was so weird.
I think I got an email from BitChute a couple weeks ago saying like, "Oh, we're committed to free speech and blah blah blah." I think I deleted it.
It's like, I have stuff on BitChute, but it's just, I see the overwhelming amount of traffic that's there, or on Odyssey, and you have to think like why that is, if it's not by design. If you give people alternative platforms, and it's not just all the types of people you see in the streets saying whatever they want, but specific types of people saying specific types of things. Why? I mean,
Exactly.
cropping up on American extreme right websites like Iron March, Stormfront, and 4chan. In America and Europe, neo-Nazis and white supremacists have emerged from the web's dark corners onto the public stage and America's network news.
This is a political revolution, and tomorrow belongs to us. Hail victory!
Of course, we look up to men like Adolf Hitler. We look up to him as inspirations for what we can achieve.
We are white people. We are Aryan.
You must destroy the Kali Yuga. Far off, in the distance, I can hear the hoofbeats of the white horse of Kalki, galloping towards the past, climbing back.
Hail our people! Hail victory!
Hitler, the Kali Yuga.
Okay, now this is interesting because it's tied into Hindutva, Hindu nationalism, which is also tied into Hindu messianism, something that was created by late additions to the Buddhist doctrine with this concept of the Maitreya Buddha, and also the notion of Kalki, right? The great destroyer, right?
Aryans. It's all tongue-in-cheek, of course, except when it isn't. Back in Kolkata, Savitri's nephew, veteran left-wing journalist Shumanta Banerjee, is worried by echoes of his aunt's views in modern Indian politics.
Why is Savitri Devi relevant for India now? It is because her disciples are ruling India today. The members of the present Modi-led BJP government have imbibed Savitri Devi's ideology.
Shumanta's talking about Hindu nationalism, the belief that India is an essentially Hindu country, another element of Savitri's faith, and now the official ideology of India's ruling party. The alt-right, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and Hindu nationalists, their histories all flow together through Savitri Devi's cracked vision. So
How
can
could
she
you
help us
say that,
understand
though?
what animates them now? The greatest living...
Yeah, this reporter is taking her liberties.
I mean, to say that all of India is basically Hindu, that's like, it's crazy talk.
Yeah, there's millions of Muslims in India.
It's a
as
plethora of different
yeah,
cultures and religion and everything.
yeah, as we talked
Languages
about.
and
Yeah, there's tons of Christians too, as we talked about. Oh man, dude, this is such a funny thing that that Snafu said on OTW yesterday. Look at this shit. Shit is hilarious.
You're just a person who's fucking watching this shit and eats it up. You are fucking trash. This is why when shit goes down, it will be no problem to exterminate all you cupcakes. The optics are high.
yeah, it sound too good.
Yeah, he's in the hospital, like apparently on his deathbed. But
Oh,
it's crazy what he said.
Jesus.
He said he's gonna exterminate people, and then this dude pops up, the Jewish guy pops up, and he,
Projection much. Wait, what? Not Benjamin.
no,
Oh, Timmy. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Timmy.
Timmy the Jew pops up, and then the Nubs guy says it later. He's like, yeah, I'm with you. They should be exterminated, and he's like, yeah, you guys shouldn't say that. This shit's
It's
funny
like
as hell.
kind of pulling like a Santos Bonacci or something.
It's just hilarious.
It's like
you know,
antagonizing like half the world.
yeah.
Sup, Freedom? What's up, Timmy? I guess he didn't want to.
Yeah, like
would have to happen, right? We'd have to like
for the true digital experience.
Yeah, we'd have to clip out every single time he spoke and be able to reproduce artificially snafu.
Worship with my comment before. Just playing with you, man.
Terminate.
We need to.
I wasn't doing death worship with my comment before. Just playing with you, man. Come on, man. Much love, much love.
Who said exterminate? Somebody say exterminate?
He doesn't
We're
even
gonna
know.
exterminate. We need to exterminate the right people, like Tommy and Benton, and like
shit.
It just makes sense. They're already doing devious things. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to exterminate them. They're gonna poke each other to death anyways. So,
For the record, Nubs speaks for himself. I don't want to
yeah,
exterminate
I
anyone.
thought about what I was saying with exterminate, and I don't really wish death on these people. I had to correct it. Like I really don't. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and if I see lemmings jumping off a cliff, I'm not gonna stop them.
That's not extermination, though. No. Like if you see a bunch of ants walking off of a cliff,
that's why I corrected it.
And if they go,
I'm duly corrected. I stand corrected. I realized what I was saying was on that level, and
like we lost 12 people when you said that. You realize that?
I know.
That's like 12 people fucked up.
It was
these guys are
much. I mean,
these guys are hilarious, yo. Just listen to these guys bumping their head against the wall until this guy fucking Paul shows up. And shit is hilarious, yo. But yeah.
Expert on Savitri's work is probably Greg Johnson, curator of the online Savitri Devi archive, publisher of her books in the United States, and editor of the extreme right website Countercurrents, which aims to hasten the dissolution of the Dark Age and preserve essential ideas for the Golden Age to come.
Really, she's one of the most fascinating eccentrics of the 20th century. An extraordinary.
So this is this kind of pendulum shift of Joachim of Fiore that Dugan is involved in. It like goes, and this is where the notion of transhumanism comes from. It's this cyclical thing of decline, and they say we're in the Dark Ages now, and there hasn't been any progress since the Enlightenment, right? So now they're going to go into a new period, right? Because we went through an Enlightenment, then we went through an era of wars, so now they say we're going to go through an era of Renaissance again, because they just believe in two poles. They believe in polarity, right?
it's kind of like hopium, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, to
A new
maximum
renaissance.
Oh yeah, hopium, utopium. I mean, for sure.
Utopian, I like that.
Yeah, Plutopium. Really,
right.
Really gifted person in terms of her intellect. Her opinions are totally outside the mainstream. She was one of these people who wouldn't hurt a fly in her day-to-day life, but would come out with extreme rhetoric and the way I put it.
Yeah, that's what's funny about Dr. Skrbina, because like Dr. Skrbina, he's interested in her ideas because she rejects Paul. She's very much against Christianity, and she's very like pro like veganism and stuff. So it's funny, like she's into that type of stuff from a Hindu perspective. So yeah, so when they say she literally wouldn't hurt a fly, it's funny. Like she's basically a white nationalist who's a vegan. I mean, you can't think of a more interesting mix of things, and a lot of these people, they're like that, say that Hitler had OCD. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Or if you didn't have it, I would say the drugs may have kind of
Right. Yeah.
moved that along a little bit.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like I don't really have OCD, but I took Ritalin when I was a kid, and I have OCD like tendencies, that cannot be explained.
Polemically and sort of mockingly, is that Savitri loved all God's children except the Jews.
Savitri was born Maximiani Portas to an English mother and Greek-Italian father in France in 1905. As a young woman, she was swept up by Greek nationalism and its dream of uniting all Greeks in a single enlarged state. Hitler, she felt, unjustly treated by the victors of World War I, wanted the same for his people.
And much more meaning the freedom of Europe, the freedom of the Aryan race.
And much more, meaning the freedom of Europe, the freedom of the Aryan race, from any kind of Jewish spiritual overlordship. He's the one who's going to free us from all that. He's my leader too, mein Führer.
Mein Führer.
A passionate anti-Semite, Savitri became obsessed with the myth of the Aryan race, which Hitler took as his pretext for genocide. These recordings of her were made at her home in Delhi in the 1970s by an associate of the Holocaust denier, Ernst Zundel. They've never been broadcast before. Because of the poor quality of the old cassette tapes, we've had an actor voice Savitri's words.
I don't believe
this mixing up of Christianity and National Socialism. They are incompatible philosophically speaking. One is a Jewish product mixed with a sprinkling of Greek ideas.
It's originally Jewish, you can't get out of it.
It's originally Jewish, you can't get out of it. First of all, I am a disciple of Adolf.
Doesn't that sound exactly like Adam Green?
Well, now
Isn't
we see where that comes from, I guess.
Yeah, it's
At least
interesting. You
part
know.
of it.
Oh yeah, because in order to understand his critiques on the the small hats, I mean, a lot of times you turn to white nationalist literature and even literature from the Nation of Islam. That's like they have material that they distribute themselves that hasn't been banned. I mean, it's just, I mean, I hate to point that out, but I mean, I'm not an anti-Semitic, but it just so happens that they have good literature on issues that are not mainstream. Why? Because they produce their own publications, and that's why they have it.
Hitler. And if I must have some religious denomination, well, I call myself rather a Hindu than a Christian.
I call myself rather a Hindu than a Christian.
Savitri traveled to India in the 1930s.
Fucking based paganism.
To look for the pagan world displaced from Europe by Christianity, and was dazzled by the colors and sounds of a Hindu festival celebrating Rama and Sita. For her, the ceremony proved that Hinduism honors the Aryan race above all.
I saw these crowds all around the sacred tank.
I saw this crowd all around the sacred tank, under the full moon, a violet sky, beautiful. The crowd of dark people honoring the Aryan conqueror who presented white, honoring him with praise, with flowers, with a whole ceremony. And I thought, here you are, non-Aryans in crowds come and worship as a god, an Aryan king of old. That's lovely. I was proud of my race.
I was proud of my race.
Savitri married a man she thought of as a fellow Aryan, the Indian Brahmin Ashit Mukherjee, and became part of his family. To his nephews, Shumanta and Shamik, she was Savitri Mami, Auntie Savitri.
In 1969, one of my colleagues rang me up at my home and said, Shumanto, there is this peculiar European woman who claims to be your aunt. So I went back to office, and here she was in a sari, saffron border, and with huge swastik rings hanging down from her ears. So I could immediately make out Savitri Mami.
Yeah, it's part of the Hindu religion to wear gold. So see Hindus decked out in gold. Which is interesting because when the British came, they saw poor people wearing gold. In India, and they had wondered where they got the gold from. Because the gold is a symbol of their generational wealth. They had passed it down. It's a precious metal that they see it as a symbol of divinity and wealth. So they held on to it. There's this family heirlooms. So even the poor people had gold. And also, yeah, we was kangs and shit.
So she said that I heard that you have got married, and that also to a Muslim. So I said, yes, I want to see your wife. So Savitri Mami took a look at her, and then she brought out from her bag a plastic scale,
A ruler.
and started measuring my wife's nose. And then after measuring, she turned to me. Yeah, she is more Aryan than you.
Just from the nose?
Well, I could have told you that just from her being Muslim, because we ruled India for so long. You know that actually the Muslims are the lighter skinned people within India. It's actually interesting. And the Mughal Empire, right? You know, you see all the paintings of the Mughal emperors. They're like light skinned people.
Hmm.
So it's kind of fascinating, and actually they have this kind of self hatred in India for brown people because they've consistently been ruled by lighter skinned people. You know, first the Persians, then it was the Arabs, and then the Europeans. So they kind of associate lighter skinned people with power, in a way that's not you know found in other places, right? Uh, and also they have a quite a diverse culture amongst themselves, in which within India you have sub ethnicities, and those sub ethnicities do tend to be divided along skin color and language and all these types of things. So people from Pakistan, they look different, they eat different foods than people from India. That was a geographical fact. So things like that are interesting.
You made a good choice.
We laugh now, but it's not so long since this sort of thing passed for science. The myth of an Aryan race begins in philology. Early travelers to India noticed that Indian and European languages have many words in common. Looking for an origin story for European culture that bypassed the Bible and its Judaic roots, Enlightenment scholars speculated that Europeans and Indians were descended from common ancestors who lived somewhere in the north, and eventually labeled this putative people Aryans.
The dream of my life is to integrate.
The dream of my life is to integrate Hitlerism into the old Aryan tradition to show that it is really a resurgence of the original tradition. Not Indian, not European, but Indo-European. It comes from those days when the Aryans were one people near the North Pole.
Savitri's fantasy of an Aryan utopia somewhere near the North Pole, presumably before the ice and the polar bears arrived, comes from an early Indian nationalist called Tilak. The word Arya first appears in ancient Sanskrit texts. Historian Romila Thapar has been studying them for more than half a century.
The connotation is the person who's to be respected. I get very irritated with people who talk about it as race, because it was really not a racial term in the texts. And it referred very much to people who spoke the Aryan language.
Am I right in thinking that it was European scholars or writers who first began to use it in the sense of a race?
Yes, I think that is correct. There was no sense of a race until the 18th century, when people started talking about the human population being divided into races. And yes, in the 19th century, you have something called race science, which is all about what are the characteristics of the different races. That is very much a 19th century European concept.
Okay, so I think we'll just go to that, and I'll end the show with some of that documentary I have on the esoteric Hitlerism. We'll play like 10 minutes of that. I'll play some of the conversation we had with DeFreak yesterday, which was a very interesting conversation. And then we'll have, and also relates kind of to the basic theme of this show, the whole thing about Israel. My internet dropped off during the show yesterday, and then when I came back, Reddington and DeFreak, we had an interesting exchange. So I'll play that now in lieu of not watching the Adam Green debate because we weren't able to. But yeah, we'll have a show tomorrow on Prometheism of Jason Reza Giorgiani, and talk about some issues on technology and some of that whole deal. And then I'll bring back this Dugan video because it seems like it relates to some of what that is, and some of the Savitri Devi video, and we'll talk about all of these themes. But yeah, I thank you guys all so much for being here with me. I'm so proud to have all of you people here. That we started up this new channel, new network, and lots of people still show up. The key group of people, we usually have a chat full of people that are not corresponding on the issues, but now we have people on panel corresponding on the issues. Almost no people in chat. So we're blessed. I consider that a great improvement, just from doing time here. But the thing is that we are going to be bringing forth lots of material on the other channel. We'll be streaming there again soon on Wednesday. So it'll be doing our thing, and we got to be a little careful that day for a show, as to not get struck up on the fucking interwebs. But yeah, bless you guys. Thank you guys for being here with me. We had many great discussions today. We covered a little bit of the Adam Green debate, the opening statements, and then we moved into a discussion on Hinduism, its relevance, and then we moved in from that into a discussion on the issues that are going on in the world. We had a beautiful broadcast. I'll leave this one up for you guys, and some of the other ones. The one yesterday. I guess I'll just kind of edit it and figure out what's going on with that. But yeah, we'll release that one over time. We'll play some of that tomorrow too. But yeah, enjoy this clip of me and DeFreak talking with Reddington and everyone else, and then we'll figure out what's going to happen tomorrow. But yeah, blessings, Reddington.
Yeah, I'll see you later, dude.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, thank you, brother, man. Thanks for being here. Palindrome supremacy. That's right. Yeah, thank you, my brother.
That's right.
Thank you, my friend. And then we got and I'll talk to you soon. And for everyone else, thank you for being here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And I'm sorry, we're not coming back tomorrow. On Saturday we're coming back, but today is Friday, so I guess we are coming back tomorrow, as I said. But yeah, enjoy some of this music. We got a song by Rant coming up. This one's a real banger, and we got some other shit. I mean, so yeah, enjoy this conversation I had with DeFreak about Jewish and Christian messianism. There's a problem, does the Torah teach Jewish supremacy, right? Or that teach that the Jewish people have a unique role in world events, right? I'm trying to press back on this idea that he has, right? Found in the Bible. And I know that Jeem and Adam Green find this to be problematic as well. I wasn't able to talk to them today, but, soon maybe we'll have them back on the show to talk about some of these issues. Thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lies. Yeah, and check out this video I made just yesterday, friends. Back out here. Yeah. I'm
Trying
sorry.
to lurk on panel on his own panel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ranton. What was your questions, dude?
What have you heard of the Ben Gurion Canal?
Yes.
Do you think that's what the ultimate goal is for this current nonsense?
I mean, that was the initial shit they were saying. I guess it had a lot to to do with the thing, but ultimately I don't think that economics are the underlying factor for most of these wars. They couldn't possibly be. But there's people who want to phrase things in that way, that it's all about the money. It's all about the money. And it's obviously not.
It's definitely a byproduct for sure.
Yeah, you know, like there is economic advantage, but the thing is that the goal is just maintaining international trade. It's not in you know, economic boost for any specific person. So I don't think that that's really part of the thing. I think that there's that whatever's involved here in the various world wars is seeking to preserve some sort of international system. That much seems obvious. So it couldn't be economic power for a specific country or something. That to me seems to not be a appropriate end goal. Plus all of the various religious things. I mean, right now the government in Israel is they're growing increasingly messianic. And even though most people said, that wouldn't be the trend, but they are moving in that direction. So that's the thing is like the Kahanists and those kind of far right parties in Israel, they get a lot more credence. So to me, it's hard not to point out the religious motivations,
Right.
like underlying the whole thing, because ultimately, why is it not why is it termed a war between, you know, Islam, and the Jews, in which, Islam is phrased as a religion and the Jews are phrased as an ethnic identity. That's not appropriate. What like what they're fighting is Arabs, and the reason they're fighting them is because of Judaism. So, it's precisely the reverse of how it's presented in a lot of ways.
Usually. Um, I mean, there's only so much money you can have before it becomes, money's usually not the end game. You only need about $80,000 to feel comfortable. So it's like anything above that is pretty much pointless. So it's like the motives. So we have to look at the other motives, like you're saying. Ultimately, I think it's probably more to deal with control, loosh, and obviously it's like Sun Tzu. Where you don't tell your enemies what's going on. You always keep that shit under wraps.
Well, it's like what
Also,
I was
Joe Biden.
yeah. Yeah, and it's like what I was explaining to Provo earlier. The um, you know, economic theory narrative is all driven by the anti-colonialist thing. So if they're saying at the end of the day it's all about money, then who does that narrative serve? It obviously serves the voices of the leftists that are now moving in this anti-colonialist direction, where they're like, no, we need to challenge the economic systems of the world, and all of this nonsense, sheer nonsense. It's like, like economics is pure abstraction. It's actually governs the world economy is the technological scope. So without even talking about that, how much can they achieve in terms of their knowledge of world politics? The compulsion to politics on the world stage, is because of the technological society. So without talking about technological superiority, and then just acting as if that's covered by talking about economic changes, which it's not. Like that's the thing, is that they don't get the main ideological factors, and B, the practical, you know, what's actually moving the practical, like, boots on the ground. So their analysis is completely is completely flawed, and it's wanting to funnel people into this understanding that everything's about money, that power is about money. No, no, uh, no, I'm sorry, that money is about power. But it's it's obviously that money does not make power. Power makes money. Like it's never
Yep.
all the time. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's people who want power instead of money, and they're the real evil people. People who want money are not evil. They're just or at least they're not the most evil. There's physical power, then there's mental power above that, then there's spiritual power above that. And honestly, spiritual terror is the worst. And that's what's going on.
For sure.
And and that and truth doesn't work that way. Truth is, it's not enveloped in abstraction. It's falsehood that's enveloped in abstraction. That's why I say, I don't deal with the transcendental because I don't deal with emanations. The truth is manifest. The truth is manifested. It's not emanated. You know what I mean? So there's a fundamental difference in how I understand or my rejection of transcendentalism. But I guess I'll leave it there, my friends. What I mean? We went so hard out here. Hard out here for a pimp.
What did you ever? Were you here when we went over the Isaiah 14:31?
Isaiah 14:31. Yes, you've quoted it multiple times. Yes, the suffering.
What about Red? Did he ever say anything about that?
I haven't said anything, but I haven't really formed an opinion on it yet.
All right.
Yeah, but the eschatological schemes, of what's going to happen to the Palestinians, and that's what DeFreak sees in Isaiah, and but ultimately one has to ask why the Jews returned after 2,000 years. That doesn't make any sense to anybody who doesn't see things in a highly critical fashion and understand what happened 2,000 years ago. They're not actually going to realize this. That they can't possibly wrap their fucking head around it. That's a problem.
Do you know why?
Do I know what?
Do you know why?
Why what?
After 2,000 years that they're there and stuff.
Do you know why, DeFreak?
Yes.
What is the reason?
Because God glorifies himself through Israel.
That's not a reason.
Well, all right. We should go over that tomorrow. I'll try and get some stuff together. And I mean, it's in prophecy.
Yeah, reasons. Yeah, reasons tell you why something happened, not what happened. You see the problem?
No, but
you just simply stated a fact, and your proof of it was the same fact. That's circular, my friend.
probably sounds that way. Yes.
Yes, it is. No. It's not that it sounds that way. It is perfectly circular.
Well,
but I'm sure I'm not saying you don't have further clarifications and reasons to support your belief. I'm sure you've done a lifelong study on it. But that's exactly what I'm saying, is that I have many reasons to think of why I think the Jews returned after 2,000 years, but I do not claim to know why it happened. You know what I'm saying? I may have reasons. I may have reasons that support one or another reason that it could have taken place, right? But I wouldn't say why it happened, because that would entail that I know the plan, right?
Okay. I'm gonna do a Reddington. Okay. No, I mean, it's in the word, so I'll be happy to lay that out. And so, because we kind of know what's gonna happen next, actually. So if anything, if I lay this out and it happens, it might build someone's faith. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't think that whatever you're calling Israel today is going to be glorified. I think it's going to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at the wickedness. Look at the wickedness. I mean, do you argue that the wicked will be destroyed?
No, I don't. Well, yeah, in terms of straight sin and personal lives and stuff like that, yes. But the nation of Israel itself is something that God says He's going to personally protect for a specific reason, because He wants to show people that it's Him, so that they would believe. That's all in God's word, prophesy. I'm not just making that up. Just I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've read in the prophecy hundreds of times where God said that they broke the covenant.
That's true. That's true. I don't
Yeah,
know how many times.
Yeah, so ultimately, it's going to come back to that, freak. You see.
Yeah, but
like you're gonna say how like you're gonna point out the times in Scripture where they have to fulfill the covenant, and I'm just gonna point out the part right before that where it says they broke the covenant.
Yeah,
just
it's
like
a
you
little
did with just like you did with Zechariah 12, and then I put Zechariah 11. There it was.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And then if you follow Paul, there's a lot more problems, because then the Gentiles are also saved, right? They're coming into the fold. They're grafted into the fold of salvation, right? Do you believe that?
Well, if they believe in the Lord, sure.
So
They're
you
not all
believe that?
believers. Say again.
So you believe that?
If they believe in Jesus, then yes, I believe they will be saved. If not, they'll be judged.
And what about the Jews? They don't have to believe?
I think that generally they don't. I think that they cakewalk in unless they really screw it up.
So you seriously sit here and believe that God will not punish the wicked just because they're Jews?
I'm not saying that He won't punish them, and I'm not saying there won't be recompense. What I'm saying is he's pretty much obligated himself through His word, that He's keeping them. It's not a love relationship; it's an obligation.
So as wicked as they are, he will not forego that.
Right. And He says it in the word
right. But see, I think you're wrong. I think God punishes the wicked, the freak.
He does, but
yes, you can't reconcile those two facts.
Well, we do our best, right?
No, we don't. We don't do our best. We just say, hey, look, Israel is being punished. What you call Israel today is not Israel, my friend.
Well, it's supposed to be from the Mediterranean all the way to the Euphrates. So, we can talk about that.
So then that's doubly not Israel.
Maybe, but the thing is, if you look at Isaiah 17, after this little Gaza stop is done, whatever, they're going into Damascus next, and they're going to take Syria.
Who's going to take Syria? Who's going to take Syria? But where? When? In your dreams?
Whenever He's ready.
Whenever He's ready.
Yes.
So you're claiming to know the future.
I'm just saying I can read Scripture and prophecy. I'm not saying I know when exactly, but He tells us what's going to happen. So that's one of the reasons why I believe.
That's more than a belief.
So when He says He's going to,
you have knowledge of God's actions.
Well, He tells us, yes.
No, He doesn't tell us. You've inferred that. Where in clear does does God say that next Israel is going to be attacked 2,000 years after the Jews return to Israel? See what I mean? You're just making it up.
Ezekiel 38.
That's not what it says in Ezekiel 38, my friend.
Well, it talks about if you're talking about Israel being attacked, that's where that's at.
Yeah, it's not talking about the same Israel that exists today.
See, but the thing is, if you look at Isaiah 17, the city of Damascus survived antiquity from the beginnings. Has never been what you call raised, never been flattened like most other cities have in antiquity. But it is starting now, and it has been starting for a while. And so we know that prophecy hasn't come to pass yet. So it's a litmus. So if you do a Wikipedia on Damascus,
Does this chapter in Ezekiel mention Syria?
the Isaiah 17 does. It mentions Damascus.
No, but you just mentioned a different one.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about the armies that come against Israel, that's Ezekiel 38.
And that's talking about Syria?
Not really. That's talking about the
right,
the
but
world.
you just said they're going to conquer Syria, and you said the proof was that it was in Ezekiel.
No, that's in Isaiah 17.
So in
See,
Isaiah
Ezekiel
17, there's
more
Syria
like the
there,
end time.
and they're going to conquer Syria.
Yeah, that's Isaiah 17, and that's really the only last thing that needs to be fulfilled in Isaiah 17.
So
If you
since it's written there, why couldn't a false group of messianics play that out for you and make you believe that it happened?
Well, it's happening, and if it was faked or not, it's
but what if they wrote it in the book and then did it?
The thing is, if you Wikipedia right now, Damascus, you'll see that it's never been flattened out and raised.
Yeah, but you see how that's not really a prophecy if somebody writes something in a book and then does it later?
Well, I'm not making the connection there because that's what prophecy is.
I don't believe that's what
No matter the method, no matter who did what, if it happens, it happens.
Well, prophecy is when somebody utters something you couldn't possibly have known, and then it happens.
Right. So,
but they could have known this because it's in a book for 2,000 years.
Yeah, but the thing is, Damascus has never been raised as a city. It's never been flattened out. It's always been there. But it's starting.
So what?
So what? So it's starting to flatten out. Okay, and there's only one part of the beginning of Isaiah 17 that hasn't been fulfilled yet. The rest is fulfilled.
Right.
What it's talking about in the beginning of Isaiah 17 is
they could flatten it out to make you say like, "Hey, it's fulfilled," But
right.
but does Isaiah 17 mention Syria?
It mentions Damascus, and it talks about the flocks laying down in the different parts.
So it's not talking about. So it's not talking about the country of Syria.
Let me read it real quick.
See, this is what I'm talking about. We got to be more. See.
Yeah,
you got to be
it
sharp.
talks about Syria. Talks about cities of Araware, fortress from Ephraim, kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of
Because
Syria.
I already know when you bring this up, some of the people on my panel and stuff, they're going to test you on this stuff.
I'm fully ready to go with them. I mean, I wouldn't just nonchalantly say this stuff. Like this is the stuff I really like. I like the prophecy. I like the Old Testament prophets. I hang around with them a lot. I read it a lot. I'm it's kind of like what I really like. Let me share my screen.
I don't know. I just can't agree that God will not punish the wicked, as you stated earlier.
Well, on an individual level, he absolutely is going to do that, yes. But as a nation state, in terms of like geopolitics and stuff, he's also going to reveal himself through Israel and glorify himself through Israel so that people will actually believe in him so that they will be saved.
There is no such thing as nation states in the Bible.
Well, nations,
Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Well, sure there are. I mean, you have everything from these
like you
individual
literally
like
said
tribes
nation state,
all the way
like
to
as in,
Egypt, all the way to
as in the
Lebanon.
modern state of Israel. A state is is a post 16th century concoction.
Okay, well,
Europe,
nation,
right?
an official nation, I guess you could say, with borders and a certain type of people, like a homogeneous.
See, that's the thing is that nations don't really have borders, right? States have borders, right?
I wouldn't say that. I'm sure they had boundaries somehow. Like a river or a mountain range between these different, ethnic groups or whatever you want to call them. These nations, Egypt, Lebanon, Ethiopia.
I mean, there was
Persia.
borders, there was lands occupied by barbarians that one day will be yours. I mean, it is what it is.
Right, but there was usually a natural kind of a barrier, like a river, some sort of separation in that regard. And then, they stepped to their side and the others stepped to their side, and there was either war or they got along, and they traded or whatever. So, if you want, we can look at Isaiah.
No, just freak. Sometimes we have to be careful not to mix the ancient and the modern. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, Muhammad, Damascus has never been raised as a city. Wiki it real
Because
quick.
you can't just call a bunch of secular democratic liberals who moved from Europe and have a slightly religious sentiment towards them and want to establish a secular state in the middle of the Middle East. You can't just say, "Oh, yeah, that's Israel." By what stretch of imagination do you call that Israel?
Prophecy. It's just prophecy.
Prophecy for 2,000 years suddenly happened.
Yeah. Yeah. You never heard of Isaiah 66? That's the birth of Israel, the modern time. I'll pull that up too if you want. See, these are the kind of things that build trust in the Lord and God. We see things like
shit,
this
right.
happening.
Oh, I didn't share your thing. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So also, if you would do the wiki on your internet browser of Damascus and just read up on it, it's always been there since antiquity. It never was completely destroyed.
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this. Yes.
Okay. So by that test, by that standard, when we read Isaiah 17, it says Damascus is taken away from being a city, a ruinous heap. That means it is flat, basically. Okay. So up until now, it's never been flattened, right? We agree that's like fact. Those are facts.
You got views. The fact is that they bombed the shit out of Syria quite recently.
Yeah, for probably about almost 15 years by now. Long time.
Yeah. So I mean, they bombed Homs and all these cities and all this type of stuff. I mean, these are ancient cities. You know what I mean?
Right.
So ancient Christian cities, mind you.
Yes. True.
So I mean this. I mean, couldn't you also say this already happened?
No, because it's never been destroyed completely. It's still not even completely
how would
destroyed.
you know? Do you have pictures of Syria?
Well, no, but in history, if you go
That's
to
what
like
I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, but if you go to like wiki or like history, it
But
says
you
that
just
it's
now
been
said that they're
raised.
bombing something for 15 years, something that you can neither confirm nor deny, because all we
Right.
heard it from is the news.
But it's never happened before, and it is happening. This is real-time prophecy being fulfilled.
But I know
Still
you keep
circular,
saying
dude.
that.
It's manufactured.
How's it
It could-
manufactured? Isaiah lived like 700 years BC.
There's a logical plausibility of it being manufactured.
Okay.
Do you not see that at all?
No, because I mean, look, it's a pretty. That's the thing with prophecy, man. It's so vague that you could stand on what you're saying and deny the thing, or you could put your trust in God and know that He's telling you what's going to happen and believe it. That's the thing. It's another test. Okay.
I guess for you it's a test. For me, if somebody just has a book and just says trust this book,
It just becomes confirmation bias.
yeah, that's confirmation bias, my friend.
Yeah, but the thing is, Damascus has never been raised before.
Yeah,
Okay,
but yeah, but you just said no amount of reasoning could convince you otherwise. So what does it matter for anybody to try to convince you or for you to try to convince anyone?
Well, it's just something to look at. You know, you said you don't know what's going to happen. I'm saying I do know, and only because of what's in God's word. At least I have a better speculation than
Right,
yours.
but then you added to that it's because you have faith.
Well,
It's
that's
something
part
that
of
you
it.
can't reason for.
Well, that's part of it, and it helps build faith when you see prophecy come to pass. That helps build your faith.
Right, but you don't know if it came to pass. You just believe that it did.
I believe everything in Isaiah 17 has already come to pass, except for like the first 4 verses.
Right. But notice that none of these verses have dates attached to them.
That's true. That's true. God is vague like that. You know, that's part of the prophecy. That's part of, you know, I guess you could say faith. That's part of, you know, testing your faith. Do you trust him? Are you gonna trust him? Will you trust him, or is it all just a coincidence from
testing your
700
faith.
Sounds like
BC?
insecurity, dude.
Yeah, testing your
Sounds like
faith
what?
is taking the knowledge and then trying to apply it to the world, right? To what's going on, right? Not
I mean,
not believing you already have the answers and then not testing yourself.
Why should God have to do a numerous amount of tests for people to trust him? That's just insecure.
because you won't believe anyways. This is just another thing to testify against you at judgment.
See, veiled threat again.
Isn't he giving you every chance to consider?
A little less veiled this time.
So it's just another way of trying to confirm and compile the evidence to put trust in him, because he wants everyone saved. He's just not going to come out and he's just not going to
Then
outright
save
show himself.
everyone. Then
Huh?
save everyone. What's the
No, he
point?
doesn't.
Well, then he doesn't want to save anybody.
Well, he wants to save who are saved, I guess you could say, but you know, he
That's
also says in the
Calvinism.
Quran, that he will fill hell with jinn and mankind altogether. So that means if he didn't put anyone in hell, he would be a liar, and we would actually have a valid claim against him. So he's always going to fulfill his word.
Well, then that means he's not moral.
Well, if those people are judged evil and no good, why wouldn't that be moral?
Because he's the one that's supposedly omnipotent, omniscient, unloving, and yet he chose to create this reality in which he can punish everyone instead of making it perfect, quote unquote, in the first place.
All right. Well, then how does he have full knowledge of good and evil without this place?
That's part of omniscience.
Right. So, but you still have to have that witness to be established so that there's testimony, so that someone couldn't just say, oh, you made it up, and then try to make a claim that they're God.
But if he is God, he doesn't need to have testimony for anything.
Well, maybe not, but he's doing it for our sake.
It's how to word it.
He doesn't want us to go back in history from eternity and say, hey, there was no evidence for this and there was no testimony for this. You just made it up out of your ass, and we can't trust you. You're a liar. No, he's providing all of that. That's what this is.
But there is no corroborating evidence. There's no independent verification.
That's why he's telling you in advance in the prophecy that it's going to happen, so that you would believe him when it happens.
But that's exactly this is exactly the text that you need to prove to be true. So that's still circular.
Well, I don't need to prove anything. He's doing it himself, whether we want it to believe it or not. It's going to happen. You know,
That's arguing from an unsaleable position, dude.
Yeah, but you just
there's
said if
nowhere you
he's
can go with
omniscient
that.
or whatever, if he's omniscient or whatever you said or whatever, the omni one, then the
Who
fact
else?
that it's
Who
happening
else?
like
DeFreak. Let me put it this way: Who else has discovered this?
you know, there's probably some Hebrew people Jewish people that talked about
Okay,
Isaiah
okay,
17.
okay. So you're talking about Messianic Jews, right?
No, not necessarily. Some are Christian, some are Hebrew, but I mean, there's a lot of people that study scripture and
But
believe in
but but
God.
but you just said they were Jews, dude.
Well, yeah, that Isaiah was a Hebrew.
No. I said who else says what you're saying about the Syria and the prophecy, and you said there's
Oh,
Jews,
well,
right? And then
well,
I said they're Messianic Jews, and you said, well, there's Jews and there's Christians.
all right. I'll say this: there are plenty of Jews and Christians who believe in Isaiah 17. I don't think I've heard anyone
Hold
else
on,
say what I'm saying.
DeFreak, hold on. I asked you a question, DeFreak. My
Yeah.
question was, right? The question I asked you was, what made you come to this conclusion? Are there any notable thinkers or experts that you could point to by name that also cite the same opinion about this verse, about Syria and the prophecy about Syria being attacked and all of this type of stuff? I would like to know. Are there any notable experts you could cite?
If there is, I'm not aware of them, so it might just be my imagination.
Okay, so let me clarify this for you. The only person who understands this singular prophecy from the Bible is yourself.
I'm not
About
saying that,
Syria being
but
attacked.
Currently.
I'm not saying that, but when I read this,
now I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that's very, very bold, my friend, and you may understand why, right?
yeah, I can understand why.
Of course, yeah.
And the only reason I have
I've
any,
done weird shit like I mean, I wrote a whole 400-page book, and some of the shit I say in the book about the Bible, yeah, I mean, I gotta admit, like nobody else might have said, but then again, there's no specific verse that I'm interpreting for modern events. You know what I'm saying?
I do, I absolutely do, and I don't think that like there's got to be someone else who has thought of this or has even broadcasted or published it. I'm just not aware of them. But when I read this, just at face value, when I read it, it seems pretty probable, especially because Damascus' status has never been one of being demolished before, up until the modern right now. Okay, so like what it talks about Arrowware, these other things, it talks about the flocks which shall lie down and then shall make them afraid. That's flocks are Christians. Okay, that's Syrian Christians. There's plenty of those. The fortress they'll seize from Ephraim, that might be that, what's his name? Assad, whatever. I don't know exactly how that plays out. Talks about Damascus and Syria, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the rest of this has already been fulfilled. There's a lot to it, but Damascus has never been taken away from being a city. So this tells me that after, let's just say Palestine, they absorb all the Palestinians. They're all Israelis now. Let's say they might have a little stop in Lebanon, and then they're going to probably go into Damascus and fulfill this prophecy because they're tired of the missiles or whatever reason they give. But the reason he's doing it is because he's glorifying himself, and he wants people to believe. That's the reason he says he's doing these things.
So let me get this straight. God gets glorified by people being killed in war.
I guess so, but he makes them. He takes them. That's just that's his burden, not yours. Right?
Exactly.
Right. So let him live with his own guilt. Don't worry about it.
Well, if he has guilt, then he did something wrong.
Right. Yeah, that's what you're assuming.
You just said he may or may not have guilt.
Right. Either way, it's his problem, not yours. Unless you think you're a better judge than God. Just saying, nothing personal or anything. I just, I'm not like a expert, but
it's neither here nor there, but
yeah, I mean, I'm not like some expert, like biblical scholar, friggin' Indiana Jones, Ron Wyatt, like whatever kind of British Museum of Natural History. None of that. I'm just a regular guy who loves the Lord or whatever, and the Word of God. I'm pretty like I'm not I'm not a a brooding man. Okay, I'm pretty non-threatening. Hence, like, I'm not very persuasive as a person and whatnot. But I have a relationship with him. I like to think,
Well, I'll tell you,
and
DeFreak. I'll give you a little bit of advice in terms of because I'm not saying you're wrong, but really what it is that if you can find, because I'm sure there is lots of sources that say exactly the same thing about Syria. If you just name like 2 or 3 of them before you start saying, that you have your personal interpretation, then a couple people would actually hear that, because I try to make a lot of other people say the same types of things I want to say. Of course, they don't say exactly the same thing, but I try to piece together views from different people to try to explicate what I'm trying to say before I even try to say it. So then people don't think it's just my own personal, you know what I mean? So part of the thing is that, if you could describe how your idea actually came from lots of different sources other than yourself, it actually bolsters your claim.
Yeah.
And especially when you're communicating with other people, because if you just tell people, look, there's this 2,000-year book, and I'm the only one who gets it,
Well, I hope it
they're
come out
probably
that
gonna
way.
they're probably gonna head south. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As you could imagine.
Yeah, I imagine. No, I don't have to imagine. I see it every day.
Well, see, that's the thing. You don't have to see it every day.
Right.
You could just communicate efficiently, and
I think
and yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll do that, but I'm not going to rely on that, and I'll tell you why. Because I think a lot of times the Word of God will speak for itself, and I try to really pin these down as best as I can. It's hard to pin down God, but I really try my best, and it's something I take kind of seriously, and I really like this stuff because I don't know, I just have like a connection. I feel like a connection somehow with these old time prophets.
But see, that's the thing. If the Word of God spoke for itself and it was self-evident, then it would become self-evident to many people. True?
Yeah, especially if they read it, or were made aware of it.
Well, many people are reading it, so they must be aware of what you're aware of. They just need to be shown it. So I would actually try to get them either to see it by pointing out who else sees it, because there's comparable studies on the Bible. I mean, if I look up, what, what was it, 66? You're saying, or 17? You're
Yeah,
saying
Isaiah 66. Yeah, that's when Israel was born in 1948. Is what correlates with that.
Isaiah.
66.
Okay. Look. Hold on. Isaiah 66, right? Birth of Israel, right? Birth of Israel in modern age. In modern age, all right? Now, I just typed that into Google. Let me see what I get, right? Okay. First result, AdamMarshChalk.com. Galatians 4 shows that Isaiah 66 is not about modern Israel. So this guy disagrees.
Why
with
would
me.
it even reference that though? If it was fake?
Well,
You know what I mean?
well, I'm just saying that this guy seems like his name is Adam Marshak. He vehemently disagrees with you. So see, that's one of the things that I like to do is I like to see, first of all, which.
Wait, what'd you punch in? I'm gonna Google that too. What'd you punch in?
Isaiah 66, birth of Israel in modern age. And you'll probably get different search results, but
Probably, but I mean, I want to try and coordinate a little bit. I got AmericanVision.org, whatever.
I got that one too. AmericanVision.org. Does Isaiah 66 predict the 1948 Israel?
Yeah, and it's probably a lot of
look at this.
Like,
look. This person says in the beginning of this, it says, "I received an email from a pastor that stated the following quote: I keep hearing that Isaiah 66:8 is fulfilled in modern day Israel. So lots of people are saying this. It's not just you.
Right, right,
So this is what I'm talking about, DeFreak.
right. But
are you
they're
afraid of
talking.
mentioning those people?
No, not at all. This is like commonly known. Everybody knows this. It's like, you know, in any kind of scripture study.
Yeah, but there was two different pages. One disagrees with you, one agrees with you, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, Damascus has never been raised. Well, maybe, but Damascus has still never been raised.
I mean, you know, they could like A, they could have raised it. B, it could be, and we just don't see it because we're not there.
I mean,
logically
if all we
speaking,
have,
that's
if
logical.
all we have is what we have from history and Wikipedia and the internet and everything that we have online and everything that we know, and it says it was never raised, we could probably go with that and maybe be okay. But we could say, well, we weren't there. So
History isn't always accurately recorded.
Right. And it might not be, but from what we know, apparently, you know, of course, you know, it depends on what the definition of is at some point.
No.
Yeah.
Sad trombone.
that's a fallacy.
That's where it's gonna come down to, bro. How much do you really believe God?
Well, it also seems to comport with your belief lining up with all of these groups, right?
You're talking about here in this article about the American or whatever, Isaiah 66:8?
Oh yeah.
Or are you talking about Isaiah 17?
Well, I'm talking about Isaiah 66, the one I searched.
Yeah. I don't even know why this is an argument. To me, it's clear as a bell.
Now I know for sure that if I go ahead and search the Damascus thing, that'll be less sources because there's way less correlation between the modern Syria and Damascus, the city, than there is, the modern day Israel and the ancient Israel, because they at least purport to be the same thing, right?
Okay, no, you have a point there. Now, unless the ancient city of Damascus was called something else under Assyria, then you might be right. You might be right. Assyria being different than Syria.
Exactly. Right. The Assyrian people are not.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Assyria,
just like if it's talking about Persia in the Old Testament, we're not talking about Iranians, right?
Or possibly, or we could be talking about Chaldeans, or we could be talking about the Medes, or we could be talking about Babylon.
Yeah, or
God's
the
word is
Afghanians,
very,
right? Like,
yeah, it's
like, to be honest, like it's all in the mix. You mean?
Right, it's all in the mix. So it's not an easy thing. You know, if it was easy, we would say he's not God because he's too simple.
Well, that's the thing is I'm saying it is complex, way more complex than the knowledge we have on the table.
Certain things, yeah, but also when we see certain prophecies come to pass, it's almost like as clear as a bell. Like, you know, it's something that you can't deny at a certain point.
I mean, many deny it and many script it as well. You know, there's been many.
Because how are you gonna, if you're Isaiah living in 700 BC, how are you gonna script something like this and be right almost every time? Just like Isaiah 14:31, that's happening now in Palestine, whatever. Palestine wasn't even a word when he was alive. It wasn't even a concept. It wasn't even a thing. It wasn't even, they were Philistines or whatever they were. But yet he got that name exactly right, or that, you know, that whatever they called it.
But
how's that possible?
you were then talking about Zechariah 12 and talking about Palestinians.
Well, I was correlating that with the way that the army
you're the one labeling them Philistines.
No, no, I'm not at all, because that was just the historical fact back in the day of his time. Palestine or whatever, Palestinians wasn't a term used at that time historically because they were Philistines or they were Canaanites. Those are the historical tribes or the people that were there. Okay. So the fact that he got the Palestine name label of what we're calling it right now today, it's like it's impossible for that to happen by coincidence. But sure, we could deny everything. We could deny anything we want. I could deny that I'm
Yeah, we
breathing
could.
air right
Yeah,
now.
we could act like it's this big prophecy being played out, or we could say, oh, it was named by the British who were messianic in their intentions when General Allenby came to Israel. You know what he said? He said, "Solomon, we have returned."
Well, I mean, they just did a translation kind of like a word for word. They didn't know at that time that it was going to be a fight like this. They didn't know it was going to be a gate. They didn't know it was going to be whole Palestina, which is just as small as a
why
city.
did General Allenby consider it a continuation of the crusade, even symbolically speaking?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd have
really.
to study that again.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
don't have all that stuff like.
Oh yeah,
I don't
study the
have those
history.
things in my mind like I have prophecy in my mind.
Yeah, this is the thing. When we were studying earlier, we were talking about the history of the British kings. These are the people who established Israel, Palestine, Syria,
Iran, Iraq. Yeah, I understand that.
and they were a satanic organization, my friend. So you might want to comprehend that, right?
Well, wait a second. If they were satanic, then you have no problems with the Jews then being there, or Syria, or whatever, right?
Why wouldn't I have a problem with a satanic organization putting false Jews in a land that doesn't belong to them? Through wickedness and unrighteousness, where they'll eventually be punished through their own disobedience. Why the fuck would I want that?
Because then none of these prophecies are not true, and so you can deny it even more.
Isaiah 66 isn't talking about this Israel.
Which Israel is it?
It's talking about the New Jerusalem that's supposed
The
to
New
come
Jerusalem in Utah.
No, that's supposed to come in. That's like I forget the measurements, 1200, whatever it is.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah. The thing is
and it says about seeing God's glory in it. So
yeah,
Okay,
you want to see
the golden orb cube in Revelation is the same as the New Jerusalem that
hasn't
is
happened yet.
born in one day as a nation state.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you with this, Jeffrey, because I really have to actually pray my dawn prayer at this point. So I'm actually gonna have to go. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you with this Ben Gurion, and of course, I don't mean to say that in any kind of way. Definitely, I do hope to continue these discussions very soon, my friend. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, look at this. This is an atheist communist, right?
Yeah, and he's the one making the declaration too, right?
Who?
Ben Gurion.
Yeah, Ben Gurion, right?
Yeah,
So
he's the one declaring Israel as the.
So you've heard this before.
Well, I've seen. I mean, it's a famous thing. Like Christians.
So do you think it's any accident that a atheist communist would consider the establishment of a world state the fulfillment of Isaiah and totally watch his interpretation of it? Do you think that's very prophetic or very divinely ordained?
I don't know what
doesn't look that way to me, my friend.
It actually doesn't matter what he was thinking.
It doesn't look that way. Wait,
it happened. It doesn't matter what he was thinking. It happened.
It happened, just like they worshipped the calf, and then Moses threw the tablets on the ground and they broke. That happened too.
It's not happening according to Isaiah 66.
Yeah.
Well, when the guy held up the sign and said Israel, whatever, Ben Gurion, that fulfills Isaiah 66:8.
No,
One day
it does
a
not.
nation will be born. Okay, it's not New Jerusalem floating out of the sky in Revelation.
That's what it's
The
what it's
golden
pointing
board cube.
to.
Huh?
That's what it's pointing to, dude. Look at the whole chapter.
Well, if you look at Revelation, the golden board cube is talking about New Jerusalem. This is talking about bring forth a nation in one day.
Which is in that city.
Jerusalem is part of Israel.
There's no Gentiles. What does it talk about? There's no Gentiles in there glorying in Israel right now,
Well, you've got
and certainly not in God.
Okay, now let me play this for you because this is gonna surprise you because he's talking about a world government, my friend, right? Ben Gurion.
Well, he's talking about like the League of Nations, I think, at the time or something. You know, this is when everything kind of came together in the modern age after World War II.
I don't think he's specifically talking about the League of Nations because he's talking about a federated world like a League of Nations that's federated by Israel.
Okay, so but it ended up being the United Nations, I think, right?
Right, but not a united. Yeah, but the United Nations isn't federated by Israel. That's what he's
No,
talking
it's not.
about.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was, so he got it half wrong or something, but whatever. But who they were certified by
Who
some
got it half
organization.
wrong? Ben Gurion?
I don't know. You're saying he's saying that it was the word of God does not say it's going to be a federated Israel state of League of Nations. It says that in one day a nation shall be brought forth, and it's going to be Israel.
Right, right. So what I'm saying is when Ben Gurion took control of Israel and declared this to be the goal of Israel, how are you equating that to the same thing, right? Because it's two different goals.
Well, just read the scripture and how vague it is. It's like a psychology, man. It's like a psychologist. Look in the mirror, bud. Just look in the mirror. That's all everyone is ever saying anymore. Look in the mirror. Look at you. It's you. It's you. That's you. That's you. Look in the mirror. That's you. Okay. Got to saying, look in the mirror. Look at me. Who have heard of such a thing? And who brought forth a nation in one day? Can you actually believe that it's God?
This nation here was not brought forth in one day.
Well, it was declared one day, and it was there, and it hasn't moved since. And they were declared war on the very next day, and had to fight the Arabs and the Egyptians, and it's still there. What are the odds?
That it's been there for
you're
a measly 50
equating
years?
You're equating the term "born in a day" with declaration.
Yes.
I think that's a problem.
I mean, by that measurement, every country was born in a day. Do you not realize that?
Well, it's talking specifically about Israel here and about the third gathering.
The third gathering. Is that
Right.
is that terminology anywhere in there?
Yeah. Well, it's in prophecy somewhere.
It's
there
not in
somewhere.
there. I'll help you. It's not there.
Well, wait a second. If
That
I know it's
phrase
there, I
isn't
just don't know the
there, no.
location, and I have to find it.
That phrase is literally Talmudic, but I digress.
But there are
It's there.
passages where God will gather His people and stuff like that. To that
Yeah.
effect.
Yeah, but the third temple, the third gathering, like that's literally Talmudic, right?
Third temple's not in there. You're right. Third gathering is probably not in there, but there's a lot of gatherings in there.
Yeah, but you said third
That's
gathering.
the way God works, man. It's not always going to be pinpoint precision. Excuse me.
What? No, that's not the way God works. God
I'm
works
telling
on
you, man. It's
precision, my friend.
I'm telling
What
you.
the fuck are you talking?
That's how he
Well,
operates, man.
that's not what my God does. Like fucking sloppy joes over here. All right, this is crazy.
It's sloppy enough to be like a lot of times prophecy. You won't recognize it until it came to pass, and you're looking back in time.
Yo, God is right on time. That's what it says in the Quran.
Yeah.
Anyways, but like, I mean, I think if there was a
surprised
God,
you weren't aware of
you would
this
be right
already,
on
like,
time. I mean, I
you
just
never
don't
knew
see
about
why
any of
God would
this?
use. God would do sloppy work, right?
It's not sloppy. It's just, it's something that
Well,
when it comes
that's kind of how you said it. You said, hey, it's not going to be perfect every time. It's God. It's like, but that's literally what God means, right?
We're
Perfect every
vague
time.
anyway.
But the thing is, it's hard, but there's overlap in prophecy. Some prophecies happen more than once. Some prophecies only happen once. Interpretation can be wrong. Okay. And a lot of things you're not going to recognize in God's word as prophecy right now, prophecy, because you can't recognize it until it actually happens and it's in the past. But we have Damascus right now, so that's a litmus test. That's right now prophecy being fulfilled. I'm really surprised you didn't know about Isaiah 66 TML. This is why you want to know why the Christians are so hard up for Israel? This is why, bro.
Yeah, look at what this guy says.
So
This guy,
they're basically Zionists then.
yeah, I know. Right?
I guess Skrbina was right.
Oh yeah. I mean that basically edifies Adam Green and all of that type of stuff. I mean, that's the thing is that
This is what
sometimes
Christians are attached to, man. They're not gonna sever themselves from this.
Well, at least a certain portion of them are, but I wouldn't say all of them.
Maybe not. I'm on board with it because anything to bring forth Jesus Christ right now, I'm on board with it.
Well, we illuminate. What's that line by Apathy? He said, "We illuminate tribes, teaching eyes and something," and then he says, "And we teach lost souls that Yeshua never died." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what it is. You know?
the one I remember is the one where he's shoot, it was on the 7L and esoteric. We fucked up the planet. We gotta live on the moon.
Whitey on the moon.
Yeah, let me find this verse because this verse is fucking deadly. You know what I mean? And yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that I mean, if you really believe Jesus, I mean, he's here with us, isn't he? Mm-hmm.
Well, sure. I mean, via Holy Spirit, but we're talking about major events that, like, are World War III type events where he's going to come back and destroy a bunch of, armies that are fighting against Israel and establish himself in the earth again. And there's a whole like timeline of stuff, man. It's God is not just some like, show up, go to heaven, play the flute, skin flute, whatever you're going to do. I don't know. And everyone's happy. It's complicated, man. He's a drama queen.
Yeah. Well, here's this. Here's
much
this verse.
certain.
Yeah. He says the plot thickens through psychological crucifixions. I part Red Seas and travel lands guiding Christians. My writings escape the earth in certain crisis. I create raps for Christ and 12 righteous tribes. Educate with positive vibes. Devastate your dimension and nobody survives. Out of smoke we rise, illuminating eyes and wise, teaching lost fools that Yeshua never dies.
Jam packed.
How about that? But yeah, let's get up on this Ben Gurion here.
This scenario.
What do you think, Reddington? Any faith belt tonight?
Any what?
Any faith belt tonight, or just more, just more no ways, or what?
No.
Damn. How could you objectively sit there and read any of this and be like, well, maybe there's a chance? There's still no chance?
What has been seen cannot be unseen, dude.
Right? Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to talk about that some other time.
Well, I mean, it's like those little facts like I mentioned about General Allenby and the British establishing Israel and stuff that we'll go over the historical details of that. I think what you're missing is not the biblical portion of the knowledge, but knowledge about modern history, right?
Is that
And that's
Bagorian
understandable.
there? Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's understandable. You know what I mean? Because it gets down, because when it gets down to brass tacks, a lot of people aren't going to understand the modern geopolitical situation. You know, who haven't read like 4 or 5 books on it. So, you know, that's just what it is. I actually have a whole a whole book full of documents of every single charter signed with for the establishment of Israel, Balfour Declaration, all the war treaties, all the war shit, fucking all the UN documents for that shit.
Right, Bill Clinton, Yekbir Rabin or whatever. I bet you do, man. It's you know.
Yeah, I also have the diaries of Henry Morgenthau during the Armenian genocide.
Oh snap!
You know? Yeah, what was Henry Morgenthau doing at the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire? You know, and why did the Ottoman Empire collapse? The Balfour Declaration and also the Bolshevik Revolution all start up at the same time.
Right. I don't know. Was it the British?
Oh, I don't know. See, these are questions, my friend. Yeah?
Yeah. Well, the Turks and the Ottomans are the same, right?
They are somewhat different ethnically.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, because they descend from a line of Turks that descend from a leader named Seljuk Turks, so they're a special type of Turks.
And then you have the Armenians, which are kind of in that same area, a little bit more east. And you know, it's complicated, man. You know, it's really it's crazy.
Because these Seljuk Turks, they're you know, because the Turkic and the Mongolian lines are together. You know.
Yeah, I think so. Like, well, you know, it's a mix because you got European Turks. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's just nuts. Constantine,
and then
Rothschild, Rockefeller, Bay of Pigs, JFK,
if you go ancient enough into Israel, Israel's history and its connections to Eurasia, you know, and the northern tribes of Ephraim that were exiled. I mean, it's a real mystery about shit.
Yeah, man.
Nobody even knows it, and that's how a lot of this modern stuff is justified. I mean, so
people that study this stuff, we just do the best we can because God, you can never pin down God. We just try our best. I just punched in another scripture about it's Ezekiel 38:23. This is kind of like a theme throughout. Basically, God's saying, I'm going to magnify myself and sanctify myself. I'm going to reveal myself through Israel, basically, and glorify myself because basically that's what he does. He glorifies himself because he's the only one worthy of glory. And he's doing it also so that we would believe in him because he's showing us who he is and that it's him. Know that I am the Lord. He wants you to know that it's him.
It's going to be known in the eyes of many nations, so they'll see him.
Yeah, some way or another, they're going to either recognize the scriptures.
He's not around right now.
Huh?
He's not around right now for that to be true.
Well, not yet, but this is in the future. This is when Israel is in a war with all the nations that come against it. But I just sniped this to show this is a common theme that what he says in in prophetic scripture. So when Muhammad asked me, why do you think 2,000 years, why all of a sudden the Jews just showed up out of nowhere? Why? And I say, I know why. And he's like, what? Who the fuck do you think you are, God or something? Well, no, it just says that in scripture. Kind of like, it tells us what he's going to do. And also, in terms of Israel and the wickedness and the sin and the disgusting heathen, whatever. Yeah, individually, some Jews are not going to make it in. But as a nation state, quote unquote, overall, he's going to protect them. He's going to reveal himself that it's him because, he came through Israel, Messiah, that is. And he wants people to believe in that way. He doesn't want gods to be in every nation because that would be confusion. But if it comes through one nation, the one that survived through antiquity, the one that language is still alive today, from antiquity. The one that uses the shekel from antiquity, still now using it. You know, it becomes blatantly obvious that it's him. Do the math. Like, the probabilities are sick.
Of course, the probabilities will be astronomical when it's manufactured, though.
Manufactured? You mean like a 2,000-year-old conspiracy that someone is taking it upon themselves to make sure that this all happens?
Somebody wants to use narratives as they see fit.
Okay. So a running conspiracy. Do you think it's human beings that are doing it, or aliens?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, are these like
with any certainty?
Huh?
With any certainty.
Yeah. Or it could just be God.
Or it could be the
Anyway.
devil.
Anyway, well, maybe
That would
that's
be
still
more
part of God's
likely.
plan. However, it happens.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it. A genocidal people take over in a holy land. They build a satanic temple. The Antichrist returns. Christ returns to destroy them, and then Israel's gone.
That's not what it says in Ezekiel 38 and 39. He's going to protect Israel.
What about the Antichrist?
Antichrist is going to.
Where's he at?
Well, let me think for a minute.
Oh!
He's going to. What is this? What is this? Toilet bowl Earth? What is this? What is this? Toilet bowl Earth?
Where the fuck is... Yeah, maybe I am channeling him at this point. Where's the son of
No,
perdition?
it's cool, bro. It's cool. But listen. He makes a covenant with Israel, but then he breaks the covenant, so he's not a Hebrew. It's Donald Trump.
The evil...
Oh, brother.
Ham sandwich theory, bro.
Yo, that's gonna be
Ham sandwich theory.
That's gonna be a bad clip, yo. It's gonna be
Sad trombone.
Yo,
We're gonna be famous.
Yo, the diabolical laugh, yo. Dastardly, man. You know.
Ham sandwich theory, bro. You heard it here.
World exclusive.
Successful troll.
Yeah, man, I love this stuff. You know, maybe Joe Biden will.
Yo.
Joe Biden.
Wait, what was that, Holmes? I think you cut off the first part of that.
Fucking Joe Biden, bro.
Yeah, I can't believe he said Trump in terms of this whole scenario. All right.
Bro, my internet got nuked.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, bro. It
It's
got
all
nuked.
good. Yeah, shit. Like you're talking about like
He ran
in
away
term-
when I showed up, bro. He probably did it, bro.
Well, you know, the fucking shit is weird because right before the debate, because I was trying to catch as much of this debate as I could, and I've been very public about that. And then I was also like, it's just very odd set of events. It was almost like I couldn't, like it was made so I couldn't review the debate because like my fucking internet went out like right as that shit was going on. I couldn't turn on my internet, and I reset that shit like 3 or 4 times. Like it was the first time where I actually had to reset that bitch like multiple times just to get it.
We
to
got
come
hit
on.
with a storm.
Yeah, it was some weird shit. It was honestly some weird shit. You know, the guy hit with something. It was like right on time to where I was like, oh yeah, okay. And what are the odds they're just gonna take this video away later? Like I already knew what the deal was. It's like they making it, you know, they making it so like we can't even do shit. Like straight up.
Sons of a bitch.
Yeah, but I had this crazy conversation with this Indian girl. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Man.
You had a conversation with the Indian girl, bro?
Yep. But yeah, the brown girls, you know, they keep it trill. You know.
Yo, I was
The
hitting a good
OGs.
point, bro. My internet got fucked.
Yeah.
I hope somebody continued that fucking method of logic.
I don't think there was anybody after you were gone. It was over. You know, that line of reasoning just ended. Yeah.
Fuck. It was all done on purpose, TML, bro. They're after the truth, bro.
That's what it is. You know what I mean?
They're after it.
That's what's going on. All right? You know, the truth self sets you free, but you know, but people learn to love their own, you know, slavery. You know what I mean? They think they're free. I mean, the more you think you're free, the
Nothing
more
wrong
you're
with it, bro.
enslaved.
Starting hibachi business, bro. That's it.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Just
We
gonna
need
make
more
fucking
shit on the
hibachi.
yeah, we need more shit on the grill.
That's it.
Need that cold meat. That cold meat.
At the end of the day, bro, after the debate is all said and done, niggas are gonna be hungry. Don't matter, bro. Don't matter what race, religion, creed you are, bro. You're gonna be hungry. And I got food, dog. It's that simple.
Yeah, and Pops already knows how to do all that shit because he was selling like ice cream or some shit. So he already knows what to do with the businesses and shit. You know what I'm saying? So y'all could probably set it up pretty easy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm trying to get up on some type of shit. I don't know. Maybe like yeah. I mean, it's hard to think of some shit. But yeah, really, the first thing I'm gonna do is get courses or some shit. Get a course ready for my like for the book that I wrote, and then I'm gonna try to fucking like get like you know like you show up, you get like 30 classes or some shit. You know, I don't know how many like I gotta really research and look up because I haven't been to the university in a minute. How much hours they put in for like a course, and just put that many lectures on tape and then be like, all right, you know, y'all pay like $10 for this shit. We get the fucking lectures going out to y'all with some shit where I could keep the $10 off the lectures and shit. You know what I mean? So I want to do some shit like that where I could like sell a course. That might be my tip.
I mean, you could do it, but yo, at the end of the day, right? Like the effort and shit it take you to put together a course, right?
Zero effort.
I mean, it's not zero effort.
It's zero effort. I already wrote that shit. Like I
You
could
wrote
like
the
all I would.
course?
Yeah, like the book is the course. Like all I would have to do is take
I
key
mean,
parts of that shit.
I guess, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, like I could take that shit paragraph by paragraph and just break that shit down. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking about like take like the key parts of that shit, break that shit down into like little thing, be like introduction to this shit. And like, you know, really like people who don't want to like get into the book, they're gonna buy the course. They're gonna get their own shit going with the course. You know what I mean? So like there's people who will never read a book. They're just gonna watch YouTube videos. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true.
You know, so like, you know, what am I doing for all of those people who are never ever in their life gonna pick up a fucking book, which is the majority of people at this point.
You should do like a fucking master class.
Yeah, pretty much like that's what I'm talking about. It's like master class, like in philosophy, where it's just like bam, you know, where
I
it's
thought you
like
was talking about doing a whole fucking like university course, dog. You know what I mean?
well, like what is it? What is the difference between the master class and the university course?
I'm saying, like, I thought you were gonna teach it, like, in a fucking, yeah, I mean, like, in a class and shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like if I get see that's the thing. If I get enough people to be up in the course shit, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, who wants to like maybe I could get a bunch of people to get up on the ground. But if I can't even get people to watch a course online, but like really what I do is if I get a bunch of people in on the idea, I'd be like, yeah, we could have a class, like y'all show up to this location and I'll teach a class. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like you could like rent out like a fucking a classroom and shit or whatever or a hall or some shit, a room in a hall where like motherfuckers throw down like, or whatever. Like if they're gonna give me money to teach a course, then I could get the money for teaching the course to rent out a hall or some shit for a month and then just teach there. So yeah, I'm down to do that shit.
I mean, a university and shit would give you like a classroom, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like they would also tell you what to teach.
I don't know if all of them are like that. Just like the
Yeah,
douche.
no, they're mostly like that. They're mostly like that for real.
Even like community college shit, bro.
I've been to community college and like I feel like that shit is inundated with all the same shit. Like I talked I mean, yeah, I had cooler professors at the community college than I did at the other school, but they're taken less seriously. That's why they're there.
You
So
always
it's
have
like
the teachers also like yeah, I went through school and like, you know what I mean, it was a fully blown indoctrination program.
exactly.
But you always had like that one teacher that didn't give no fucks and they were not
That's why
compliant and they were just rebelling against the system and like
that's literally Dr. Scribina. That's why like that's literally why I'm not a university professor. This dude told me tens of times. He's like, you should be a university professor. You got all the shit it takes because you got people in the university and most of them are getting like C's and B's and shit. And then you got one motherfucker that's just getting like A on every test and shit. That was me. So I didn't just perform in school. I performed with motherfucking academic excellence to where my university professors were like, what the fuck? To then I was like, all right, like they would always tell me to be a university professor. But I'm like, yeah, but I can't write the type of shit that I write for y'all and be a university professor. See the problem? And they're like, yeah, I guess, but like you're never gonna be able to tell anybody anything. And I'm like, y'all ever heard of the internet? You know what I mean? Like it's basically what my response was. Like I'm like, you guys are teaching on the internet right now, anyways, because all your courses are run online.
yo, I had a
Right.
teacher one time, bro, that was actually trying to teach us like some real shit, but we were just too stupid to realize it. And this bitch was losing her fucking mind because she was trying to teach us the real shit, and we were rebelling against even that. You know what I mean? Like she was trying to get us to read Animal Farm and like understand it, and we were just like, "Fuck books," you know what I mean? And she was like, "You don't understand. You need to know this." We were like, "Fuck you." She's like, "I'm trying to save you."
Oh man, that's what's funny is that in 7th grade or 8th grade or some shit, my baby brother did a presentation in school on Animal Farm. By George Orwell, and he wrote as a part of his presentation. I gave him the George Orwell's letter that he wrote about what his book was about. That it was not about communists taking over the government. He actually thought that it was about censorship in England. That's what he fucking made the book about.
Yeah.
So it's hilarious that like the whole meaning of the book is misconstrued because that letter was censored. So he wrote Animal Farm about a letter about being censored in England, and the letter of why he wrote Animal Farm was fucking censored in England.
Right.
Like to prove his goddamn point. Like the shit is insane. So
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think that this teacher was trying to break it down. You know what I mean? And we were just like, "Fuck you." We didn't get it. It's kind of the problem.
Or maybe they just don't know how to get through to people, you know, because you know what I'm saying? It's like you got to hit people off with like the little shit first. You can't just be like, "Yo, let's all read George Orwell together." You got to hit them off with like bits of like wisdom first. Like, you know, splash that at them, then kind of confuse them. Then you got to like insult them. Then they go away for a while. Then they come back like a little while later and they're like, you know what? I was thinking about what you said. And then you got to be like, you know what? I'm sorry about what the fuck I said to you. But, you know, it's like this. We got to really work on this shit. And this shit is serious. We can't just play fucking games out here. And then and then you lay down the fucking shit that they need to know because they're ready to listen. You know, and it's like teacher to pupil. Like that's how all this shit has gone down in every time in history. You know?
Sometimes the teachers ask too, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. The point of teachers is to surpass them.
Most of these teachers are straight ass, like just straight booty cheeks. And they get mad like when you're smarter than them, and it's a problem.
Yes.
Like I think in order to teach, I don't think you should just have to complete a certain degree. Like I feel like you should actually have to be a certain IQ level. You know?
Well,
Like
there
you
was a
should
lot of
be
shit.
smart.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit where like these cats are writing shit out. They're performing assignments to have their students answer questions so that they can conduct research. So
Yeah.
it's like, wait, you're not a teacher. You should be sitting over there with the students. You know, like what the fuck you doing?
That's right. You know? And that goes back to the same shit I was saying about the whole language and the assignments and fucking them harnessing people's energy to cast fucking mass spells, bro. You know what I mean?
Yo.
Writing in cursive, they make a bunch of kids write the same sentence in cursive. Thousands and thousands of kids all over the fucking country writing the same sentence at the same time on the same day in cursive. I don't know, there might be an effect. You get what I'm saying?
Yo, praise God fell out there. But yeah, maybe he'll be back. But yeah, we got some other shit out here. Oh wait, what happened to the other day's live on here? I was catching up on it yesterday. Oh, that might be why he hopped up here. But yeah, yesterday's live can be viewed on Twitter. I'll be playing parts of it. This part of it, I'm playing with DeFreak because it was such an interesting conversation we had. I mean, Jesus, you know
what happened to it?
What the show yesterday?
Yeah.
No, I just privated it. I'm just saving it as like stock shit to like play out for like other shows and shit.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah, and also like I had a conversation on there that I don't want to publish right now. So I'm just like, I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have had that conversation. I was just like not gonna put that fucking shit out. Just being careful and shit. But yeah, I'll tell you about that soon because I'm like, I ain't even trying to rehash that shit and then fucking have this shit be
Feels legit.
turned into that same shit. Like, yeah.
I'm packing a bowl. Hang tight.
Yeah, it's all good.
Team Rocket is blasting off again. All right. Yo, low key, bro. Pokemon was created by American occultists working with Japanese occultists, okay? Or Chinese, bro. I forget which ones, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look at the fucking whole shit. It's a design of Fabian socialism. First of all, there's a world government, and the kids have to leave their house, and their destinies are controlled by the world police. Like there's hospitals and nurses and fucking engineered in every city, and they catch these genetically modified pets. You know, and the information is given to them by scientists on how to catch them. So the kids are basically governed and ruled by the state, A, and B, by scientists. and they're on their own. They don't actually live with their fucking parents. That's fucking Pokemon world.
So,
What
yo,
a
here's the
fucking weird
question,
world.
right?
What a
Because you
fucking odd
know,
world. It's like global socialism, global homo socialism. Fucking world.
yo, you know, right, 100% that nothing becomes that famous back in the day unless they wanted it to be famous. So why is it that like my generation was force-fed Pokemon every morning before school?
Because it's like think about it. Like, look at the shit. It's got cryptozoology with the fucking Pokemon coming from the moon. They worship the fucking moon rock. It's got this quasi religious thing into it with the moon worship, with the fucking Clefairy shit. And then they got all these things where these Pokemon are actually, made to be part of this world government system. And that world government system is about the kids, like leaving their house.
And yo,
Like, this
let me
shit is
ask
fucking
you,
weird.
bro, how did the Japanese, right? Or I'm pretty sure it was Japanese that made it, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, and another thing is that in all these shows, it's always about kids being like on their own, like,
Yeah.
without parents and shit.
Yeah, that
So
goes back to the fucking Oddfellows orphan trains and shit. You know what I mean?
yeah,
The repopulation of America post reset. There was orphanages all over the country, and the Oddfellows and the Masons were running these orphanages, massive fucking orphanages. And there was also kids being sold on postcards and shit, like in Cabbage Patches. It's a long story, bro. Look into it, bro. Look, there's a channel, Mind Unveiled. He has all the shit on the Cabbage Patch Kids, bro. Check that shit out.
oh yeah, I think I've seen this channel before. Mind Unveiled. Yeah, I've seen this shit.
They're like occultists, but he does have some decent information on there. So I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Fucking
these cats I
disclaimer.
was checking out the other day, Occult Rejects. They're doing some good shit, and I seen them come check out my show one day too. So yeah,
Yo, Full Metal Alchemist. Also, that's another Japanese joint, right?
Oh yeah, Full Metal Oh my God, there's so many instances.
Littered with
They're
littered,
all. Well, I was just talking about how Dragon Ball Z was about Hanuman.
Yeah,
the Hindu
littered.
guy.
It's so my wife has a mad understanding of like a lot of these different anime cartoons and shit. Like she understands the storyline.
Oh
I've
shit,
seen
yo, we
them.
need to do a show on that then with Mimsy Limbs, because I'll be watching, because you know what I'm really focused on is if Mimsy Limbs knows any information about
Yo.
fucking Neon Genesis. You know what I'm talking
Yo,
about?
dog. You
Because
know
Neon
how
G is on that very occult shit.
you know how like I got certain like aspects of like specialization and knowledge.
Yeah.
Mims is specialized in fiction. So so basically I tell Mimsy Limbs what I know, and then she tells me what fiction it is. so, so like I'll be describing shit and she'll be like, oh yeah, that's the Hunger Games. She'll be like, I've been telling you for 10 years we were in the Hunger Games. It's the same thing, same plot. And like, just everything, bro. She's like, oh yeah, that's Harry Potter.
Yeah, cause the crazy thing is the rulers of the realm actually describe this shit, like how they got pure bloods and mug bloods. Come on, dude, they're talking about esoteric. They're talking about esoteric Hitlerism.
Yeah,
like right
bro.
in the plot.
And so
And the red-haired kid is a mug blood. You got to be kidding me. The red-haired kid.
Mimsy Limbs, with her knowledge of fiction, can help me then figure out things, because she could continue the fantasy for me where I lead off with reality, and then I could connect that continuation to something that I wasn't seeing with the reality.
Yo, word on the street is that there's a connection between the Mitford sisters, and Oswald Mosley and the British Union of the Fascists. The symbol that Harry Potter has on his head resembles the fucking logo of the British Union of the Fascists. And Mitford sisters can be seen standing behind Adolf Hitler while he gives a speech. They were literally, in support of Hitler, and they were close. They have close ties to Hitler. These fucking Mitford sisters. So the whole fucking and so the Weasley sisters in the fucking I think it's like the Weasley sisters or some shit like that. Like two of the sisters in the fucking Harry Potter series, they closely resemble these Mitford sisters.
And the Weasleys are all ginger, nigga.
Yeah,
all ginger.
the whole story may have been may have been told to the Mitford sisters by fucking Oswald Mosley himself, and there's a theory that the fucking J.K. Rowling was the fucking love child of fucking of one of the Mitford sisters and a fucking Adolf.
J.K. Rowling said that she was under demonic possession when she wrote Harry Potter.
Yeah, that's
Like
bullshit.
she apologized for it afterward.
She called that shit that Philosopher's Stone. She wrote that. She wrote a book. She wrote that shit. The first Harry Potter book. Y'all could look it up. The shit is called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. No
Yeah.
joke. Right?
Yeah. And like, so it's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone exactly? You get what I'm saying? When we get deeper into what the Philosopher's Stone is, it's part of the great work of alchemy, right?
Yeah.
And I believe it has to do with transmigration of the soul. And then when you get deeper into Harry Potter, you find out that Voldemort can't be killed because he has Horcruxes, which is like he fragmented his soul into 7 pieces and like put it into fucking objects. And so they had to destroy the objects to kill Voldemort because he was, like he migrated his soul into another dude's body. And he became like a tumor on the side of this dude's fucking head, bro.
Yeah, that's what's on the back of Ben Gurion's head right now.
Yeah, he was like, I'm here, bro. But that's all right. So that's like the great work of alchemy, right? And in ultimate, like in all ultimateness, right? I think their final, like their modus operandi, like their main objective, right? I think that all the knowledge of the occult, it comes from Lucifer. That God is Lucifer. I believe they communicate with demonic spirits and Lucifer through, some types of ritual and fucking opening up of portals and like doorways, gateways, whatever. And I believe they really just want to bring Lucifer from the spirit world into the physical world. You know what I mean? Like to migrate a soul from the spiritual, like back to the physical. Because like Lucifer has no body. They're communicating with Lucifer, but like there is no Lucifer walking the earth. And like I believe that's the Antichrist, you know what I'm saying? The Mashiach that lies, bro. You know what I mean? It'll be Lucifer coming into a body. Like when you look at the occult shit, going back to fucking Semiramis, Isis, and fucking Ra, and you go in Osiris and fucking what the fuck? Tamu, right? So you got fucking Ra is like Osiris is being reincarnated into the body of Tamu, right? So like what if they just figured out how to, like, what if Osiris was Lucifer and they figured out how to get him back into the physical realm in another body to like migrate that soul? Like what if these Egyptian fucking temples were just like technology for like basically collecting a soul upon death and sticking it in a body or whatever the fuck? I don't know exactly. You know what I mean? But I believe there was something going on where they were trying to take like a soul from the stars and like collect it and funnel it into a person. You know what I mean? I don't know the exact science behind it. It's a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. because they got markings is like the transmigration of the soul, and then they got the dead bodies in the motherfucker. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you know, and also you got like conduits and shit that look like they're supposed to have like technology and shit in there. So they got like shit that looks like a fucking battery, but it's got no wires attached to it, and it's probably because motherfuckers stole that shit over time, right? And
It's the same
repurposed
shit
it.
the Masons want to do. You know what I mean? They want to live forever, but like, you know, the body is subject to deterioration. So in order for them to live forever, they need new bodies. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, like all the satanic ritual abuse is all part of them thinking that they're gonna get a new body. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up, but I mean that's essentially what it is. I don't know if they're able to achieve it. I have no fucking idea. You know, I know they could extend their life by, you know what I mean, drinking blood and shit like that. It's where we get vampirism, the idea of vampirism. But it's not just regular human beings that need blood to extend their life. Regular human beings, their lifespan is basically capped by God at 120 years. There's other things that can live longer because they're not fucking fully human being. They're half God. Or like, you know, they're a percentage now, diluted, but they can extend their life by drinking blood. Human blood. Well, specific chemicals released in the human blood. But nonetheless, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and look at this passage from 2 Corinthians, which is very interesting. 2 Corinthians 5, it says, "For we know that when this earthly tent we live in is taken down, that is, when we die, leave this earthly body, we will have a house in heaven, an eternal body made for us by God himself and not by human hands." Not by human hands. "We grow weary in our present body, and we long to put on our heavenly bodies like new clothing." This is the concept of spirit bodies. You know, a very strange concept. You know,
White
but here
robe, bro.
huh?
It says that, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like in Revelation, it talks about, you know what I'm saying, Jesus giving people a white robe, right? So like what is a white robe? It's a new it's a new body. It's a clean
Yeah,
garment, bro.
yeah, the new body. That's what I was gonna say. The whole thing about new bodies.
It's a clean garment.
You know, and how that relates to this concept that they kind of hijack in terms of transhumanism. You know, this eternal rebirth and the whole thing about how they're trying to live forever with the bodies. You know, how they want to prepare themselves to get a new body. You know, it's funny because that concept is in there, right? And also the concept of the blood. You know, we were talking about earlier Hebrews 9:22. You know, the blood sacrifice. You know, no forgiveness is given without the shedding of blood. So you got two parts of that whole same thing. You got the whole new body thing, the earthly body and the spirit body. You know, and the very term spirit body, you know, it's a sort of oxymoronic term. You know, spirit basically in the sense that spirit in the same work or revelation is the antithesis of flesh, right? So it's very interesting conception, right?
If you look in the ancient texts, bro, you're gonna see in all these ancient texts.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see that the gods had advanced technological vehicles and they were flying around and doing shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so when you get to the point of
Arjuna with the chariot, right?
yeah, when it gets to the point of why did these gods always want, you know what I'm saying, blood sacrifices and specifically human sacrifices? It's because they needed something that is created inside of a human being. That's the Philosopher's Stone, adrenochrome, or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? It's synthesized in the human body. For whatever reason, they can't synthesize it in any other way.
That juicy Lucy.
And that's what they were using to extend their lives, and you know what I'm saying? A lot of crazy shit possibilities.
Give me the blood. Give me
You
your
know,
blood.
like yeah, I was sitting here the other day, right? And me and my wife are thinking about going camping, right? And I was like, yeah, but I was like, I don't like the idea of camping the way that people camp. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, people go out and camp, right? In these pre-made tents. Like, that's what people do. They got these pre-made tents. So now you go out in the national park in the middle of nowhere in this fucking tent, which is basically like just a grab bag for a fucking Anunnaki fucking ship, bro. They just, you know what I mean? They just pull up, bro, scoop your ass up, you're in a bag, and they roll out. You know what I'm saying?
That shit is like a shopping bag. Yeah, it's
You
funny.
know what I'm saying, bro? It's like all the humans go in the bag at the, you know what I mean? They light a fire to let you know where they're at. And then the ship just pulls up to wherever the fire is, just scoops up the bags and rolls out. And they're like, I don't know, bro. People went missing. You know what I mean? They went missing in the woods. So, you know, look, bro. The world is stranger than it seems. I don't know if like people realize like our government straight up made deals with some kind of fucking beings, telling them they could take people from certain places. I'm just saying.
The world itself is stranger than it seems. Promethazine dreams and fucking methylene screams.
And that was before we had all this technology. That was what we traded it for. And at the end of the day, look, yo, there could be even deeper shit going on. You know, we're looking at it like, oh, they put all this stuff in all these people to kill everybody. But like, what if they put all this stuff in all these people to cut off the food supply of the Nephilim? Some crazy shit. Like what if it's even deeper than deep? You know what I mean?
Like they're finding a fucking secret war against the Nephilim. They know they're using
Like
these
they put something.
that will
You know,
kill
like
you for your
everyone's
own good. We got to put you to sleep for your own good, so you'll have a soul at the end of this.
No, like imagine if they put something in everybody's blood that would kill the Nephilim, but like not kill every human.
That's
to make
probably
it.
that's probably what the devil. That's probably how the devil got started. He's like, all right. So basically, the plan is to kill humanity so that they don't get taken over, to preserve their souls. And like somebody was like, that's not the right way. Humanity has to fight its own battles. You know what I mean? Shit.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's just like the good guy is always the bad guy, is always the good guy, is always the bad guy. I don't know, bro. It's like we might have been enslaved by some fucking Nephilim, and they might have put some shit in everybody's blood that made us an incompatible food source. And now we're just poisonous. You know? Because they were like, yeah, bro, this thing makes poison now in everybody. It's like, well, what if they gave us a defense mechanism against something we didn't know about? You know what I mean? Like, what if that poison is a good thing? I don't know, bro. Like, you got to look at it both ways to have true understanding. I'm not saying that's what it is, but we got to speculate. Like, what if, you know?
The world is a vampire. She eats her kids and hides the bodies under the bridge.
TML. There's things that like I don't tell my kids, right? And I don't not tell them because I want to deceive them, right? But at the same time, they couldn't handle the information properly. So like this, you know what I mean? Like, what if there's some things that we don't know for our own good and not because they're after us? You know what I mean?
Oh, there's tons of shit like that. I mean,
What if they're like, yeah, you'll live a better life if you don't know this.
Yeah. I mean, the ignorant are the blissful and the stupid are the honest. I mean, this is the fucking shit that's going on. Right? You know what I mean? The
So
world
maybe
is
they
a
were
prison.
actually trying to create utopia by dumbing down America. They're like, we'll make a perfect society. Everyone will be retarded and happy.
Yeah, I mean, most people sadly think happiness is the goal of this whole thing. You know, I mean, I couldn't think of a sadder stop. You know what I mean? To just, happiness. It's like, first of all, what is happiness? Second of all, once you attain it, then what? Any
Happy.
philosophy that just goes stops at then what isn't thinking.
Happiness is buyable, all right, for $20 a tablet. But that doesn't matter. Okay. I'm just saying, what is happiness? It's serotonin passing through your cert. It tickles your brain and it goes, wee. You know what I mean? When you get past the point of the feelings, you know what I mean? And you're dealing with ideas. You know what I'm saying? It's like when your work transcends the physical and now your work is in the spiritual. Your work can't be destroyed. It never crumble. You know, you can sit here and paint pictures and write shit down, but that's going to disappear.
Are we offline now? Or just jump to 12 watching? I don't even know.
No,
Yo,
we're not offline.
I think there's a lot of people watching us on Twitter, and I don't know why. I think it's because I put Adam Green in the title of the video, but so maybe some of them will join the channel. I don't know. Y'all motherfuckers stay black. No, there's 11 watching. Yeah, see, that's the thing. There's 11 watching on YouTube, but there's 30 watching in all. So that means that there's fucking 20 people watching this on Twitter, which is fucking madness. I don't understand. I should have pinned that Adam Green fucking interview I did with Adam Green to my fucking page. I never even did that. But yeah. Fuck.
I mean, did you know that we was Kangs?
We was Kangs and shit. Y'all go check out the channel The Machine Lies. That's where we have most of our content, not here. Let me drop that in the chat for you guys. Yeah, The Machine Lies, guys, not this fucking channel. This channel is just for live streams, apparently. So, yeah, if you guys are watching this, fuck with that main channel. That's in the description of the Twitter account there. We got lots of things posted there on Twitter for you guys. All old episodes and shit, but most of our content is on the channel The Machine Lies. So go look up that channel, and let me drop that shit in the chat here. What the fuck is it? And I'm not gonna go and drop that shit on the Twitter chat. I don't even know how to access the phone.
Yo, do you want to crack up, bro?
Yeah.
You want to watch a video? I could load it up for us.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's how to be a sovereign citizen, bro. I'm thinking about becoming a sovereign citizen, so this is an instructional video.
For sure.
Here we go.
Is there to guard those boundaries.
Here's my license. Why don't you come and get it? Drop the knife. Fuck you.
Hello and welcome to this educational video presentation on how to become a sovereign citizen. It is our hope that at the end of this, you will have all the information necessary to live as a free man. Now wait a minute, I hear you asking. What is a sovereign citizen? Well, simply looking at the etymology of the word gives you a better idea of what it is. Basically, it's living the life that Jesus and George Washington wanted you to live. And by paying close attention as we go step by step, you're going to understand how to exercise your rights, recognize your rights, and deal with law enforcement on the scene. Did you know that most people are unfamiliar with the fact that police officers are child-hating baby rapists? It's true. Would you take a ticket from a baby rapist? I certainly wouldn't. And after this video, you won't either. So enough with the introductions. Let's get into the video.
I'm definitely going to use this.
Bro, it's so
Am I being
good.
detained? What's that? Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Are you educated? Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Am I being detained?
These 4 simple words are all you need to remember when you encounter a police officer. They act as a constitutional ward against being arrested. In fact, when a police officer hears you say, "Am I being detained?" they are legally obligated to leave you alone, no matter what the circumstance. However, occasionally you're going to run into a police officer that does not follow the color of the law.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but there's no law that states that I need a driver's license to drive a vehicle.
I need to see your license and proof of insurance, sir.
Can you prove that I'm driving?
Remember, your typical police officer is mentally handicapped. Because they are so incredibly retarded, barely 90% of the National Police Force is capable of reading. That's 90% illiterate. Asking them a question will confuse them long enough for you to leave the scene. If that doesn't work, try jingling some keys in their face. They love to play with shiny things. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that the police officer still has not left you alone. You're going to need to explain to him that you are a free man, and that free men travel. They don't drive.
It's just, sir, I don't feel that I've done anything wrong. I'm just a traveler. I'm trying to travel. I just dropped my daughter off at school. I'm just trying to travel back home.
Am I driving?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not. I'm traveling.
This is my automobile.
No, I'm not.
That I travel in whenever I feel like traveling. And this is my homemade plate, which I have made.
Yeah, that'll work.
Now, these 3 simple rules: am I being detained? I am not driving a vehicle. I am a traveler, are usually enough to get you out of any situation, whether it be a high-speed chase or a double homicide. But just to be safe, always ask them for a business card.
Okay, I don't tell you anything.
Really?
Yeah, you don't know how it works, do you? Let me see your.
I don't.
Let me see your card or something with your name.
I'm going to give you my name. In fact, I'm going to put it on the parking ticket after I tow your truck away.
I need business cards. I need business cards. I need your business card, though. I need your business card.
He's giving you a card right here.
I need your business card. Who are you?
We're from the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, who are you?
Sheriff's Department.
Who are you?
And of course, the most important thing to remember, they don't have jurisdiction over you.
Let me see your hand.
Who are you?
The police, come here.
No, I'm not in your jurisdiction. I'm in my own jurisdiction. Don't pull that gun out on me. You have no jurisdiction over me, okay? You're in my jurisdiction. You're in my jurisdiction, okay? I don't do what you say. I'm a king. Kings don't take orders, all right?
That's right. He's a king. In fact, all sovereigns are kings in their own right. Now that we've learned these 5 essential bullet points, let's take a look at some real-life examples and see what they did and did differently.
Nope, I'm leaving. Don't get in front of me.
It's a good way to get shot.
Okay, he's pulling his gun on me. Everybody, I've not done anything criminally wrong. He's pulling his gun on me. No.
Oh, hell no.
It's off. Parking brakes on. I'm no threat. I'm no threat. They're pointing their guns at me just because I don't have the right plates on my car. That's why. You guys don't have this authority. You're gonna break my window. I'll open my door. Don't.
Ooh.
Asshole. What the hell?
Get out of the car now.
Okay, they just broke my glass. See that? Beautiful. Good job.
Get out of the fucking car now.
I have nothing on me. Oh, you're gonna cut me. Don't. I'll open the door. You're gonna cut me. You're going to cut me.
This man has done nothing wrong. He was simply trying to travel directly into a police officer with his vehicle. How is that illegal?
But we told you he's an Article 4 free inhabitant, so he does not have to have a license. Article 4, free inhabitant, pursuant to the Articles of Confederation. You can look it up. It's in the United States Book of Codes. It is your laws you have to follow. I'm gonna get out of the car and walk down to that house.
No, you are not free to leave right now.
Are you saying you have authority over me?
Yes, I do.
You have proven authority over me.
Yes, I do.
How did you do that?
The County of Imperial through the sheriff. All right, well, you're not free to leave.
You're
going to take the bag off.
No, I'm not.
You're going to take the bag off.
No, I'm not.
Relax your...
Hey! You're raping me. This is rape. This is rape. This is rape.
Relax.
Now this is some advanced level sovereign citizenry. Not only did this young lady remember to mention the Articles of Confederation, she also screamed rape, which is what you should always do anytime a police officer touches you. It's your God-given constitutional right.
You have reason to believe that crime is afoot because I can smell marijuana coming from this vehicle. Do you understand that?
Do you comprehend Article?
I have a lawful reason to get you out of the vehicle.
You do not.
Yes, open up the vehicle.
No. I would like to see your supervisor. Are you violating my space? Are you kidding me? Help! 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 Help!
Help! Help! I do not consent! I do not consent!
No, you do not.
Yes, you do. You do not smell marijuana. I don't smell any marijuana.
Oh, it reeked of marijuana.
No, it doesn't.
I can
We don't smell any marijuana anywhere. Are you assaulting me?
You're assaulting him. We deny
Help! 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 Call the police. Call them.
Sure, we are the police.
No, no.
No, please let him be.
You're trying to attack my nuts. That is not proper use of that device.
Stop it!
You
Trying to attack my nuts.
He tried to
Another
tase
man
him in
having
the
his
nuts.
rights abused. That officer did not smell marijuana. The driver told him so. And then to tase him in the balls? What is he thinking?
What you may have,
I'm giving you a lawful order.
what you may have,
Obey it, or I'm gonna
what
take
you may
to
have,
jail.
what you may have is the opportunity to read. Whoa, whoa, whoa! This is assault. This is assault. You've broken my windows.
Yo, that's like level 200 thuggery right there, bro.
Remember, never consent, especially after they've broken your window and are dragging you
Barehanded
out of
rip
your
the
car
window
for
out.
non-compliance. That is the exact moment that you want to start to resist. It is a smart decision.
That's fine. Y'all are going.
I need to see your driver's license.
Then we have another cop pulling up, and I'm
Sir!
sitting here asking
Sir!
them the same
What
thing.
is
I
your
need
name?
you to stand down and get your.
Open your window now, or I'm gonna bust it out.
Now you're going. Okay, I need you to call, and I need you to get your supervisor
Sir,
out
see your
here.
driver's license
I need
for
your
the picture.
supervisor out here. I need your supervisor. I am asking him for his supervisor. I am asking you for your supervisor. Okay, officer, I am asking you for your supervisor to come out here. Now you have busted my vehicle up, and now you are going to detain me. You are illegally getting into my vehicle, and now you have taken my phone.
Always ask for a supervisor, even as they're breaking your window. It just makes sense. We've learned quite a bit in part 1. Let's review. Am I being detained? I am not driving a vehicle. I am a traveler. You don't have authority over me. Can I get your business card? Call your supervisor. I do not consent. The Articles of Confederation say you can fuck yourself. And rape. Knowing these handy phrases and when to use them will almost certainly always get you arrested. But that's not the point. Being a sovereign citizen is about standing up for your rights, even if you're standing in a jail cell, which is more than likely where you're going to be standing. Which leads us right into Section 2.
Sir, today I'm appearing as the agent and settler for David Hall.
Okay. Okay. Could you get Mr. Hall for me then, sir? Where is he?
I go by that name, sir. My name sounds exactly like the defendant's, and I'm here to settle that matter today.
So are you and David Hall one and the same person?
I'm not a person, I'm an individual. David Hall is a person.
Okay.
I am
Are
the
you
agent to
and
that
David
name.
Hall one and the same individual?
I go by the name David Hall, sir, and I'm
Okay.
here about that matter today.
Okay. So you go by the name David Hall. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. The person who goes by the name of David Hall is standing in front
I'm
of
the
you.
individual.
You're
I am
the
an individual, not a person.
You're not a
Yes, sir.
person.
David Hall is a person. I am a private individual. David Hall is a person under color of law, sir.
Okay. Where's David Hall then? The person David Hall.
He exists on paper, sir. David Hall is a corporation. This action is under color of law, sir, and I do understand that. I am here in my real capacity as the private individual for that name, and I'm here about that matter.
You're the
and I'm
private.
happy to
You're
settle
the
it.
private individual, David Hall.
I'm the settler, sir.
You're the
I'm
settler,
the settler.
David Hall.
Always remember, never show up to court as the person or corporation that you are, only as a settler, agent, or individual. That is an amateur mistake, and one that will cost you dearly.
I am secured party under a UCC filing at the Secretary of State, 201-308-717-006.
Okay.
I am secured party to David Hall on the record and through a filing at the Secretary of State, sir. I appear here today as the settler, agent, not the person, but the individual. And I don't think I should have, you understand the
So
difference
you're the
between a
settler,
person and an
you're the
individual.
agent, and you're the individual, but you're not the person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which is
May I make a correction, sir?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm traveling. You said that you used the term driving, and I was traveling, sir.
Always make sure that the courtroom is aware that you were not driving, you were traveling. They need to read the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution. Try to have a copy handy on you. It helps.
For the record, my remedy is being denied. For the record, I am the real individual, and this action is under color of law, and I don't understand this color of law action.
Okay. Well, have a nice day. Thank you.
It looks like the judge left the courtroom. Do you know what that means? That's right. You win.
We're going to take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
How long? How long, sir? I don't have all day. Thank you. I have things to do. We'll take the court. Yeah, actually, please note that the judge has abandoned the court. He's abandoned ship, and I, as the sovereign in this room, claim authority. Case dismissed with cause and prejudice.
Anytime a judge vacates a courtroom for any reason whatsoever, it is a default judgment in your favor. Congratulations, you're not going to prison.
You are not God. You have no jurisdiction over me.
God's not worried about cameras, sir. I am.
All right. Well, why are you worried about cameras? Because you want to do something wrong? Because you want to do something wrong? Because if it's against the rules, that means it's because somebody intends on wronging somebody else. Because they're afraid of being held accountable. P. Barnes.
It's a nice speech, but you're still not coming in.
Well,
on occasion, you're going to encounter hired thugs known as bailiffs in a courthouse. They are fraudulent and have zero authority. You can disregard anything they say and there will be no consequences whatsoever.
please step aside. I'm going in.
No, you're not going in.
Don't touch me.
You're not going in, sir.
Let the record show that you just battered me.
Step back.
And you're using...
A few other important details to remember as a sovereign citizen being taken to court. You are never at fault. Nobody knows the law as well as you do. The police officers are incompetent. The judges are incompetent. The bailiffs are incompetent. You are a genius, and you need to let them know that every single opportunity you get. Coming up on Tape 2, we're going to discuss how to use your body as collateral to pay off your debts. Never owe anybody money ever again, because we're going to teach you how the U.S. Treasury works.
I'm going to send my first accepted for value today. A lot of people across the world have been sending these in to pay bills with effectively their signature by accessing their Treasury bond account that was created with their birth certificate.
It's a classic.
It works. The system works, guys.
It's a fucking classic, bro.
I wonder if Paul got his training at that boot camp.
I mean, yo, it does vary state to state, bro. There's a dude that just won a big case in, I think, Texas. You know what I'm saying? So, like, don't get it twisted. It's real. It's just funny when
I know
when the people don't know like the actual law and they try to do it like in. I mean, it's also funny when like the cop is just an ignorant fucking piece of shit, bro, and just breaks the law, like just completely ignores what these people are saying.
No, I know it's
What's
both
funny
sides.
is they're actually correct, right?
I know. No, I know. That's the funny part, though. Like, it is actually funny.
It's kind of like a coin flip. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, this is kind of why, you know.
Dude just won 250 grand in Texas and has it on paper that he has the right to travel and that they can't change the definition of traveling. And they can't change the definition of driving. And so it is. You know what I mean? Like when them laws was made, this was the definition. And the guy argues like, yeah, this is the definition that you guys used when you made the law. So
No, no, that's the thing is like, that's why, you know, my only political solution I really advocate for is like people actually going and doing similar things to this and like setting examples. But the problem is like, you know, you might end up in prison for a while in the process. But, you know, yeah, I mean, it is true what they're saying. Actually, the way you would actually go and, you know, get something done. And the reason I say that is like the court system is kind of like the last line of defense. Like if this court system goes away, we're going to end up with like, you know, something much worse, I think. But yeah.
I want to give cops spiritual summonses.
Yeah, I saw that thing you made. That's pretty funny.
It's gonna be great. I fucking contacted companies that make actual books that have carbon paper that goes through 3 layers, and they could print them out in the 3 colors I want. They can number them, and I'm working on it. I'm working on getting some books made so I could give out tickets.
No, you should start a website and just sell those things.
I might.
That's a good.
It's mad expensive though to fucking make them.
Got to go to China, man. They'll do that shit cheap.
I'm saying like to actually have these things custom printed where they're carbon paper, 3 layers, and come in a book perforated numbered that says 3 different things on the bottoms. Like they're 3 different pages. You got respondent, witness, and like court copy. You know what I'm saying? But I got something in the works. I might make a website, and I might make it where you could scan them in with your phone. Have like an app with it, right? You can scan it with your phone, and it gets uploaded to the fucking website. So it's like a live, like a registry of these fucking tickets.
You should run for sheriff.
What?
You should run for sheriff and start handing out those tickets as sheriff.
No, I want to give them to the sheriffs and to the cops for breaking law.
No, but I'm saying if you become the sheriff, and then instead of handing out like actual tickets, you hand out.
I want to be the sheriff. Bro. I want to make hibachi and soap, and fucking. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, but then you can hire deputies to go out and hand out those things. What would be the ticket you would write for Provo?
For what?
For Provo, what would be the ticket you'd write?
I don't know, some kind of idolatry or some shit, bro. It's on there. I would check something off. One of the commandments being broken. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's something in there, bro. There's a lot of fuckery going on with the Mormonism. Okay? They could deny everything, but it's all out there. I'm not saying that any other religious system is better. I'm just saying that, like, it's a problem with religious systems. Because they're designed by motherfuckers, and you don't know why they designed it. And so, that's the problem. It's like playing somebody else's game. You don't know why the game was created. You don't know how to actually play it. You just know how they told you how to play it. You know what I'm saying? What religion was Abraham? Can anyone tell me? Just wondering. You know what I mean? Seems like mankind keeps wanting religion. Because, like, it's us that likes shiny objects. And it's us that likes big places and spacious rooms. And it's us that likes burnt meats. You know what I mean? And it's us that likes wine and fucking, you know what I mean? And fucking gold trinkets and all kinds of other shit. So look, at the end of the day, religion has always been about mankind, not God, the way that it's been portrayed. Temples, riches, food, wine, all kinds of shit. Even down to the sacrifice of babies. That was to feed some kind of fucking Nephilims or whatever the fuck. At the end of the day, there is no religious system. There's just the truth. There's the truth of God, and then there's all kinds of shit that mankind has created. We just need discernment to figure out which is which. I don't think God came in just one fucking flavor, bro. I think God revealed himself to different people that needed God to reveal himself in different ways for them to possibly understand God. So I don't truly know what the fucking absolute truth is. I know there's good people and bad people, and they all claim to believe the same shit, so it's not the belief system you claim either that makes the person. It's the character of the individual.
It's not the set you rep, but the rep you set.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like at the end of the day, I grew up as a kid and my boy wasn't religious and he was Jewish and I wasn't religious and I was technically Catholic. And we both believed in God. We both believed that we were responsible morally for our actions. You know what I'm saying? But we weren't like, we were able to be real tight because we weren't religious. You feel me? And if everybody was just about that, like if everybody was just good morally, had a good understanding of what the fuck that was, believed in God, respected God, you know what I mean, had some kind of fucking respect, and everybody could get along because they weren't religious, that would honestly be the ideal situation for the earth. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I think everybody could worship and pray to God and do whatever the fuck they think they need to do. You know what I'm saying? But it shouldn't come between people.
Well, yeah, I mean, ideally the whole thing would be to.
The only time that it becomes a problem is when it goes outside of that morals, right?
Well, the ideal would be that everything you do in your life is just, an act of worship. So it's just what you do, not, some magic spell to give you a treat or something. But that's the way a lot of people treat it. They treat it like they're trying to get something. Oh, I need God to give me something. Like they're playing.
It's a self-correcting mechanism, bro. I don't care what you do in this life. You'll figure it out eventually, or you won't by the end of it. But, like, it's a self-correcting mechanism. You know what I'm saying? You could dive into all different kinds of understandings, and you're going to land wherever the fuck you were supposed to land anyway.
Yeah, with that said, basically I'm gonna cut this off at this stage. And this is never like a really good point to cut it off, but it is dawn where I'm at, and I think that's good enough at this point. We put in like 9 hours, and I'm gonna have to watch this shit for another like 45 minutes or some shit to put in some of these this old video shit. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. In the audience, we got 27 people still watching out here. And I just started this channel like 2 days ago. So yeah, I mean, I'm really thankful that people come check me out here. And yeah, we got a lot of videos, over 140 videos on the main channel, The Machine Lies. We got this live stream I'm gonna leave up here. So, and also I'll be re-uploading all of the previous content to this channel as well, and taking the heat off of some of the shit on the old channel. So yeah, so guys, look out for that. We'll be moving things out here. So thank you so much for joining us here. I already said goodbye one time, and then we came back on because it is what it is. I mean, but yeah,
you already know, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we was Kangs. Okay?
Man, we was Nephilim as well.
Was Kangs.
Thank you guys, man.
Thank you, man, for hosting. I'll let you guys go. I'm about to crash too, so you guys have a good night.
For sure. And yeah, blessings to all you guys. And yeah, here's a video I was showing y'all earlier with me and DeFreak, and talking about some religious issues. We'll cut that out. Then Ben Gurion will drop his bomb on y'all. Then we'll go ahead and play a video on esoteric Hitlerism as I planned, and then we'll play the appearance on Talcott yesterday. Then we'll go ahead and put some videos on that I made. I made a clip of Talcott, pretty good clip, and I also made another whole video series in terms of a music video I made for our new song with me and Intelligent Imbecile, who was just here on the screen, Rant, Recreational Argument Network Television, whose channel is now defunct. My own channel no longer active for for a little while. But yeah, we'll be back on soon, my friends. Thank you for joining us here on the alternative account. But yeah, we'll be out here doing our thing. Blessings, everyone.
Will fulfill the Daniel 10 through 12. I don't know. Maybe it's not. What's his name? I mean, it is Biden. He's just dumb enough to just float around and do nothing. You know what I mean?
You better hope Trump's that Antichrist, buddy, because otherwise, that's gonna be.
Otherwise, we're waiting around for another 1,000 years to get the fuck out of here, right?
Exactly.
For the next.
Not if you think Isaiah 66:8 has been fulfilled. You can't be waiting for 1,000 years more.
Sure,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like the Antichrist got to come soon, buddy, and that's not lining up with your whole thing that Israel's already been fulfilled, right?
Well, yeah, but the time between that and the time between the temple and the time between the desolation that make abomination that makes desolate, there's no set time. It's not like it says this many years, this much time, this many months. It's all vague. It's like a psychologist name labeling you, grandstanding you, framing you, and then trying to make you look a certain pedo kind of way.
So the 3.5 years and all that in Revelation isn't really literal.
No, it's probably literal, but you have to have your temple to have the animal sacrifice, to have the ham sandwich that makes it that makes abomination that makes desolate. Which means you have to.
How long have you been watching Paul and Slave, my friend?
I mean, his time slot doesn't really work in with my schedule, but like lately, I haven't been on that schedule. So
but I mean,
probably about a week.
I mean, say you started watching it a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like I don't know. Hold on, let me think. Maybe like 2 years ago at the most, and it was just rare, like here and there once in a great while. It wasn't really steady or anything. Like the last week, I've been trolling over there like pretty hardcore. I guess.
It's like last night I was because the thing is that the other day, one of these dudes came up on Talcott or whatever, and the OTW news show or whatever, and OTW news came up in my chat and stuff, and then I turned on the show, and yeah, man, I don't know how like people can't get dumber watching that. You know what I'm saying, so like that,
OTW or Paul,
both of them.
Right.
It's some shit where it's just like this is bubblegum for your brain type shit, where this will actually just draw shit out of you that will just go.
I never really watched those.
Here's the deal. You had all those enslaved people at OTWs and Paul's going into Talcott's and just beating them down with just negativity and causing chaos. And I pretty much just had enough of it. And it was the same thing I did for you here that TBE was going to be doing. I just kind of stymied that.
Did you see Talcott today?
Yeah.
And then did you see him go on Paul's panel?
No.
He was on Paul's panel. He had a very cordial time with them. And then after that, they did an attack piece on him while his show was on. They attacked him the whole time.
Paul did against Jack?
Yep.
Do you think there's an agreement between Paul and Jack that they're just, playing drama games or something?
I don't know. I don't know how he could have not known that.
Yeah, it makes you think.
Or not like multiple times. And then one time I actually pointed it out to him and he got mad at me.
Who, Talcott?
Yeah.
He actually got mad at you? That's kind of a sign, isn't it?
I'm just saying, like, a lot of these so-called dynamics or whatever. Yeah, a lot of these dynamics are not what they appear to be, in my opinion.
Manufactured chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I had a Flow State talk about how he wants me to fight Mitchell, and then bitch about how I'm fighting Mitchell on his panel, and then throw me off his show. Like he literally manufactured it in front of the audience. It was like retarded.
But you two didn't agree to that beforehand. He just kind of manipulated you in that situation, perhaps.
He didn't manipulate me. I agreed to it. It didn't go the way he wanted, and then he tried to control it. and he couldn't.
Yeah. Like the one time I popped into Toilet Bowl Earth and just randomly, like on a, I don't know, Saturday or whatever, and he was talking about how they go out in groups and they troll Muslim channels. And basically I asked him as a Christian not to do that, especially if I was in the channel. And he agreed, which I really appreciate. He's being cool and everything. And they've kind of held up to that. They haven't really fucked with you that much. But with Talcott and
but the thing is that I've had many private agreements with like TVE and EBT, and then they turn around and do something else in public.
Yeah, but you've got me to enforce their agreement. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but you're not an enforcer for them. You're not an authority over them.
I'm an enforcer for you.
Thank you, DeFreak, man. I appreciate you, brother. But yeah,
no problem. So basically, I did the same thing for Talcott because the Unslavias were getting so freaking out of control in Jack's room that I did that. I went trolling over at OTW and Paul and Slavia, and yeah, if they're trolls, I'm gonna be a friggin' troll. But basically, I was so trollish that I said, okay, if you don't want me here, then don't go over to Jack Talcott's, and it's kind of been better since.
Yeah. I mean, it is
what it is. Jack or anything, but it was getting out of hand. Like it was getting stupid.
It's like the thing about it is that I haven't sat on these panel for 2 years with these people. So if me and these guys are having a conversation with each other, there's a great part of their relationship that I'm unaware of.
Right.
So I don't try to get myself involved in their personal politics because they seem to have yeah, like I go up there every single time. I've done dozens of Jack episodes, and every single time I've focused on the topics that he has in his title, in his episode title. I've literally explicated the topics that he offers in his title.
And you probably never said, you have an agreement that that's what you're going to do. It just kind of organically happened.
Well, I do that because I'm not willing to go and speak on non-topical issues, because I'm not going to just hop up and chat with people. That's not why I'm here. So if there's just a topic,
it's just like you and I have never talked about like me being some sort of enforcer for you. It just, I've just been doing it on my own, and you just kind of like, didn't know about it. Right? We've never talked about any of this before, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that a lot of it is implied. I mean, the thing is that with a lot of these guys, I don't really, because I don't actually try to function on their level, right?
Right. You don't have to worry about it because you've got me, and everyone knows that isn't you, basically. At least they should, because I'll either make an agreement or I will throw Christ around a lot. I won't let anyone touch you. But I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just saying, like, I do what I can to make sure that there's like, some relative organization around you. And Talcott was just it was so disgustingly gross that I couldn't stand it anymore. So I went over to Slavia, and I just, had a couple of days, and they finally calmed down. But I mean, they were beating Jack up like it was just gross. It was like, dude, like leave him alone. Like, what the hell? Maybe I don't know if you've seen that or not, but that was what was happening. When are you gonna leave the house? You pay the bank. All the stupid stuff.
Did that today?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot better, but yeah. I mean, it was just awful.
Well, I implore you to watch Jack Talcott going on the Paul and Slave show, and then right after he left.
Yeah. See, they might have kind of.
They're wildly disingenuous people. Like for example, like I talked a little bit about two characters, Paul Enslaved and Enslaved by Truth. Both have something about slave in their name for some fucking reason, right? But the thing is that both of these characters, right? I had sent them personal messages, and I'm not kidding. I sent them personal messages and said, "Hey, all this online stuff, like, I don't really understand, man. Like, hey, can we have a man-to-man talk?"
And nothing ghost.
They ghosted me, and then they made more videos about me online. So here's the thing: is that these people are doing this because of the live stream. So they're not so nothing that they're doing actually equates to anything like any of their personal goals or views on life. Like, they're not actually talking to people. So that's a key thing to realize, is that they're not here to talk to people. If somebody sends me a message, I contact them back within some time. Right. Yeah. So and there's many people I haven't gotten back to, but the number of people I've gotten back to, I mean, shit, dude. Like, I get back to a lot of fucking people, and I get tons of messages. So I mean, the thing is, and I'm only one man. These people purport to have organizations behind them,
right?
And they still can't accomplish what I've done. I just think that that's not an excuse. Right?
Yeah, but even though you may not get back to them, they're not. Those people per se aren't just writing or making content that's like disparaging you, like total scum or something, right? Only certain people are doing that.
Who's not making content about me that disparages me as total scum?
Any of those people that you're talking with, I assume.
They're not making content about me that's disparaging me?
I would say I'm going to assume that most of them that you have a communication with are not doing that, but I don't know that.
Well, what do you mean have a communication?
Like, you're exchanging emails, like saying, "Hey, I'm talking about this. Is that, what do you think about that? Don't threaten me or whatever. Or I have a problem with this. Could you frame it a different way, as opposed to just live streaming and insulting you all day or something?"
Well. This is the thing: is that if I try to reach out to somebody in my personal life, and then their response is, "Oh, I'm going to make a live stream video about you on YouTube," then I'll go ahead and say that person doesn't want to personally deal with me, and they want to use me for this platform.
Right, but you'll know those, and it'll be apparent. As for some of these people, you may have just a one or two messages back.
These are the ones that I've told you. These are the ones that I've told you. All of the people on these panels, all of the people in these communities.
So you just never know when someone's going to freaking stab you in the back at this point.
Precisely, the freak.
Damn.
all these words.
Like the only person, like, out of the entire internet, like, I fucking trust is basically my wife, my little brother, fucking Neurojack, and Reddington. Like, like after doing this for 6 months, I literally gained like 4 people that I could actually count, like as anybody who's actually for anything that I'm doing here.
Yeah.
And two of them started doing it with me, which is my wife and my brother. So,
right.
So,
okay. Well, it's more chaos than I thought.
Yeah. And you're a great friend. Hank's a great friend. And I'm getting to know, Mikey and you and Hank and Sarah and people like that, a lot better. And I really greatly appreciate that. I really greatly appreciate working with you guys. But
you're great. There are good people. I mean, I'm sure there are, but there's so much. People could flip on a dime, and can probably step. It's probably pretty freaking crazy. I could only imagine at this point.
Yeah, and also Brown's boy. That's my homie for real. Like I really think like Brown's boy is a
Cecil.
good friend. Cecil's a good homie of mine. I really missed him today. I got to find a way to send him a message to tell him that we're on this channel. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have been here. But oh shit, actually, should have fucking done that earlier. But yeah. But yeah, on the StreamYards, but I mean on the Discord. But I feel like Cecil doesn't check Discord that much, so that's a problem.
All right. Well, just so you know, like if there's someone that is like specifically or a group, whatever, and that I don't know about that needs to be negotiated with, let's just say, just let me know.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't have any specific problems with any of these people.
All right, cool.
So I can't really even they literally just unprovoked attacked me, and I literally went like, why? And then they went like, cause you're like fucked up and like crazy in the head, and you're like ruining your life and shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, but like, do you really care about that? Like, and then they're like, no. And then I'm like, okay, so then why the fuck are you doing this? And then they never answered.
It's on the
Well, if you're talking
internet.
about I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's on the internet.
Yeah, if you're talking about like TBE or EBT, they're into the whole Muslim conversion thing, even though they're not really. I don't know. They're too ignorant to really be able to do anything effective with that. But that's what that's kind of what their group kind of does, I guess you could say. So that's why they were initially kind of focused on you, and you were broadcasting late, and they were awake or whatever, so that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think they don't have enough knowledge.
No, they don't.
and that's really sad and depressing.
It is.
People can be online, make up all these fake conspiracy theories about already existing conspiracy theories, and actually have no knowledge. I was actually very sad watching Cockboy Hotline last time, and just seeing how he was breaking down this archaic situation and saying, oh, well, what about Plato? Is Plato even real? And like he's like he doesn't even know how to even pose the questions that he's trying to advance on. I'm saying if I sent Cockboy Hotline with a fucking project and said, hey, go take 5 years off and go figure out if Plato's real, I bet you he wouldn't be able to come up with a satisfactory answer to something I've already possibly answered in grave fucking detail on my channel. I did an entire special on Plato. So he's gonna question whether Plato is real, give people no information, and then question conspiracy theorists on Atlantis based on the lack of information that he has on the issue. So this is what I'm talking about. When we did the Hexen Tarot, this guy's literally last night sitting there saying, this is a fire stream. Yeah, a fire stream that was a TML stream. Where you provided zero information. You played YouTube videos, imbibed liquor, and fucking went to sleep. You know what I mean? While I talked about Kaczynski and fucking Stuart Brand and motherfucking Rousseau and all types of motherfucking shit. Give me a break. This guy had just picked up The Social Contract and couldn't even start reading it. I've read the fucking Social Contract. I've read Emile. I've read fucking the Discourses on Inequality. I've read fucking Hobbes. I've read the fucking 2 treatises of government. I've read the Bible, and I've read many of the dialogues of Plato and many of the works of Aristotle. Give me a fucking break.
Right.
I'm not wasting my time. See, this is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, it's pervasive, dude, because what's worse about the ET part? They're going around doing that in ignorance about Islam, and then they're trying to promote Jesus Christ in the next sentence. That's disgusting to me.
They claim that knowledge of Plato and Aristotle is not a prerequisite for theological debate, when their own church fathers would prove otherwise. That's all the fuck the church fathers talk about is Plato and Aristotle. Give me a fucking break.
It's even here, man. When we had a rant and Neurojack questioning Benjamin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but last week or whenever that was, jamming him out about all these different Jewish conspiracies or whatever, right? It's pervasive everywhere.
Yeah, I don't get mad about the personal stuff because I was anticipating being trolled online, being called all types of names, being maligned, having my reputation maligned, having my work maligned, misrepresented. also being attacked in terms of being threatened and receiving death threats and being followed by government agencies and shit. These are all things that I somewhat anticipated and feared, and also went ahead with anyways when I started doing this type of thing. And more or less, I thought maybe this some of these would happen and some of these wouldn't. But what I'm really concerned with is the lack of knowledge. These people possess a dire lack of knowledge, and like to where like yeah, to where like in order to defeat, like it's like they're sending me people who
I know exactly what you mean, man. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, it's ignorance and it's ugly, and then they try and like put forth a positive assertion, say if perhaps of Jesus Christ, and they're literally insulting Muhammad, who is going to have rank and authority over them in heaven, by the way. And it's
No,
probably
it's not.
he
It's
might
not.
just F them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's that that you draw the fishing line here, right? And out of the many people, billions of people, there's no intelligent interlocutors. So and then when you want to have an intelligent discussion, you literally have to curate one, like a fucking tea party. I think
I'm
that
voting for Joe Biden, dude. I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Yeah, but that is a dire state to be in. I mean, right?
It is, man. It's sad. And these are Americans, supposedly educated people, whatever.
Yeah, and it's sad. Like most of the conversations I've had, even on here, have been with like non-Americans. Right?
Yeah,
they're
pretty
smart as fuck. Right? Some of them are smart as fuck, like Australians and shit. Fucking British people. The other guy who lived in Israel. I mean, he was still pretty smart. Right?
Oh man, he was great. I hope he comes back more. Like he was solid. Like I would have given him a 10, a 9 or a 10 out of 10.
We should get what he says about Isaiah 66.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Zionist, you can tell, but
he definitely thinks that the biblical events are playing out in real time, to say the least, of what he communicated that day. It seems like he kind of thinks that, that he's like a continuation of the ancient Israel. But I mean, again, I would question that, whole narrative. And since we've been going through that with the freak for very, very long, I guess I'll just end this now, because I said that like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm ready to crash too. So, but hey, sometimes shit pops up. But thank you guys.
Yeah, we squeezed a little good discussion out of this. I could like cut this part out and like do it at the end of one of my shows. The Freak and the Machine Lies Prophecy.
Ham sandwich.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Ham sandwich. That's nasty work, son.
Yeah, ham sandwich. We'll call it ham sandwich. Ham demon robot. Right?
Ham sandwich theory.
Yeah, ham demon robot theory.
So yeah, Antichrist enters the temple and he has a ham sandwich in his back pocket, sits on the altar, and the Jews just go nuts. And that's the abomination that makes desolate.
Yeah, and then he farts and he says, "Clear."
Oh yeah, man. You never know how prophecy is going to crumble. The cookie is going to crumble in prophecy, but this is kind of how it goes.
I could go for some cookies right now.
Oh hell yeah.
Chocolate chip cookies.
Go for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah.
With the bread, fry that bread in a pan with
I was
some
gonna
butter.
say, do you toast the bread or no?
Well, I put butter in a pan, and then I like
Nice.
just like, yeah, I do it.
Hey,
like that.
you guys are cool, but check this out.
Like non bread or?
It's okay. All right. All right.
That was like troll move.
Yeah, that was the abomination that made desolate right there. All right.
The fart of desolation.
The clandestine revelation. That's what I'll call that one. Because he's the only one who has it. The clandestine revelation instead of the Celestine prophecy.
Mm.
You know, we got our own man, what's that guy who wrote the Celestine prophecy? Shit.
What? Shoot.
Let me look it up.
You're not talking about that one guy, are you?
Yeah, the sleeping prophet guy. Remember?
Wesley? Weston? Wesley? Something. The guy with the painting? Or is that a different guy?
Yeah, I'm mixing a bunch of fucking new age shit. It is what it is. But yeah, I'll figure it out, guys. But yeah. I'm talking about the guy who like fell asleep and then he could like memorize books by falling asleep on them. You know? They call him the sleeping prophet. I forget what his Edgar Casey. Edgar Casey is what I'm talking. Yeah, Edgar Casey.
I thought you meant someone that was on panel or something. I got
No.
confused.
No, I'm talking about Edgar Casey.
Yeah, definitely KC for sure.
Yeah, clairvoyant. Talked about Atlantis and shit, past lives and shit. So yeah, the instead of the prophecy, you know what I mean, the clandestine revelation. So yeah, I'll call it that. Clandestine revelation, also known as Ham Demon Robot. And yeah, we're gonna let Ben Gurion and a few songs here play us out. Thank you for joining us, friends, and blessings from you guys. And from me to you, there have been 10 people out here, you know, blessing us all night. And yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna be returning the love tonight, hopefully, when we watch this debate. You know, so we will not be doing a Friday stream. We're gonna be doing a stream tonight. At maybe 7:30 or so, or some shit like that, whenever the debate starts. Right. We'll do a little pre-debate shit if we have to, and explain some of the key topics there. And yeah. So
Wait,
see you
is
guys.
the debate already happened or?
Oh, let me see this shit. It's supposed to happen today. That's why I'm saying. It's gonna be a watch
Oh.
party. Yeah, watch party for the Crucible. Let's do it. And also for Adam Green. I thought about sending these guys a message and telling them to come to my stream afterwards, but I don't really want to fuck with it. They'll be debating anyways on this shit. Yeah, but and I don't really want them to be like, oh, you're trying to like capitalize. You know, like it's like, nah, man, I really don't give a fuck. Right? But yeah, this is the live in 12 hours, 7 p.m. So yeah, check us out at 6 p.m. I guess Eastern. Right, I'll be kind of getting ready to start some shit out. So 6:30, I'll definitely by 6:30, I'll definitely get going. 7 o'clock, we'll start watching the debate. You know, we'll watch it for a few hours and we'll have some panel discussions. And so, yeah, it is what it is. Thank you guys so much for watching us. You know, we're doing that tonight. And then on Saturday night, we'll do a stream on the philosophy of technology. We'll read some Kaczynski and then talk about Promethean shit, maybe with Pill Eater, as I said. But yeah, we'll figure things out. Thank you guys for joining us. You know, and yeah, yeah. Thank you for watching on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. This is David Ben Gurion predicting world government, federated state, League of the Nations, federated by Israel, world.
In a sense.
Yeah, but this is the question.
Bible's all about
federated state, League of the Nations, federated by Israel, world government. You know, so yeah.
That is like Bible prophecy in a sense.
Yeah, but this is the question I was asking.
Bible's all about that people ruling everybody. So
Right, but like, you know, is it a prophecy of the Antichrist or the prophecy of, you know, the Messiah? You know, so that is the problem, and that is the discussion we're going to open with tomorrow, with this whole item in the Talmud, the Talmudic source of the suffering Messiah. You know, there's two Messiahs, as I stated, Mashiach ben Joseph, and then Mashiach ben David. So these purport to be a different role. And then the first one has to do with the suffering of Israel. So they claim that all this time, not in Israel, they were going through an atonement, paying for their sins. This is important information, because this is kind of like a quasi-Christian concept, right? This whole, you know, this kind of atonement. The Jews have it too in their kind of Talmudic games. So this is important to realize, guys. You know, so I will explicate that at 6:30 tonight for those who want to see. I know there's 8 people here right now. We've had almost 10 people here rocking out with us all night. You know, that's been nice to see that it hasn't been not nobody watching us. Blessings. Talk to you guys soon.
This scenario is borne out by none other than Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, one of the great founders of Israel. Recorded in an astonishing article in Look magazine, Ben-Gurion predicted that a one-world system presided over by Jerusalem will be set up in the near future. All continents will become united in a world alliance at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more war. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly United Nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents as prophesied by Isaiah.
Of took the name of Lance von. Later, they were persecuted by the church.
Lance von Liebenfels was fundamentally convinced that world history arose from the battle between the races, between the noble, heroic and godlike human beings and the animal beings, and in between there were even some combination of both. Thus, through a cleansing process and through the slavery and oppression of the so-called lower human beings, a godly era would appear, if the race conflict was to be won, in Lance's view.
Indeed, this is the root of racism. Since the time of Atlantis and its sinking, 2 castes of priests fought against each other, the Shambhala and Agartha, constantly changing into new shapes and new cultures. The earth and its eras may only be a mirror of this spiritual argument. In Austria, the old Austrian Templar monasteries are situated all along the river Danube. One of them stands in Branau, the birthplace of Adolf Hitler. We can only guess as to whether Adolf Hitler in his youth met Lance von Liebenfels already at the Branau monastery, or whether he met him later during his years of study in Vienna. We can be sure that Lance von Liebenfels initiated Hitler into the old Templar knowledge, the brother war of Atlantis, and into the falsification of Christ's message, the persecution of the Aramaic Brotherhood by the Hebrew Brotherhood, and all these secrets of the past. There is an indication that the first contact happened in the Branau monastery, where there is a copy of the Roman lance of the Legionnaire Longistas, which Hitler searched for even more fervently than for the Ark of the Covenant. The lance of Longistus was supposed to hold magical powers, as it had been thrust into Christ's heart. The secret Atlantean teaching tells us that when the extraterrestrial gods fell in love with the still reincarnating human animal women, there was a war between the gods. The dissidents, the fallen angels, were banished to become humans. The last remains of the fallen gods from Atlantis were the kings of the Indo-Aryan castes and priesthoods. These Aryan priesthoods were dispersed by the incoming black races of the subcontinents, and the era of the gods came to an end. For thousands of years, the god humans from the stars were incarnating into humans, while the Indian scholars were still fighting over which of the descendants of the Aryan gods belonged to the animal-human race. The initial root of racism, distinguishing between a superior and an inferior human, was thus revived, when, at the end of the 19th century, the search for the Aryan god humans was taken up by a European esoteric elite. It was Nietzsche, with his superhuman and many other prominent writers, who drew the idea of the god human from Atlantis out of the Indian texts. It was a few decades later that the secret esoteric teachings, mixed with the lost times of the Crusaders and the lost ideals of chivalry from the Germanic god legends, would influence a young man in Vienna. In Hitler's childhood, his father beat his mother while under the influence of alcohol. Thus, the desire to free his mother from evil as a knightly hero grew in the young Adolf Hitler. Already in his early youth, Hitler took refuge in the romantic world of Germanic legends, in which good wins over evil. This mysticism of the polarity of good and evil reached its peak in Vienna with the study of the esoteric literature of the Indo-Aryan battles of the gods. In these ancient texts, and in the first lectures of the contemporary authors, the worldview of the young Hitler was even more split into good and evil. In Vienna Men's Hospice, and inspired by these texts in solitary moments, Hitler forged his worldview. This worldview can hardly be reconstructed, yet the world of the god humans from Atlantis and their fall through evil influenced him so much that he lived in his own fantasy world. When Hitler came across the books of Guido von List, and later of Lance von Liebenfels, the fire to free the world from all dark forces was unleashed.
So according to Lance von Liebenfels, originally there were people with blonde hair and blue eyes. They were godlike. They came from somewhere in the universe, and amongst them were the animal-like humans, particularly the so-called monkeys. According to Lance, the races commingled insofar as the blonde and blue-eyed women united with the animal-like human beings. This is how the mixed races appeared, and these were called the little monkeys or Chandlan. Indeed, this comes from the Indian tradition. These animal-like beings and so on, in the whole world history, threatened the culture which the blonde and blue-eyed people had created, and which they still create. So this conflict is the fight of the animal-like, the lower beings against the so-called noble, heroic people. This leads to the necessary destruction of the lower beings. This program of destruction is the ultimate goal. It is indeed a form of apocalypse, in which the lower beings will have to be cast out, and the blonde and blue-eyed beings will survive.
In der also sozusagen die Untermenschen ausgeschieden werden sollen und die blond-blauen allein also sozusagen überleben.
With Hitler's view to save the world from evil, the catastrophe was already preordained. In the text by Lance von Liebenfels, we can find the inspiration ground of all racist teachings of the time, and Hitler embraced literally all of these ideas. Thus, Lance von Liebenfels spoke of a purebred race of Aryan people and the reviving of the noble qualities of the gods, and of the end solution of getting rid of the inferior races in order to establish again the god-human race, blonde and blue-eyed, as the superior race. But Hitler was not the only one to read the teachings of Lance von Liebenfels in his paper Ostara in Vienna. There were many different personalities from various organizations who later came together in order to pull on the same side and to establish the idea of the new superior race. Ludendorff and Dietrich Eckart already subscribed to this racial publication. Strengthened by his interpretation of esoteric material, perhaps already a member of the Templar Order, Hitler launched himself into the First World War. He may have already made contact with Ludendorff before the First World War as an equally esoteric-minded friend. His chance to convince all that he was the German savior who would lead the battle against all injustice on earth came a few days after the beginning of the First World War in Munich, where he spoke up after the liberation battle against the communists.
As a here we got another guest. Welcome, brother. Bringing you right up. Machine Lies. How you doing, my friend? Kevin K. I'm gonna go ahead and I think you're all right. Yes. I don't know who people are, but welcome, Machine Lies. How are you, brother?
Greetings. I'm a little bit confused by these options here, these new options on StreamYards. Give me 1 second here and let me turn my TV down if you don't mind, Brother Jack. Sorry about that.
Yes, no worries. Take your time to get set up. Apparently today there was an update to the StreamYard system, and there's different buttons and different options, and I noticed that too myself. I popped in here right when it was time to start and didn't give myself much time to familiarize or see it. But hey, cause and effect. Cause and effect is the best way to accept this energy, this experience. This experience is moment by moment. That's my number one focus.
Look, I'm putting my sweater on, so
all right.
It is what it is.
All right. Yes, focus. I focus on being present, living moment by moment, and to live moment by moment, I become one with the moment. And as we become one with the moment, guess what you realize? You're no longer controlled by time. You're a part of the time. You are experiencing the time as you direct yourself. The time is happening and you're happening. You just align yourself with the time of the present. And so, number one, I focus on being present. And then being present, I focus on being aware. What am I aware of? Actually, this takes us off on a different thought. Go ahead. If you got anything, jump on it, man.
Well, I like the topic of clarity, in terms of just the attachments we have in this world and how they're related to the pleasures we have of the eyes, this type of voyeurism, and how people think of the display as what is real, so I think that is one of the greatest points to start out: clarity of intentions, clarity of means, and processes, and also clarity of what we see, before us, what's outside of us, indeed what is apart from us. So I really like the topic of clarity, really.
Oh, whoops. I muted myself because I was engaged with the chats. But brother, I love what you were saying. And I want to actually, let me come back to you for just a moment, right? Chuck, does one not try to plan for the future while living now? This is the way the school system and the American dream has taught us to be, right? We live now, so we plan now. We plan and we prepare from elementary for high school. We plan and prepare for university. We plan and prepare for the workforce, plan and prepare for retirement. Really, all of that is planning and preparation for death. I heard that pointed out by someone else a long time ago, and it's true. And so what I suggest, while living now what is true, we create the options and opportunities of our future with or without plans. It's all happening now. It's all happening today. While we live, what we think, what we say, what we do today, whether we learn anything or not, it's our choice and it affects tomorrow. I want to pass this over to you, Machine Lies. I got a technical thing on my stream, so I may drop out for a moment, but if you've got thoughts on clarity in this,
Yeah, no worries.
please
I can hold
run.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this. Yeah, I got this for you. No worries. Yeah, brothers and sisters, it's like this, basically, our perception is duality. Clarity is found in, first in our intentions, and the patterns that we decide to inhabit. In a way, voyeurism only lets us see what's on the surface, and if we're looking at things through this sort of guise of seeing what's on the surface, we don't really have clarity of intentions, because action precedes basic thoughts and shit. Thoughts are basically the watered down version. If you think about it, it's for show, but if you move about it, it's a go, as they say. So really what it is, thoughts are caught up in the duality mainframe. They're caught up in sight. Thought is soul. It's sort of the only aspect of yourself that is caught up in thinking. Thinking is just about thinking. It's circular, right? Activity is not about thinking, right? Activity comes with clarity of thought and purity of intention. If you don't have clarity of what's outside of yourself and purity of what's inside of yourself, then you're not going to be able to move anything outside, right? Yeah. I mean, there's no escape from duality. I see you, Kevin K. There's no escape from duality. Dualism is better than naturalistic monism. This is something that me and Hank talked about, because naturalistic monism, it doesn't really account for the presence of mind, right? And I hate to get technical for you guys, but duality, at least it accounts for mind, right? But we have to move past duality, right? Because there's something beyond mind too. There's something beyond reason, right? So we can't get stuck on the level of thoughts, right? The level of planning, right? That's just the level of perception, But anyways, we got Brother Talcott back. Thank you so much.
Hey, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I knew you'd keep it going for me. I appreciate it. And I'm sure there was value shared. I missed some of it, but hey, what is that? I don't even know.
It's a clear heart.
Oh, beautiful.
Talking about clarity.
Hey, beautiful, man.
And
Excuse
I
me.
also have
Hey,
a black one. I'll turn that one upside down.
is
Yeah,
it
but
glass or stone?
these are stones that my wife
Really?
gave me a long time ago.
Dude, that's pretty cool, man. Actually, I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you were saying, oh, moving beyond the perception into the clarity, gaining a better grasp. What has helped me, I've learned, I paid attention to myself, and I encourage others to do this. Notice how you learn. Notice how you learn best, and then learn how you notice, or notice how you learn in the weakest as well, and then grow in those things. The way you learn best, expand on it. Take advantage of it, dude. I mean, that's what I was doing. For myself, I I brought up the levels of our connections, our relationships between the family, the community, the so forth. The farther we expand outwards, as we move beyond just our narrow-minded, selfish view, and the farther we expand outwards, there's a lot more variables to consider. And I think that's why people are afraid of thinking of big ideas, because you start getting overwhelmed by all these different variables and things to consider. And it makes things seem impossible. Just because there's a lot of variables, just because we don't have all the answers, doesn't mean we don't have the answer for right now. I learned through the coaching stuff a long time ago, I learned so much stuff. If it's worth doing, do it, right? Fail, learn, try. Get clarity in your intentions and then start executing and moving forward. And then as we move forward, we learn. I took us off the topic again, didn't I? Where you were. Thoughts?
Well, I think what you're saying is quite poignant, because it's like, you could actually, it's like Confucius says. He says, there's a method of ritual purity, in which part of it's technique, but the other part is sincerity. And the whole thing about ritual purity is that, once you have sincere intentions, and you have like perfection of like the method, like both of these things are, part of the process. But he kind of talks about how, you know, if you can't really apply yourself to the ritual, by, feeling it and then doing it, you can do it and then feel it. So sometimes, we can trick ourselves, and this is actually a truth in behaviorism. They say that, you can actually program yourself, so we have to be mindful of this, not only about the programs that have become embedded within us, but also the how to reprogram ourselves, how to become malleable, and also, I think change, that type of change, we often fear it, because we think, where is it leading us to? But also, it's like change does not always, imply ending. It also implies continuity and also beginning. So it's interesting that, change, there's no actual such thing as change, because everything is, and this is where I fight against duality, because everything is, happening everywhere all at once. So there is no clear separation between any one thing and any other thing. So, on that level, we have to merge with what's happening, if we want to be practical, at least.
Yes. We don't want to carry resistance. We want to learn how to be at peace, to be whole, to be complete, without the egoic need, I've got to do this, I've got to do that. That egoic master, the slave master that's in us. Here, that's actually perfect. Matthew 11:29. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart. You shall find rest unto your souls. Meek and lowly in heart means the willingness to place others above, right? In our heart, we're willing to place others above. Why? Because we'd rather die than have the suffering of others. I mean, not literally and not physically, and we don't want to create pain within us because we see suffering, but we want to have that willingness to be low and to raise others up. That's what I've been practicing myself sincerely. We are here to change this world. I know that. And if we believe that we can, we will. And here's a little trick, a little secret. You don't have to think that you're taking on the whole world. Don't do that unless you want to. But if you really just break it down to the simplicity, if you change your world, the world around you changes. So you are changing your world. Every choice we make, every day we make choices. Every choice leads us to outcomes. Those outcomes are the results, the consequences. We live in a world where denial has become normal. The evidence is Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the American president. Denial has become normal in America. Noel, we've got another guest here, and
Hey, what's up? What's going on, Noel? Yo, what's up, big homie? You doing okay today?
Yes, I'm
What's
doing
up?
okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
Noel's a party animal. I see. You know what I mean?
Yes,
She
I am.
party
Yes, I
and
am.
that's
Yes,
good.
I am.
That's
Yes,
good to
it'll be
see. Yeah.
nice.
You be party. You like the music?
Yes, I like the music. Of
Yeah.
course I do like it. I like the music.
You like you like to keep it funky and fresh, huh?
Yes, I do.
That's good. That's good. So how you doing today?
Good. How is your day going? How is your day going?
It's going excellent. We're talking here about, like
About
God and all of that type of stuff. Peace in the world. You know about that
yes,
stuff?
no, I
You're
do
down with that.
like that. I do like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I do
you're
like
down with
that.
that. I know you're down
Yeah.
with that because you're like, it's like
Yeah.
a rave thing, and like, you got to be peaceful. You got to enjoy
Yes,
yourself. You know what I mean?
not peaceful. Yes, it is. You know, true.
So
It's a
where
nice
you at?
fruit.
So where you
So
at with
thank
the world government?
you
So
for
where you at
hearing
with the
me.
government? Down with the government, right? Down with Joe Biden, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Down with Joe Biden. Down with it. Nope. No.
here,
Joe Biden is
no,
stupid.
No, hold on. Jack's got a lesson for you.
please, not. We don't want anyone to go down. We want to raise up. And I suggest that America has the incredible, obvious opportunity to raise our standards. And I think the best way to raise standards is not to put Joe Biden down, but let's go put him in a home where he can be cared for, right? He's served the government for a long time. I think it's time for him to go reap the rewards and allow someone fresh, someone with better ideas, more competence to step in. And all it would take is for America to raise our values. I muted you while I was going on there, Noel. So I don't know what you were
I
saying.
would think so. Do you guys? So I would think my next president is gonna be,
Trump?
What's your statement to it? Yeah.
Oh, here, Noel, where are you at? Where are you calling in from? Do you mind? Just general area? Do you care to tell us where you're from?
Down in the. I can put it down in chat.
She's in the hood,
Say
you know.
right now.
All right. I was just curious. Because
Exactly.
here, I wanted to get to your question, Noel.
There.
Oh, really?
There. Yes.
Interesting. All right. Well, who I
Why?
foresee in the
Why is it,
Hey,
why
Noel.
is it interesting? Okay, sorry.
Well, because you're here and where you said that you are. Because here, I'm going to mute you. There's some noise in the back, but because I want to answer your question. You asked about our opinions on the future election and stuff. Here's where you are today in the here and now. My goal, personal goal, what I'm inviting others to believe that we can do, I hope to become an interruption. I hope to interrupt the cycle of election because the fact is the corruption has gotten so out of hand. Corruption is so obvious. I believe the American people deserve better than this corrupt nonsense that we've been allowing in the United States government. So my hope is to find a way to get into the ears, to get the attention of the people employed as members of Congress in the White House. So what do you think? You want to join me in my adventure to try and change this world? You're in the right spot, right time. Oh, I muted you. Here. Sorry. Go ahead. You're good. You're good now.
To being what? Change his world to being more no shootings? Yes, I would. Yes, I would make this world great. Yes, I would. No shootings. Yeah, that's what we need. No bad people. Yes, I
Well,
would.
I believe, hey, then this is the right topic. I'm going to, because of the noise, I'm going to mute you for a moment. But this is where we're at right now. The identification of good people, bad people. What we all want is a better world, a better experience. And the way bad people become good is through education, through support from the good people of the world. The way the bad people rise in power is when the good people find excuses, find reasons to entertain themselves, distract themselves, excuses why they've got to go to that job for 60 hours a week. I don't have time to change the world. I got to work 60 hours a week to pay for my family, don't you know? It's propaganda that has driven the American dream, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, I think it's time to go. What's that, Noel? You kind of froze.
You're
Are you
saying,
there?
yes, it does. You're a professional doctor. Are you a doctor?
No.
Are you?
I am a man of incredible faith with the heart of an activist. I've been blessed with opportunities to learn and to spend a lot of time growing in my education. I have the heart of a teacher. So I'm here to, Noel, the way I describe myself is as a disciple of Jesus. I follow his way. My hope is to go ahead.
Wait, you follow the Christ, Jesus Christ? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great. That's great of you. Oh my God. Thank you. I met this person. Thank you. Great. we need everybody to be like that. Put your guns down. Not shooting people.
Noel, when I was here, when I was 17 years old, I raised my hand and I served the military. Today, this emblem on my sweatshirt is Veterans for Peace. There's other men and women like me who raise their hand and were willing to carry weapons, but today we serve this world for fighting for peace, to help educate the world of the corruption and of the atrocities that war brings. It's right in front of our faces. People just need to accept the news that's shown for what it is. There's men and women being murdered
Yeah,
and
that's true.
facing famine today. It's kind of ugly. I didn't mean to keep. Go ahead, Noel, if you've got something.
So, the first time, I'm sorry for, I was excited to talk to you guys. I'm sorry.
Hey, Noel, you were
I
having fun.
understand now. Yes.
Thank you. Hey, your connection
welcome.
is not that great. I'm going to mute you for a moment, please. You. Thank you. No worries about the past, Noel. I could tell you have been having fun, and fun is what our world is lacking. Love brings fun. Love brings joy. And so I see you bringing joy and love. And Noel, it's a pleasure to have you back today. But honestly, because of the connection and your background noise and the time,
So, excuse me, can I tell you about my dad? Is that okay?
certainly share as you
Can
feel.
you pray for? Can you pray for? Can you pray for him?
What's going
He
on?
has lung cancer and tumors up to his brain. He's doing doing okay. He's doing a lot better. And can you pray for him too? Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I will offer prayers.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
But Noel, because of the time too, I am going to start I'm going to start wrapping up, and I'm going to put you to the back though. Okay.
Yeah, prayers for your dad, Noel. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry to
thank
hear
you.
about him.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, for sure.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And sincerely, for a moment, what an interesting stream, if I may, for a moment. Let's all. I do have, while I've yet to experience this in my person, I know testimony and I know miracles happen. I know the power of prayer. I know the power of faith. So, brothers and sisters, those of you who are here in the present, even if it's at a future time, because when prayers join, it goes beyond the limits of space and time. It goes into the eternal, into the timeless. So, if you join at a later time together with us, join us in prayer, please. We had a lot of people join. We had several people today, brothers and sisters of life that we're sharing in this moment of this day. Brothers and sisters join today, sharing some of their struggles, some of their health challenges. Health challenges bring a lot of fear. Health challenges can bring a lot of pain. And this fear and this pain, when you're alone, it helps you, makes you feel alone. And so offer some prayers, please, brothers and sisters. Not just for those who join the panel, but please, the ones I'm thinking of are Brother Wildheart with his information on his liver and the path prognosis of possible solutions and detox. Our friend Snafu in the hospital, Sean, was sharing about his family member coming out of detox out of this, and then Sister Noel talking about her father and facing these challenges. There's a lot of challenges that came forth just in this past couple of hours. See, this is what life is. We never know what others are carrying. So let's come back to the idea of prayer. And please, within yourself, within your mind, within your heart, offer a prayer of asking, but a prayer of asking with the knowing that your prayers matter, that prayers and intention, heartfelt tension, should it be God's will, should it be God's grace, should it be the plans from heaven and the wills from heaven, may peace and miracle and health be found by all of those who have joined us today. Add in your specific requests, your specific offers with the knowing that your prayers will help. Because we never know. We don't choose the results. Let me not distract. As we join together in this thought, the intentions of health, prosperity, peace. For those who joined here today, for those who are known by those who joined here today, and all those you may think of as well, extend them into your prayers. Because the answers are here, and the Father, the love of God is available for us to be known. And our God creates miracles. So in the faith of that knowing, and I believe there's power in words, so in the name of Jesus, the Christ, may these words be heard by the Father. May the day be soon known. Amen. I'm not real practiced in public prayers. What I offered is kind of how I communicate with God, often on my own. God suffers through my rambling. God suffers through my complaining. God doesn't suffer, and neither should you. We're not here to suffer. We're here to live. And the best way we live is with love. Love is the way. Love is the way of life. And for those who are in darkness, share some love. And if you're in darkness, seek some love. Love isn't just in the empty words. You know love. You know love when you know it, when you see it, when you feel it, when you experience it. Hey, brother, I am ready to wrap up. Thoughts from you? Please.
Yes. I loved your prayer. I think that's a great prayer to have. One of the prayers I always do does have to do with clarity. I always, ask God to purify my intentions, and also to, purify my vision, my hearing, my speech, also my thoughts, and also to make clear the vision that's in my spirit, and also to purify my spirit, and to um, you know uh, have a clear mind, really. So I always ask for those things. I always pray that God saves me from the knowledge that does not benefit, because I know there's lots of useless types of knowledge out there, and I hate for my mind to become infested with knowledge, you know, all sorts of stale rhetoric, and you see tons of information out there, and trying to see through what's really important for us. That takes clarity, really. And if we're not pure from the inside, we're not going to be able to see what's on the outside, with pure intentions. Uh, yeah, and I'm also, I want to comment on the Matthew verse, because that was such a beautiful verse, about, and I think that the meek, it's about how stillness masters movement, and also not be, and the confusion of the heart coming with, filling it with all these things, as Lao Tzu says, the five colors blind the eye, and this is a lack of clarity. It's seeing too much, and almost, and that sort of thing. So yeah, I love that sort of verse, and also I love the verse where he says that, where your heart is, there your treasure will be also. Kind of a
Amen, brother. Amen. You said a lot. I'm gonna close up on my own.
I got
respect you.
the video for us as well. The one I made the other day. I finished editing the video. Me and the brother New Main Order.
Real meanings of the Bible. There's a lot of interpretation, a lot of words in the Bible. It's been beautifully left and scripted for us. This whole world has been beautifully left and scripted for us to learn from. So the Bible is an incredible source of wisdom that I've come to learn to really appreciate. And you know, I was trying to figure this out. I guess I could have kept this more simple. I have stacks of books and references of spiritual wisdom, right? Different interpretations, different religions, different thought patterns of view. But what it all comes down to, brothers and sisters, what it all comes down to is what is true. What is true? See, because some of my inspirations today, starting out initially, right? The initial observation, we live in a pretend world, right? A lot of people pretending like they know what's going on. A lot of people pretending like they're in charge. The structures of this government economic system, the corporate structures and government structures where it's a top-down, oppressive, controlling design. It's insane. Don't buy into it. It's all pretend. See, and the ego is pretend. Here's the simplicity, the divinity of our Creator. Our God is so amazing, so magical, so incredible. You really got to allow your mind to be blown away. Because that would be the ego death. The ego is the one that has the limitations. The ego is the one that has the rules and the structures and definitions and the analysis and the confusion. The fears and the worries, and the ego gets to pretend that it knows. The ego gets to pretend it has the answers. But I tell you what, the more and more I consider these words, God is the answer. See, from God, the truth may be known. See, truth is the absolute power. Truth is God. God is the truth. And the truth is how we learn to grow and wisdom. I mean, truth is the essence of knowledge. We can either align ourselves with that which is true, or we can pretend. God allows us to. It's a crazy journey that we get to live. Holy cows, do you realize that? We get to live. We don't have to live. We get to live. Not only do we get to live, we get to know that we live. And through the knowing of life, all that life is, we get to experience love. Love is the answer. Love is the way shown through the one, Jesus, right? The perfected master that God allowed us to receive. Right? The one who showed and walked the earth in the stories as the child of God, to show us the way. The way he lived, the way he spoke, the way he treated each other. That's how we can live. It's the way out of our own sin and corruption. The way of truth keeps us aligned with the creation that's happening And here's something to consider, right? I've shared this elsewhere earlier today. Simple observations of logic, reason. If you can accept the words as God is the truth, so the truth is eternal. God is eternal. We only exist right now. So now is always the present. From our subjective experience, we only exist in the now. And it's in the now that we can align ourselves with the truth that God has shown us through our past experiences, through all the literature, through all the rumors, and, the world. It's in the now, in the present, that we can align ourselves with the truth of God's will for us all. See, in what I believe the message of Jesus was, we are here to love. Love is the reason we live. It feels good to love. And that's what Jesus showed. That's what Jesus taught.
The individual's handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous that he cannot believe it exists. That's part of what's happening here. The biggest lie we've ever been involved with.
The false image existence before you betwixt you give your birthright for porridge. Curses unearth these birds brought upon us. The serpents they lurk in birth of the carnage. Stuck in confusion, don't know the author. Snake oil in a lamp walking through darkness. Sold by an astronaut, lab co-prophet that hold up a rod with two serpents on it. Two wings on the heliocentric sun disk. Same symbol found on the pharaoh sarcophagus. The same Babylon erect a phallic obelisk to the same religion pushed by the Catholics. The devil done did a half mental backflip. The temple of Mithra under the Vatican. The false trinity, the on Semiramis shit. The whore of Babylon, that pussy could pull a battleship.
You don't like one vaccine and suddenly you're an anti-vaxxer. You're a tinfoil hat if you speak against 5G. We see a pattern here. The answer is not to argue the science. The answer is to demonize the people speaking out.
Yo, I'm a tinfoil hat wearing anti-vax parent. You can catch the full 5 fingers cause you mad ignorant. You can never give me the jab. Nigga, you lack clarity. You can see the signs of the times. Nigga, you lack vision. You can obtain freedom of mind because you have neither 5G system designed to fry you. Can't smell the smoke, invisible fire. Can't see the weapon you're living inside of. Direct energy DARPA designed it that BMAT 2 gene linked to the father. Religious extremists, they vaccine for it, making you wonder if marks upon your right hand or forehead. Unplug the matrix into the gauntlet. War is upon us. Prophets spoke of it. Hold on to love quick. End all the suffering. Fuck it, we off this.
What we're dealing with is a huge mass mind control propaganda outbreak. We're not really dealing with a viral outbreak yet.
Oh, you know it's propaganda you've been fed since birth. They've been lying on the news, they've been lying in the church. They've been lying to the public about the shape of the earth. Everything you see on the TV set is an act. Holding hands under the table, knife tip at they back. Cause they already sold their soul, ain't no turning back for them. And I can't fuck with them, they suspicious, looking mad foreign. The world straight wicked, why did they adore it? While the righteous witness and abhor it. The minds of the wise confounded in Pandora. The boiling point's been reached of the oil. The geysers erupt right from the soil. Like a torch or walk through the darkness. Fist ain't no match for a long stick. Agent Smith go down from no full clip. Just one touch, assemble into a full chip.
As we move forward, anytime you come closer to something, your vision should get clearer. Am I right? You are a tool in the hidden hand that's using you.
please don't be delusional. The rulers of this world practice confusingly. The people and the priests and the imams have been jammed by government scams, minds systematically programmed. Blatant black hatred and racism, the way they lace the whole world and nation with traces of Satanism. This place is a pagan prison. The founding fathers' enslaving intentions were no different than Bush's and Reagan's visions. 1776 it took action. This Illuminati took form and was spawned from a Colombian faction. Just flip your $1 bill over, and if you want me to expose the true code of deception, I will show you. We live in a designed wicked system. The number 13 is consistent in Masonic symbolism. It represents transformation. 12 completes a cycle, so 13 is rebirth and regeneration. The meanings of the symbol are strategically hid. On the left side, you see a 13-layered pyramid. Over that sits the all-seeing eye where the light shines, a sign of the devil watching over you at all times. With the words Anna with Coeptus, 13 letters meaning he has favored our undertakings. Will you accept this? Or will you learn the science and ignore them? Under the pyramid you see Novus Ordo Seclorum, translated New Order of the World, or the New World Order, authors and satanic fathers of mass slaughter. The eagle that you see on the right sits below 13 stars with a shield that has 13 stripes and an olive branch in its claws with 13 leaves, which is supposed to be in his talent to represent peace. But peace was always on a decrease. His other claw holds 13 arrows of war set to be released, and the letters at the bottom of the pyramid are fixed with the Roman numerals that equal 1776. The United States of America exists in a deep devilish abyss with truth and paganism mixed. Every president that ever lived was foul. They gather at Bohemian Grove where they bow down before the owl. See, the owl is wise and sees through the darkness of night, and there's a small one on the dollar near the one on the top right. It ain't hard to understand this government was never for us. The eagle was based off of the Egyptian hawk Horus. The 13 colonies grew into wicked sovereignty and made no apology for the obvious idolatry. Subconsciously, we followed the ways of the beast and paid homage to pagan gods when we say days of the week. Like Sunday, they worship the sun. Monday is moon day. Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga. Notice the pattern. Saturday is the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn. Frigga was the goddess of love, the wife of Odin. The polytheistic theologies needed decoding. The rituals like trips across the sand as man takes. The skull and bones fraternity, the secret handshakes. But understand, he receives only 33 degrees. He secretly believes in Lucifer and other deities. Many powerful and rich people are controlled by these. They even hold the soul of several of your favorite MCs. Politicians telling lies, tongues riddled with thorns, and use hand gestures shaped in the form of devil horns. You don't feel it's any harm because you don't know what it entails. Satan tampers with stem cells and sprays chemtrails. The so-called holidays are hypocrisy, established to use religious doctrines to commit annual robbery. Christmas split in half as Christ Mass, the so-called birth of Jesus, where every home has glowing lights cast. Christ the Anointed One masked the birth celebration, but Jesus' birth was kept secret due to the situation. The king initiated a death plot because a Messiah was prophesied to rule, so Jesus' murder was authorized. No one knows the actual date. That's why sometimes you see Xmas. X means unknown, but ignorance affects us. A fraud that was purposely flawed. December 25th, the birthday of the wicked ruler Nimrod. His whole disguise was part of Satan's universal rise. A holy prophet's life being pimped and commercialized. Traditions like lights on trees, rooted in the Nicene Council in 325 AD. By Constantine, these matters were decreed. The concept of a virgin birth was actually conceived and then agreed with graven images in the temple. The fish on your cards called Onus, a Babylonian symbol, is visibly contradictory. Telling your children lies, you need to make them study Santa Claus's sick history. But yet we go wherever Satan leads us. The falsehoods we practice in his name ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. Yeah.
Whispering, do or die around me. Wolves hiding nearby, whispering, do or die around me, gripping at my skin. The walls of night close in.
While the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
Welcome to the battlefield. No, you can't get out of here. Sum it up, cause when you lie, you won't make it out alive. Don't you fuck around and try. Do you like what you did find? We ain't letting nothing slide with all these fucking walls hot in their eyes. See, they whisper do or die in these digital trenches. They got an army of artificial intelligent henchmen. I got a hunch they attach to intelligence networks with intent to infect the internet, discredit and suppress anything that isn't them. There's a schism in the system that they didn't plan. Weaponized autism coupled with a little bit of hidden hand. Matrix construct ain't the world we living in. Born with the damn glasses, so we been only living. It's you who's been told a vision, that's why you cling to your soul. And an old religion that has only been promoted to be control systems. Stuck under the hypnosis of an old wizard. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers.
There is another very important phase of warfare. Has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy. Words and ideas. Ammunition used by psychological warfare. Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of
fucking order out, chaos, this is order out of order. My greatest order, disorder. I'm born with couldn't absorb shit propaganda. I was busy sorting water in the corner, preparing the meditation for war with the new world order. In school, I was just bored with the board of education. Even though I border on being an information hoarder, I don't ever offer my 2 cents, so here's a full fucking quarter. I'm a self-educated, trained, skilled warrior, currently operating a solo outfit with open lines of communication. The outside the matrix, the data global, the operation to stop enslavement. The devil lurking in darkness, attempt to turn your heart into onyx, throwing ganja in the system, steady combat and hardness. Medication for the mind virus, cause when the mind hide, they can't hide good, and good don't hide. But why would I? Cause it's have you been outside lately? Cause it's around me. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers.
There is another very important phase of warfare.
Careening through chaos, and these serene dreams, the shadows and screams of those trapped in the system.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding.
On a horizon now, virtuous settler. Memory box with Microsoft robot love couldn't keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is the celibacy of a cage plugged on. That's why we're drunk off the misplaced rage and recycled thought. Drunk on power when we're reading the scripts without turning the page, so we're lost. We're drunk on this human condition. We're also drunk, intoxicated, mortal mass, surprise, desire, inhibition. Yeah, drunk from saying we know without listening. Yeah, and drunk from validating lies through social permission. So I use the prison to illuminate this blinding of vision. No sense of idealism can teach this man indifference, because fences make you claustrophobic like indentured slave children. Whether laziness or convenience as your thoughts inside a closed system. You're just a consumer if you're either a user or a victim, because refinement rises out of the furnace of affliction, while the spirit of hate only causes contradiction. Warn your heart instead of music keeps the conscious mind in prison. My predilection, thoughts strange and strain. They change if it's too good to be true. To fuck what they say to the grave. It's better to live easy on a passionate. Dissatisfied with your rage, it's better to live with your dreams. And obsolete on a speakeasy with a heap of vanity. Make the shadows weep inside a divine sleep to recombine. Seducing your mind. Hard structures to rupture your medulla. Kama Sutra running through the network that separates Michael and Lucifer. Disappointed, stagnant savages get stung by the future when tribalism offers a schism. You need a hive mind just to fit in, where your ideals are. Money, power, your own decisions. You cannot imprison this dark apparition with idle ambition or assassinate the derision. I skip a stone off the river of hate and illuminate the blind space like a computer mind interface. Stagnant tactic cause me to alleviate serotonin fountain with pronouns of escape, poems of a dilated fate, like I'm full diameter with the factor of this rapture. Yeah, the aperture somehow I lost. Yeah, how to manage these synapses, she left me despite all my efforts. Yeah, ever since we touched the sky, I couldn't get this frame of network. So my eyes on the prize like Saturn rings inside the texture, sympathy closes. Once motive devotion is closed in, but I guess time will tell. Some men sell their cries to shells and shekels. It's only truth that tells you lies can never settle. If the world is metapsycho, physical, then I guess I emptied out my mind thinking on the spiritual in this deep malaise. Happenstance cancer with craze will follow the religion of self, but to ignore the slave in the heart cave as it binds with laser grips, led mic, chip, sight, skin and fiber optic lenses to the wires of your skin. Yeah, but you're locked in the house, spoon-fed consciousness, while this neurotoxin drips inside the smile of a dolphin and across time, present as the orphan. Yeah, no amount of the enforcement can pause the sorcerer's grin when the phantasmagoria only changes the shadows within. That's why on the search within the bonfire of enlightenment only avails of ignorance. In a surface area of bioluminescence of glowing screens to sharpen your tendons. Remember these presents I meant to keep it together, but duality fought its last bout and lost the sacred pleasure. Now on the horizon, I'm a virtual settler, a memory box of robot love could keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is a celibacy of a cage plugged off. Now we ghosts in the shell.
Whispering till die.
Ghosts in the soul system.
اللهم لا إله إلا أنت لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني واسمح لي شأني كله اللهم.
With a fresh death perspective, I empty out the headless. I'm the nexus where effortless pressure slips exegesis. With Pegasus wings, I lift you up for the exodus. Effervescence while golden mind spray presses with picture perfect inertia. I smash surfaces so reckless with no purpose for those who claim they perfect. Brandishes weapons with no rehearsals, gobble surface with bobble jewels. Swallow the shallow gallows of light vision arrows. The sparrow dances on tarots to reprogram fate and guide the straight and narrow. Settle with meddling kids who claim they're special and on the level the gold medal. Dishevel from light pebbles to heart rebel. With wing to metal, too precise for devils. Yeah, ninja metal, the wise, the blind metals. Exact plan to dust settles. The harrowing tones, narrow bones, silver thrones, the gilded poems. Translator, magistrate, the metaphysical palisade. The vertical spiral, the Bible recital. The sword of the disciple. The wings of Michael. Transmogrifies visions of what's inside you. Yeah, hands you your eyes. Tell you've been lied to and looks like you. Yeah, what the vision might do. Stashing the seed.
اللهم لا إله إلا أنت لا إله إلا أنت وحدك لا شريك لك اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني واسمح لي شأني كله اللهم.
Planting the reed, Yeah, seasons, destiny is sequence, frequency and purpose. Fate is not determined. Exodus excursion. Sermons, echoes. Yeah, of the throne of God is just alone. Yeah, bands, loneliness is madness. Yeah, patience and star tripping ages, mystery forsaken. Wisdom is a beauty not found in relation. Testaments and pages, royal displacement. Saturn's lies in due time, suspended ideals, expression victorious segment. Feeling endless with a senseless apprentice. Yeah, with the hands of a dentist, on one event. Bled with the head trip, ledgers of debt-ridden appendages. The pen to be replenished, the heart to be cleansed. Yeah, the mind without a blemish, the entrance to heaven's sentinel expressions beyond the monolith of agendas. Yeah, destiny ascends where heaven never led it. Yeah, man's words to judge what's up above. Cycles of our love, a message sent to heaven sent. Man's words to judge what's up above. Cycles of our love, a message sent to heaven sent.
اللهم رحمتك أرجو فلا تكلني إلى نفسي طرفة عيني واسمح لي شأني كله.
You walk around here like a veteran, but you just a rookie. So I don't need to look you in the eye to know that you pussy. My method is madness, you can't even track it. Like getting hit from the shadows in the back while your lungs are collapsing from multiple stab wounds. You don't know the meaning of savage, I'll walk it off. Straight face, pass the weapon off in a napkin. That's what you get for talking, your gum flapping rat bastard. For some of you that's an abstract concept, but you ain't fooling me. I got your card in my pocket. Heavy is the weight of the crown that come down hard quick from lack of balance. Your only option is to fold or step up to the challenge, and that's a fucking battle that you never win. You ain't packed in heavy metal, shut the fuck up, you devil. You can't even fathom the shit that is packed in my mental after I rend you. Just remember that is when I left you. I will never see you in hell, no. I will never be like you. I just wanted to love you, but now I'm forced to fight you as you ignite from the blue light. Ultraviolet matrix, same fucking spectrum as Satan. Bug Zapper is waiting. Are you scary while walking a wicked Luciferian tightrope, blowing so much smoke up your own ass that you might choke? Did you get the message encrypted? It's a divine joke. Perception is subject to manipulation of words and syllables. I observe it because the eye know. Lost men always have questions, cowards only doubt. Yeah, I know what you wanna do.